A lot of teams rely on their fate to be in the top 8, but a lot of them actually do use the skills as well. Johnny, we're currently inside the day 3 of Bgis Battlegrounds Mobile India Series, all the way by Crafton. Now, again, I'm going to be a host and caster, Necro, John alongside. With me is Johnny, and considering Johnny, day 2 was absolutely aggressive, that's for sure. We saw Gladiator Esports as well, just absolutely smashing things through on the Group 4. What are your expectations, especially moving in forward in today's day?
I mean, every single tournament, day 3 has been called the day of chaos, and we have a lot of heavy hitters stepping into the battleground today. So today is going to be extremely chaotic for sure, but that is what the grind is all about. That is the challenge that you have to overcome if you want to make it, as we keep saying, to the next stage of the tournament, which for the teams playing in week 1 will be the 3rd week of this BGIS. And again, as we mentioned, a lot of big names today are going to be playing, especially in Group 5 and 6, and that will be quite intense for a few of these new names that are going to be stepping into the lobbies with them and joining them inside of these games. So I can't wait to witness what sort of action are they going to bring to the table, especially since you mentioned day 2, we saw what these big names are capable of, and I think that has to be a motivating factor for the younger players.
Exactly, Johnny, but you know what? What's going to be the more motivating factor? It's of course going to be the prize pool as well. We know there's a lot of money on the line, and here we go. Take a look at the prize pool. We have been looking at this graphics throughout this entire tournament so far, but still, the viewers that are joining us for the first time inside this tournament, 2 crores are on the lines, from which 75 lakhs will be given to the first place, and the second place will be getting 37,50,000.
Yeah, I mean, talk about motivation, right? And you said it perfectly. Money can be a good motivator for a lot of these individuals, especially if for finishing on the first position, you get to walk away with 75 lakh rupees. One tournament, 75 lakhs in your bag. And along with that, the individual prize money is as well. For the MVP of the BGIS, for the overall MVP, the best IGL. I mean, all of these things are extremely lucrative for a lot of these individuals. But the way to get there is by consistently earning points in the matches that you play.
Exactly, perfectly mentioned, Johnny. The first placing team will be getting 15 points, the second one will be getting 10, and then the third one will be getting 10 points, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. As we know, there's a lot of these teams that actually don't even need placement points to do good, and I feel like Gladiator Esports and even Blood Rose Esports is one of those top examples, because those teams solely rely on their elimination points. As we do move on forward towards today's schedule though, Johnny, these are the maps today's teams are going to duke it out. As usual, the schedule is going to be simple and common.
Yeah, everyone gets the same 3 maps every single day. You play one Erangel, one Miramar, one Sanhok. And as you mentioned, I mean, it looks simple on paper, but the games are definitely going to be anything but simple. I mean, it is going to be an exciting journey for us today, because, I mean, every single day we see new sets of faces, new set of teams. That means a new combination is going to drop on these 3 maps, and they have different ways of playing. Especially, you learn from the past experiences of the teams that have played before you, and I think that will definitely turn out to be a game changer for a lot of these teams today, because we keep going back to the yesterday's performance that Gladiators put on display for everyone to witness as to what they have to do in order to secure extra points in these lobbies, and in order to make sure that your qualification is not going to be in question. But I think now it's time, since you have brought the schedule in front of us, I think we'll have a look at the teams playing in the first group 5, ladies and gentlemen, playing the first 3 maps of today. And well, here they are.
Exactly. Group 5, taking a glance at this group, we've got Metal Esports, Global Esports, and Rivalry Esports. Johnny, as you remember these 3 names, you get a lot of flashbacks from the past, but then you look at all the underdogs that are right underneath them, and I feel like these underdogs might just be the God Takers or the God Slayers.
I mean, for sure, we have a lot of expectations from the big names, but it's the new players, the newer teams that we are looking forward to the most. As you call them, the God Slayers, I mean, they will have to live up to that title today, because especially in Group 5, Global Esports is there, Metal Esports, Rivalry Esports, and Team Mayhem. The history of BGMI in this region was somewhere along the lines built by the players that are playing for these 4 lineups, and Team Mayhem, again, one of those teams, along with Global Esports, that has been there for ages. Rivalry Esports and Team Metal feeling a lot of veterans under their roster. So again, they are there to prove that they still have what it takes, because it's been a while since they have earned those official achievements under their belt and have lifted an official trophy. So they are here to prove that they still have what it takes to be at the top level, to be at the top echelon, and secure those wins under their belt. While the younger lads, as we keep talking about it, this is their opportunity to grab the recognition and basically stand in front of the gates of the tier 1 circuit and call themselves again a part of that tier 1 lineup of teams that we always have.
Now again, once again, Johnny, as usual, as I mentioned at the start of the entire pregame segment as well, I mentioned this, you need to be in the top 8, correct? And you were also saying a lot of these teams, the teams that are currently Global Esports, Metal Esports, and the teams that are especially known, even Rivalry Esports, they've got some veterans underneath their belts. We've also pretty much had a massive glance on the underdogs as well. Now, I would like to still talk a little bit more on the veteran side. Now, I've really heard a lot about the Global Esports rosters, and my expectations are going to be a lot, because considering what sort of past this team holds, I'm really going to be looking forward for even a greater future.
I mean, definitely. The future, I mean, the expectations are quite a lot, as you mentioned. I mean, we are all looking forward to seeing what Global Esports can deliver this time around. But we also have to be prepared for the fact that our expectations might not actually be met. Because, I mean, in the last few days, in the last 2 days, what we have noticed.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, that's pretty nicely said, right? Considering how Global Esports in general, they have had a really big legacy, as you'd like to say. On the other hand, though, Rivalry Esports, I still feel like this is one of those teams that really needs to stand up for a lot of stuff. Top 8, we have seen it so far. The benchmark to qualified side top 8 isn't that big. You just need to get some consistent points. Even if you're able to secure 8 points per game, which in total you're going to get 3 games per group, that should be more than enough for you to secure the top 8 position. But sometimes even those points cannot do much if the teams that are currently in the underdog section, they're going to start to fire themselves up, because we have seen a lot of those teams. And one of those teams I still remember, I brought up one of those teams in the past. It was Blood Rose Esports, and another team that I still remember is Skulls, because I feel like Skulls and Blood Rose, these two teams, yeah, they were not really exactly able to play that well. But once again, you guys need to consider this factor as well. When you are going to be the underdog yourself, and you are going to be the dark horse yourself, there are always going to be those jitters, because it's you playing on such a massive stage for the first time. You know, there's thousands of people watching you on the line, so it's always going to be a really tough mark to make for yourself, especially when you're going to be a new and an upcoming team in general. But as I said, of course, expectations from today's groups as well is going to be massive. I've also heard a lot about Celsius Kids, and to be honest, I really want to see this team as well perform some nice stuff, because once again, the games are not going to be easy at all. The top dogs, as usual, they will try to spoil your plans with the way they like to play the game. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel is on the horizon, as we're going to see the plane hit the skies once again, and the plane fly path is starting all the way from the right side, from Lipovka towards Hospital. The plane fly path is not exactly dividing the map equally into halves, because the military base will be quite out of reach. The teams will be at least trying to drop down to a designated drop spots where they like to drop. But a team, if they do like to go all the way down south towards Nova Repna or military base, they will need to find a temporary drop spot until, if they're able to secure some vehicles, then that can be good news for them. We see teams dispersing towards their drop locations right now, and even Metal Esports, it seems like Kamishki is actually going to be their drop location. We don't see teams actually preferring to go towards Kamishki, Johnny.
I mean, yeah, it is a drop spot that will hardly ever be inside one of the first early zones of this game. So that is why Kamishki is one of the spots that teams usually
it's neglected
in the competitive circuit like to avoid, unless you want to have a slow early game.
That is true. I mean, usually Kamishki is just like completely on the outskirts as well. It's such like in a massive corner of the map. And if a circle completely pans out in the opposite side, for example, Primorsk or Corey, then you will need to have such a long rotation. And also you won't have much time to loot up as well, because you need to be as quick as possible. We had a full-blown conversation about this entire topic, why you need to be the first team to go inside the zone and take control of the prime spots quick enough. But as I said, the plane fly path was nothing tilted. That's why the teams that who do like to go all the way down south, they're going to have a tough time. They'll need to find a temporary drop location, drop there, get some vehicles, and then maybe go all the way down to the military island. But for now, teams, it seems like we are not really going to be seeing a lot of drop collisions. But as soon as I say that, we actually do have one in front of us.
I mean, this one's happening all the way in northern Georgia Pole City, and as you mentioned, I mean, the flight path leaning extremely towards the northern side, the zone as well, should make for an interesting early game, because now a lot of these teams will be forced to just adapt. If anyone wanted to play from the southern half of the map, they're going to have to completely abandon their game plan and basically readjust on the fly, start playing from this main island positions and try and see if they can survive based off of that. To have an aiming in front of us, they have actually managed to get a lot of loot on them.
Yep, I mean, we've got puppet masters on our screens, and let's see how big of a puppet master these guys really are. If you want to make sure that your opponents are going to be your puppets, then you need to perform exceptionally well. But so far, once again, teams just taking their casual stances, defensive stances, whatever you guys like to call it, playing for that informational game. One of the players actually being spotted out as well from the enemy squads, but no shots taken just yet. They do not want to reveal their positions, Johnny.
And let's not forget, there's another team on the periphery of this northern Georgia Pole City. So it's going to be quite interesting to see when they, in fact, do decide to go for the third party. They're going to wait for the fight to actually begin on the other side and then try to push forward. But that's not happened right now. So Bgis Esports, they're going to hold back towards the edge of this town.
That's actually Bgis Esports, the team that you were talking about. And we've got Amazing in front of us, too. So Bgis Esports, soon enough, as soon as they're going to hear all this commotion that's going to happen, that's actually a free opportunity for Rajat to strike down the player out in the open, but he actually does not do that. Misses out on the opportunity, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense too. Does not really have an AR in his hands, but finally when he finds the clear opportunity, he strikes him down. Will also go for the confirmation, but it's not the case just yet. Oh, catches a bit of return fire. Now ATG, they're really concerned about the fallen comrade. They want to get him back on his feet. Rajat not able to get the confirmation done, but at least that sort of a warning shots are really going to help Rajat out in the future stances. Team Mayhem up against a battle as well. They're fighting their own demons, and the upcoming team, they've got no clue that Warrior was the only person inside this compound, and Warrior is going to try to disengage. He knows he's playing with fire right now. Needs to back out of this situation. Team Mayhem looking pretty solid so far. At least he was able to get that single knockout, which sort of secured him, which sort of confirmed the thing that, okay, now I can back out because the enemy team's going to be busy enough to protect the down man and also getting him back up. So it is a free rotation pathway out of this tricky spot for me. Anitta in front of us. Still, this little stalemate situation that's going on in front of me is definitely quite a... you can say I am not really a massive fan of early game stalemates because I feel like it also burns a lot of time, which you can use this initial time to reposition yourself in a better spot inside the circle and also gather a better loot in general.
You know, the biggest aspect of these early game stalemates, just like you mentioned, is the fact that a lot of the time is wasted on just trying to get yourself a better position and not the amount of loot that you need, the amount of utility that you need for the end game. So far, Team Anitta Gaming, if I pronounce their name right, I feel like they're the ones who are infiltrating the compound, probably would want to go onto the offense because they've sensed that presence so far. And I feel like it was the team who actually got the first knock, the player down. So I feel like this is the time they want to take that revenge back.
Maybe. A lot of ifs and buts. A lot of maybes as well. But so far, this stalemate, teams need to realize that they're actually, at the end of the day, just wasting their own time. They need to make it quick. They need to push on to something. A confirmation is needed soon enough, but it seems like now, finally, Puppet Masters are actually going to find one of the knockouts, and that's a good news for them. Exclusive. He's got DBS in his hands. That is a gun you do not want to mess around with. If it finds one clear shot onto your body, you're done and dead. So you need to always watch out against DBS. Puppet Master so far with an advantage inside this fight, looking to convert it also in their favor.
Certainly, and I felt like Puppet Masters were not really in the good position, especially with Elusive just being caught out all by himself in this entire building completely. But the fact that he has used the terrace to his advantage, the entry point has been guarded by the DBS and he knows exactly what to do. He needs to connect those shots. Did get the first shot on board, but of course a lot of reinforcements for this team.
Oh my
Too many
God.
players, gets the first knock for himself. The finish is there, but the second knock doesn't come through, and he gets taken down. Of course, just like I mentioned, there was no support from Team Puppet Masters, and there's just nothing that this team can do right now. Mathan, Rajat and everyone else, all that they can potentially do is either try and go for the revenge or maybe just fall back and disengage. Utility just being flooded in, nades being popped in, and 2 knocks being confirmed. Team ATG have been cut by half, and Manthan as well as Flood. I think this is the opportunity for them to strike back.
The utilities as well, just barraging in on top of the roof, on the terrace, but not able to find any confirmations. Puppet Master, now they're in such a massive discomfort. They're holding the exit lines of the buildings. They're holding the ground floor. It's going to make things a little bit more tougher for ATG to get out of this building, but it's certainly not impossible. They can't still get out. Now the wall of death as well is going to start to close in. So ATG and for Puppet Master, this is the time to take an exit from this building. Position yourself in a better spot inside the circle, but still they are just deciding to waste each other's times while playing this stalemate situation in which none of them is actually getting favored.
Exactly. And it's such a big decision for them because the amount of hesitation that they show right now is going to cost them in the end game in terms of the overall objective, right? They've got to look at the bigger picture, not just one fight, but have to look at the bigger picture in terms of acquiring enough points so they can proceed and play the tournament even further. So far, all the 7 players have been stuck inside this 3-storied compound. Team ATG completely occupies the 2nd and the 3rd floor as well as the terrace for them. So I feel like this is sort of an advantage position. As soon as Team Puppet Masters go outside the building, they can rain down the shots. But they've got to move as well. And Anitta Gaming, they don't want to waste so much time. The exits have been blocked off by Puppet Masters. They know that the team is inside. They've got to do something about it.
They have to. And look at this. Oh, that's a really good Molotov to flush out the player in the front. The Molly's definitely going to confirm a little bit more space control, but as I said, wasting so much time from each other's books is not the way to go. Even Anitta is now stuck over here. If they decide to jump out of the building, they don't exactly know what awaits them on the opposite side. So they themselves need to take things a little more cautiously. Still, someone needs to do something. Someone needs to take an action. You cannot stay in this position forever. This is a stalemate that is never ending. So someone needs to engage, and finally the right decision's made. Anitta, they decide to jump outside the building, and maybe now we might just see a fight brewing up. Nice.
Oh, I love what they did there. The use of smokes as well as the nades, right? They jumped down right at the exact time. Anitta Gaming just using manpower to their advantage, and the first person gets taken down, and the entirety of Puppet Masters, I feel, has been wiped off.
It has.
Just in a flash,
It has
Necro.
indeed. That was a really good execution. So what exactly happened was a few players from Anitta jumped outside the building, they tossed in the nade, they got the first knockout, and then as soon as the players on the bottom lines, they first charged in and started taking the gunfights, the players who were on the upper floor, even they started barraging from the stairs, and that was a really good crossfire. That was a little set up, so good communication between Anitta to shut down the team of Puppet Masters. Puppet Masters going to be the first team ever in this first game of day 3 to get eliminated out of this game. So that's not going to be the exit that Puppet Master were looking for, but hey, sometimes it is what it is. Another fight brewing up on top of the Potato Hills. Global Esports and Error Esports are the 2 teams that might just be engaging against each other. Let's see how this one's going to pan out.
Exactly. Global Esports, for that matter, I feel like they've got some big names on board, especially the names like Mavi now in the picture for them, who's got international acclaim for himself. I feel like Global Esports, they must be feeling very confident, but have to follow a right approach for them. We've seen different approaches, but coming back to this highlights once again, we saw how Elusive was just caught out by himself. I mean, there was no backup whatsoever. Reinforcements came in way too late. And I love the fact that Puppet Masters was still looking to go on the offense. They were not really, trying to disengage and fall back. But I loved what Anitta Gaming did. You did mention it correctly. They jumped down, but the use of smokes to block the sightlines when they jump down, and you got that small microseconds of vulnerability before you still get that gun back up and running. I feel like that was the big move. I feel like that is exactly what they were plotting together. And the fact that they executed it to perfection without even getting a casualty is such a brilliant move for them.
Exactly. I mean, considering you are one of the underdogs and you're still able to communicate this well, I'm loving the team play that Anitta Gaming showed. It is just incredible. But you know what? I feel like something that we need to really focus on is going to be the center of the circle. Look at it. Look at it, Salty. It's almost filled up with a lot of teams, and soon enough, as soon as the circle is going to take a drastic shift, I feel like the teams that are going to be still out in the blue, they're going to have even more pressure, and of course, the damage is going to keep on increasing up as well. So the wall of death is something not to mess around with. You're going to be burning through a lot of meds, but considering now all the prime spot in the center of the circle is already taken away, it's going to be tough to breach inside the circle in general and get yourself a good spot. Let's see where the circle is going to pan out. Soon enough, we're going to be able to get our eyes on exactly where the circle's going to be. It's going to be a little bit on the southern side of Pochinki, but Pochinki is covered as well in that circle. Another fight brewing up in front of us, and it's Team Mayhem against SMILEY.
Yeah, a lot of shots being fired. Iron just trying to flee out of the situation. Of course, just driving as fast as he possibly can. Shots won't really connect. 100% HP. But no way, the vehicle explodes and this man has been knocked out. How far are you going to run? How far are you going to run from Team Mayhem at this point? Iron just got all by himself and there's just nobody who can potentially save him. Artemis, of course, in the backdrop needs to go in for a vehicle. But elsewhere, there's another fight brewing up in his team, Esports, and they just get... Wait, what? When did they get eliminated? We did not even get to see the fight.
I'm not gonna lie, man. Eliminations are actually really happening quickly. But Rivalry Esports, they did manage to win that previous fight, but they've also gotten hit by quite a lot. Almost lost out in two of their players, and look at Excellent now. Look at Claw.
It was a 1v1, still in the back lines. I mean, a lot of action had happened initially, and we don't see any of it, but Teams actually pushes in and G-Star gets taken down right from the get-go itself, and Rivalry, they are on the offense and all of these players are back up and running. 3 players were knocked down, but all of them have been revived. Knight is still in the backgrounds looking for that backup fire, looking for that backlines, but so far hasn't really been successful, and I feel like the rest of Celsius, they're not going to do the mistake which one of their guys just made right here.
Rivalry Esports, they know exactly this is a spot where you need to be really cautious. You need to have the maximum amount of cover because you're right on top of the hill. You've got the prime positioning in your hands, and you might also be the center of attraction, so you always got to watch out on all the other sides. You gotta have your eyes divided. You should not be tunnel visioned on just that one single angle, and as I said, for Anitta, this is going to be way too tough. They've got no meds, and this is where they might just fall down to. This might just be the ending for Anitta. As I said, the amount of stalemate that we saw in the initial phase of the game, this is sort of leading for Anitta's demise, and they might just crumble down in another Georgia pool. But so far, we've got Team Excellent up against Celsius. As I said, Celsius is one of those names that I'm really going to be looking forward to. AKD falls down. Not a good news for Celsius. He's now almost on the verge of getting eliminated too, and yes, he gets knocked out eventually. Celsius now, they're down to a 2-man squad. They need to fight against an entire firing squad of their opponents, which is Team Excellent.
RGL on the outside of this building, of course. Knight, the only person who can actually cause some sort of damage, cause some sort of resistance for this team so far. Healing up, but I think with the utilities being flooded in, I feel like there is just no way for Knight. He has been completely surrounded from all directions. So far, Team Claw just waiting for that right time. This need being lobbed in, I feel like this is game over. This certainly is game over for Team Celsius. Of course, there's one more player who survives. I feel like it's going to be... I'm not sure. I saw one guy being knocked out by Team Rivalry and 2 people being knocked out here in this fight itself. There's still one more player left, so there's still a potential chance that they can acquire some sort of positioning for them. But look at Shadow from the backline. This is a lovely third party getting the first knock for himself, but still not enough motivation for them to just go in and push forward for the entire squad wipe.
That is true. The Scarrel as well just tapping in. Not able to exactly find the quick connections, the quick taps on the opponents, but almost going for that third-party shots. It's way too far away though to land any type of these shots, especially when you don't really have a lot of visual confirmation on your opponents. It's definitely going to be tough. Rivalry still on the top. They've got a lot of control and a lot of visual information, but now they need to step inside the safe lines. And that's where the troubles are going to start to knock on their doors. And we've got ORT on our screens. 3 of the players knocked out. And Metal Esports, they're trying to find some connections through the smokes. They really want to get the confirmations as well, because they know these are free elimination points, and who wouldn't like to have those?
Everybody would, right? Because shots being rained down, smoke's been the only block so far for Team QRT right now. Firing up the engines and probably pushing up. No, wait, he's still repositioning. They're still rethinking this approach and not really going in for that aggressive gameplay right there. Team Claw just having a small tower for themselves right in the vicinity of some other team. I mean, the mid-game phase, of course, which was supposed to be a little slower, considering the fact that we got to see that initial stalemate from teams at the early game, has completely overturned right now. The zone shift completely out in the open, which causes all of these teams to look at each other and take all of these shots, and Goku has been knocked down as a result of it.
Yeah, he has. Even Spy's now going to be on the receiving end. Look at Claw too. That is Team Excellent in front of us. And even they are in a massive world of trouble. They've only got that one little wizard tower that they're playing around with. And look at this Ramini coming in front of us. Rivalry and QRT facing off against each other. And Rivalry is actually going to lose out on one of their players. They know they messed up big time. So Rivalry, no other option than to let that player go. The second one as well is going to fall down. And Rivalry, only Fraggy and Yesh are these 2 players left alive. They are quite healthy, but there are 2 teams in the front lines. And to mess around with them, it's going to be playing with fire, and sometimes playing with fire is not good. You need to back out from this fight. If I'm Rivalry, I am not going to be challenging this one, because that's the only safe option you've got.
I 100% agree with you, Necro, because at this point I feel like Fraggy, what he should do is just go out with his buggy and look for those positions, because 2 teams in front of you, 6 odd players, it is an impossible task. It is a Herculean task which he needs to achieve at this point. Rivalry completely out in the open, take some shots, of course. Grade X official, they have their calls for themselves. They lost 1 player in the form of Anshu, but they still know that they're at the edge of the circle. Need to move a couple of meters to avoid the wall of death so far. After got the vehicle as well. So a permanent form of cover. And look at the circle itself, right? Right at the center of the zone where Team Metal as well as Team Spy have got the positioning. But in terms of grade, I feel like if they can move in, I feel like they will be able to enter. Because they will be gatekept by Metal, so that is one of the problems they need to deal with.
They indeed need to. And look at the circle, it's completely out in the open too, Salty, and this is something that is now going to start to make me even more anxious. When the circle's out in the open, you got to make something out of nothing. By that I mean the cover. You need to use your vehicles as cover. You need to blow them up to make them a solid cover for yourself. And look at what Grade X official are doing. Not scared of anything. Out in the open, still firing some shots over there. They've got some vehicles that they can use for a quick rotation inside the circle. But if you're going to be stepping inside an unknown territory, that means you're also going to be getting unloaded with a lot of mags upon yourself. And that's what Rivalry was doing. They spotted the players of Grade X official make quite a desperate rotation inside the circle. They're on a massive run. They might also find themselves a good ridge to play around with.
Oh no, this was a good ridge, but of course there are so many teams coming in from the backlines. It is going to be Rivalry Esports who's going to just clutch them out. Just running in with the buggy, and there it is, Grade X. They've been completely wiped off. Just 2 players who remain, if I'm not mistaken, but Rivalry Esports, this was such a good move. I felt like Grade X official, that rotation was an act of desperation, just like you mentioned. They got that ridge for themselves, but they had no information that so many teams were in the backlines. But look at Metal. You've got a team right underneath their nose right now, and it's going to be Team Smiley. And Kyoya knows exactly where those players are stationed. The smoke just gives away the positioning, and the nades being cooked in. Not a lot of damage being dealt, but elsewhere, we've got a lot of fright blowing up. I feel like Metal, they're just very keen on taking this team down, because you've got to look at you've got to look behind you before you can move forward.
That is true. Metal Esports from the top. They're also going to eliminate down all the teams that were right underneath them. SMILEY, even they get eliminated from the game. So Metal Esports, now they know that that side of the map is completely clear. They can start to spread out. They can start to take even more map control. They're starting to engulf all the teams that stand against them. And now we've got Mayhem on our screens. The utility utilization from Group 5 so far has been phenomenal. We're seeing the utility utilized exactly on the mark. We're seeing way much more Molotov usage. We're seeing way much more frag grenade usage from this group, and I'm loving to see it. We've got Team Mayhem so far. They haven't really got one of the best spots possible, but sometimes in these type of moments, as I said, you need to make something out of nothing. And look at Metal Esports. Oh, they're going to find themselves in the lucky shoes as the circle shifts right on top of them, and they've also got so much zone control.
Necro, I hate these end circle hard shifts, man. This is completely unfair for the rest of the team. Just look at Team Mayhem, right? They were doing so good for themselves. 6 finishes, 4 players still up and alive, and they were, right, at playing the edge of the circle game. But then again, the circle decides to hard shift, and now all of a sudden, a lot of these teams would have to fight for that little spot inside the southern side of the circle right now. Of course, Metal being at the helm of it, being at the peak position, they will try and acquire as many finish points as they can possibly. But elsewhere, Team Claw, they know their players are knocked out, and Team Spy, this is the opportunity for them to push up 2 players to put up any sort of resistance, and the DBS might just be a deadly weapon. Zenith gets taken down, and there's nothing that this team can do. SPYDER just being on the offense, and they're being so good at it, Necro.
Indeed, they are. SPYDER Esports. Players are also getting revived, but yeah, at least they've got this control. A lot of mess-ups from the opponents, and SPYDER's gonna capitalize, even though they've earned the one to actually have this initial compound control, but they still somehow managed to steal it away from Claw. And now that team is starting to get ripped apart, shredded apart into pieces, as Metal Esports, they themselves will also get their sights locked onto SPYDER. And Claw, they're almost on the verge of getting eliminated. Team Excellent 4, they're not going to be in the game anymore, almost, because they've only got that one last player alive. And he's barely just sneaking in on top of that tower. The only reason why Spy's not able to creep and crawl in is because those stairs are being watched by Metal. And the amount of zone control Metal Esports has, it's phenomenal.
Exactly right. The high ground advantage for them also gives them an opportunity to third party to any fight which comes in their vicinity, and this was one of the fights, right? And Kyoya had his sights locked in, just like you mentioned, and now it's Top Dog joining him as well. One getting prone and spraying down. I feel like this is such a death trap for Team SPYDER, of course. But I believe it's Claw PMWIGL who is still up there on top. Such a precarious position to be in. Certainly Metal Esports have got so much map control, have got so much space for themselves, especially with their men alive. I feel like this game is theirs to lose. Elsewhere, Mayhem are also trying to make their way in. I feel like SPYDER, for them, this game is like 50% gone. They need to pull out some mammoth moves if they want to do anything out of it. But look at this. Look at this. He's trying to find his fallen opposition, but the smoke just denies vision.
It indeed does, and then he gets third-partied from the opposite side. It's actually Warrior, it's not a third party. It's Team Mayhem themselves. That's really good cover fire. And SPYDER, they're also on the verge of getting picked apart, and that's what exactly happens. SPYDER getting picked apart. Top 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Team Mayhem is one of them, and Metal Esports is now actually making the push happen. It's Kyoya in his Lamborghini pulling up against the tree. He rams his vehicles on that tree, and Metal Esports is going to be the one to secure the chicken dinner. The first game goes in the name of Metal Esports. Nicely done. Solid 4 players to secure it.
This was such a solid final circle. I've never seen a stronger final third of the game so far. Metal Esports, of course, they had the Lady Luck smiling on them. They had Lady Luck supporting them throughout, with the hard shift coming in inside the final third of the game. I feel like the entire game was handed to them on a platter, Necro. There was no way they were going to lose that position from that position, especially with 4 players up and alive. They had visual on almost every single fight apart from Team Mayhem. And Mayhem, in spite of the fact that they had 3 players up and running, the fact that the man decided to run in with his Lamborghini in the final circle, that just shows how much of a caliber Metal Esports have.
I mean, I told you, man. Look, Metal Esports, as soon as that circle shifted right on top of them, they had 50% of that zone control. That right there was it. It was donezo. When you're going to be blessed by the BGMI gods themselves. Who's gonna stop you from winning the game? It's gonna be a tough one. And I still remember yesterday, 7 Habits were actually the one who were zone magnets too. When you were not casting the final Sanhok game, even that circle shifted right on top of boot camp where 7 Habit was positioned. Until the end, it was shifting right on top of the boot camp. So it's like when BGMI gods are with you, no one's gonna stop you from qualifying. And these are 2 examples that we saw today and yesterday. But if you do move on forward and take a look at the highlights, this is how the action really unfolded in front of us.
And this is so unfortunate, Necro. I mean, this entire fight was just completely unnecessary, right? There was no requirement for this fight whatsoever. Of course, the fact that there was Elusive on top of that building, he was completely stuck, right? And Team Anitta Gaming, they thought that, all right, we've got one solo player, caught out in our building. This is our territory. We want to feed upon that finish. But then the only it caused was that they could not really loot properly, right? They did not have any utils whatsoever. They did not have any healings whatsoever. Got down to the zone, and that's just such an unfair way to get eliminated. I mean, imagine getting eliminated on the first official match by the play zone.
That just blows, huh? Doesn't it? That honestly just blows. I mean, I really feel for Team Anitta. They had such a great execution as well to get out of that tricky spot. They actually managed to get out of that tricky spot completely out of harm's way. They had a perfect execution in whatever the communication they had going. But then in the end, it's the wall of death who spoils things once again. And this is why I always say you need to respect that. And this is why I always say I do not like early game stalemates. You can use that time doing so much more productive things, that is looting better, getting better meds for yourself, positioning yourself in a better spot inside the circle, and also you can use that to overall gather so much valuable intel. And considering these 2 teams were just stalling each other's time, what just happened there is that those teams could not do any of that. And that's why you saw Anitta as well. They did not have enough meds to sustain all that damage the blue zone was throwing at them. So right then and there, it was just done. So Anitta, I hope that in the future games that we're going to see this team, I want to see them perform really good, because one thing is for sure, man, their team play and the communication is on the point.
Exactly right, and I think this is what the underdog team should do, especially in terms of having their priorities in check. Georgiapol City is such an area where 2 teams can live peacefully, right? There's a lot of loot for yourself. There's a lot of compounds to work with, so 2 teams can still acquire and be in peace, and then just, get out from there and continue the game as it is. You've got to respect the zone. You've got to respect the blue zone. Even if you have opposition in front of you, you've got to figure out a way, an exit strategy. And this is why I say an exit strategy is probably the most important in any fight whatsoever, because you never know when does a fight go south. If it goes south, you should always have that backup option, that plan B. You know what? Let's not continue this. Let's just still survive and play for the game itself. And Anitta Gaming, they did not focus on those priorities. Yes, their execution was spot on, but not having meds, not having proper utility, especially when you're outside the circle by such a huge margin, you're taking damage from the blue zone. Not really the right approach. Underdog teams, you've got to figure this out first.
I mean, hey, sometimes, you know what I'm saying? It's inevitable. And for Anitta as well, you cannot even exactly say it, right? Because they needed to take that fight whatsoever, because we knew that Puppet Master was going to waste their time no matter what. As soon as Puppet Master actually lost their first player, it seemed like Puppet Masters just did not care about the world. They were like, it's okay. Even if we lose out this fight, we're not going to care. We will try to spoil the team's game, and it successfully did so. Because if, for example, if I'm the team's IGL, if I'm any team's IGL, if I know that we've already lost out on one of the players and we know that the wall of death is now going to be approaching us soon, the first call that I'm going to make is find vehicles and get out of there. You do not want to stay there in that spot, because you can try to secure much more future points. You can try to be much more better in the future. You can try to improvise on the mistakes you've made in the past. And a 3-man squad is more than enough for you to secure a chicken dinner. But Puppet Master, man, there are definitely a lot of things that need to be improved on. But as I said, in Group 5, I am really impressed with the utility utilization that this group is showing so far. And I'm loving the way the precision of the utilities has been. But if you take a look at the MVP too, Salty, it's going to be Top Dog from Metal Esports.
I mean, no surprises, right? So much experience, so much caliber, so much skills being packed in one man. Top Dog with 5 finishes. This team just truly established why they are considered one of the best, one of the most experienced teams, why they've been successful in the past and why they might be successful even in the future. And even Kyoya, for that fact, I feel like with 5 finishes, this man was doing a lot of heavy lifting for his team, especially being heavily involved in those third-party fights, managing knocks every single time. And I feel like this man, for him, the damage rating is going to be off the charts as well. Team Mayhem was also good, and we saw them acquire 22 points for themselves. Medal Esports, of course, right at the very top with 29 points. And the top part of the table, the top 5, I feel like they're so points heavy at this point. I mean, 29, 22, 14, 14 and 12. I feel like these are the teams who have really set a good platform for themselves. Anitta Gaming, for that fact, as well, with 0 placement points whatsoever, but 4 finishes to their name, still managed to get 4 points for themselves.
Exactly. Every single team that is currently in the top 8 that you can see on top of your screens, every single team has a chance to make it in the top 8 at the end of the entire Group 5 game. So I would still say that the hopes should be up all the time. And for Metal Esports, Mayhem, and SPYDER Esports, and even Rivalry, you can say these teams are halfway there, almost halfway there. All they need is one more similar game with same consistency, and you are pretty much going to find yourself in the top 8. But one big upset that we see on the other side of the board, it's in the name of Global Esports. I personally did not expect Global Esports to be on the 9th spot in the previous game. What are your thoughts about that?
Honestly, we did not really see this team make their presence felt in this game whatsoever, right? Considering the experience, considering the amount of aggression they show in other games, in other tournaments, I feel like Global Esports, they were just a shadow of their own self in that match. And again, just like you always talk about, right? You never really judge a team on the basis of their first performance. I feel like this is just a way to kind of get warmed up. I feel like Global Esports, the true storm is coming. So with 3 points, yeah, for sure, their case is still not settled. 2 more maps to go, and I feel like they've got a lot of points to acquire. They've got to qualify, but they've got the caliber to do so. They've got the caliber to do so in the next game, and and shut us up, and be like, you know what, you were doubting on us, we just perform.
Oh yeah, definitely. They've got the caliber. It's a known team in the Indian gaming community, and why not? They've also got an experienced bunch of lads in their belt. I don't exactly know what went wrong with Global Esports, but I saw them in a little bit of screen time that was given to them, and I feel like if they are a little bit less hesitant in taking those fights, that would be good enough, because I feel like when you're going to be seeing a team like Gladiator Esports, when we saw yesterday, that should be a big motivating factor for you to go aggressive and get all those elimination points when you're an experienced team, because that's what Gladiator Esports was. So Global Esports, personally, they should not be hesitant at all in going for those elimination points. Feel free to do so. Yeah, even if you lose out on one of the players, it's completely fine, because if you get a complete squad wipe, you're going to get 4 elimination points from that. That's still much more better than what you're doing so far in the elimination board or in the overall standings bracket. So still, you talked about the upcoming 2 maps as well, Salty, and the upcoming 2 maps are going to be Miramar and Sanhok. And we know now the upcoming game is going to be played on Miramar, a map that has a lot of open terrains, and it's quite tough to play around this map, but it's quite easy to navigate.
Exactly right. It's sort of a map where a lot of things can change while you're rotating, and we've seen in the first 2 days that a lot of those rotations have been cut off, a lot of those vehicles have been blown up, and
I mean, this matchup is just quite interesting. We can clearly see too, right? You've got GreatX Official too. We also saw GreatX Official actually get a little bit of screen time for themselves. Even SMILEY Official, I would say, was actually there somewhere in the top 8 or top 5. I don't exactly remember. My memory isn't that sharp. But we definitely saw even SMILEY get a decent amount of screen time for themselves. And I still feel like this group has shown us a lot of improvement in general from what groups we've seen in the past. And as I mentioned, one of those is definitely the utility utilization. I feel like whichever team masters utility utilization, they are quite good, and they are pretty much going to be better in all the aspects of the game if you combine that with a good decision making and also good firepower.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a lot to talk about because I was listening to you and Salty go at it while the action was live, and it was an intense game. You guys brought on some very important point, as you just said, the utility utilization from these new teams of this Group 5. I mean, again, goes back to the same point that we've been making since the start of the day about basically observing the teams that have played before you, realizing like, all right, this is where they are lacking, these are the things that they haven't done that could have actually given them an edge, or maybe even made the fighting situation, the team fights, a little bit easier for them to deal with. Smokes, extremely important in those open area team fights, and we did see a lot of smokes being utilized even by the newer teams just as a soft cover to protect themselves, exactly how you would expect them to do it. And that was quite brilliantly incorporated incorporated into their game plans. Along with that, I think now we can sort of move on to and have a look at how the teams are dealing with situations of drop clashes, because we started off the game with 3 teams dropping in that northern Georgia Pool city. Yeah, it might be a city big enough to handle 2 teams in a comfortable manner, where both these teams get decent loot and are able to walk away in a manner where they are able to take on those team fights without any hiccups heading their way, be it the lack of utility, lack of ammunition, no armor on the players, or players playing with level 1 armor, level 1 helmet. So all of those things can change in Georgia Pool city. But if there are at most 2 teams, 3 teams, it becomes tricky, because you might get your looting phase done, but then as the moment arises or as the game sort of changes its transitions into the mid-game stage, then you're going to be forced to abandon that city. It becomes extremely tricky for teams to do that if there are a lot of individuals present in those positions. But again, Salty said this perfectly before. I sort of pushed him over and just joined you in this panel, that you can't just judge a team based on their one game that they've played. I think we would really need to have a look at Miramar and Sanhok and see what these teams are actually capable of.
I mean, once again, I know we can't really judge a team by their one game, but we've only got 3, Johnny, so I feel like we need to. I feel like we haven't got any other option, man. We need to sit here and judge. But as I said, right, this group has definitely impressed me in general, man. Like Group 5, I feel like this group packs a massive punch. They've got a lot of caliber, and I think so all they need to do is get in the groove. I personally feel like the first game is usually where you try to settle yourself down in the lobby. You're always going to have those jitters, because we're seeing new teams every day. And a lot of those are actually the dark horses, and the dark horses and the new teams are always going to have those jitters when you're going to be performing on a stage that is so massive, and that is provided to you by the official tournament, which is of course provided by Crafton. So whenever you hear this name, you're always going to have those jitters. You're going to be like, oh, this is an official tournament. I need to perform well no matter what. I need to be one of the best out there in my country. I want to be the one to represent my country in the international stage as well. So as soon as you think all of this as a player, you're always going to have those jitters, Johnny. So as a new player, yeah, I would say that judging a team in the first game is not really the best option you can have, but we don't have any other option left either, because we only have 3 games in total, and now we're going to move on forward to the second game itself. It's so quick. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar is on the way, and soon enough, we're also going to be seeing the plane hit the skies, and I feel like in Miramar, the biggest nightmare for a lot of teams is actually the plane fly path.
That is very well said, and it is quite true to a certain extent. I mean, the map being extremely massive, an 8x8 map, is going to cause a lot of troubles to the team if the flight path is away from your preferred drop location. And with this flight path leaning heavily towards the northern side of the map, that might have actually happened, because if the teams like to play from El Pozo, Porto Palacio, Chumacera, even Chumacera, you can glide quite close to it, but you're going to have to drop out in the open and then transition or traverse all the way to Chumacera, go to the city, start looting, and that is when your game actually begins. But we know flight paths like these, especially on a map like Miramar, can give us a lot of early I want to say awkward fights, because one of you is going to have a weapon that they might not necessarily want, and they're going to try and kill you with it, finish you off with it. So you're going to have to be extremely careful about that. But let's see, we have 3 teams right now. They're heading towards the southern side of the map, quite close to where the flight path actually allows you to drop off from. One of them is Medal, the other is Smiley, and there's one more team that has just decided to join Medal in Montenuevo out of all places.
I mean, the plane fly path is actually on the northern side. So, as I said, one of the biggest nightmare for a team is the plane fly path. And if you're really one of those teams that likes to go towards Los Leones, then problems will occur. Look at this. This plane fly path was up north, and the circle is on the completely opposite side, Johnny. It's on the southern side. It's on the bottom right, favoring Los Leones. And you know how much of a big fan I am of urban circles, because I love city warfares. You know how tough it is to play around the city. You know how tough it is to navigate, because you never know. Someone's going to be sitting on a higher elevation in a little window. They're going to have an angle on you, and you never know where to check and where to not check.
And it's not just you, it's me as well. I mean, I'm in love with the zone right now based on where the flight path was, a northern flight path with a southern zone, and that too in Los Leones. This Miramar is going to be intense. I mean, even more intense than we can expect it to be. But Global Esports, Dark Lord on our screens right now. And Global Esports, I mean, the run in the previous game, Necro, it wasn't what we expected, right?
Oh, VSS? Yeah, it definitely wasn't. They were actually on the second half of the board, but for now, Johnny, I'm going to hold on to that thought. And we've got Z Blake out in the open. This weapon is not one of those weapons that you see being used often. And considering now the team in the front Z, they're also getting shot at. They've got no clue where the bullets are coming from because it is one of the most silent weapons inside the game. So next to impossible to know exactly where the bullets are going to be coming from or hitting you from. So all Z are going to be doing is just move around, trying to figure out exactly where the shots are coming from. But the shots are actually coming from way too far away, miles away actually. Yeah. And even for Dark Lord to land those shots, it's going to be next to impossible. Now, speaking about GE, it is, of course, one of the most talented teams inside this entire group. Another big name, Metal Esports. They won the first game, and the showcase already was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they displayed confidence in the way they were able to close out the previous matchup, and that was actually something that I was looking forward to, because Metal Esports, the players on paper are extremely strong, but their recent run has been a little shaky, so we were just waiting for these players to actually regain their basically regain the stances that they were able to take in the previous era of the game, and now I think they are slowly and steadily stepping back into the same mode. Over here now we move on to Team Mayhem, another big name amongst the community, and a lot of expectations from these lads as well. Mayhem kind of had a decent run, I have to say, in Erangel. Not too great, not too shabby, but again, with teams like Global Esports, with teams like Metal Esports, with teams like Mayhem, Necro, correct me if I'm wrong in this, we expect them to always be a part of the top 3 or the least top 5.
But I mean, once again, Johnny, right? In these qualification games, usually the top teams know that they don't need to try hard and reveal all their strats too, right? All they can do is just play decent, try to get in the top 8, and be good enough to just qualify. And then maybe in the grand finals, they start revealing their real intentions. But Team Mayhem, as we talk about that, the elimination feed might just start popping up as well, but not just yet. Not able to find the elimination.
Coming back to what you just said, as you just pointed out, like all these top teams, they realize that they don't really have to overdo anything in order to make it to the next stage, and the goal is quite simple for them to stay in the top 5. But do you agree with a run like this, like you qualify just on the verge, and then during the next stages you start to display what you're actually built of? Because let's remember, a few days ago, God's Reign almost barely missed out on their qualification marker due to a mindset similar to this.
I mean, once again, there's two ways to look at it, right? You can always say that top teams, yeah, we know they've got a lot of experience, so we know it's not going to be tough for them to qualify. I know God's Reign, they barely qualified as well, but then you really need to ask yourself, are God's Reign going to be playing the same way they played in these games in the official, in the top level tournaments as well? I think so. The answer is going to be no. For example, Gladiator Esports, take them for an example. They played completely aggressive, and I highly doubt they're going to be playing the same way in a high-level lobby. I highly doubt that. I don't think so they're going to be playing the same way in the grand finals, because if they do, it's going to be an invitation for their own death.
But, I mean, alright, so we'll come back to this conversation in a little while, because we do have the map in front of us, and I noticed something extremely weird going on the map, Necro. Look at the Los Higos and the Prisons Island. We have the team of SMILEY playing a 3-1 split, where 3 players are all the way in Los Higos, and one of the players is actually swimming quite close to the players from the side of Claw.
Yeah, it's Team Excellent 4. It's tough, man. For him, I think so he's going to be able to make it, considering he's in the Waterlands. I don't think so Team Excellent 4 is actually aware of the fact that there is someone right underneath them. And yeah, I think so they're going to be able to make it. Yeah, SMILEY's going to be safe. Ayan's going to be safe from SMILEY. No issues for that man at all. We also had H4K actually, Johnny, in the previous game that did quite decent. And as we said, all you need is like 6 to 8 points consistently every single game. And I think so H4K was one of those teams that managed to secure 12 or 14 points in total. So all they need to do is have a similar type of game inside this game as well. You don't need to go completely hard, all guns blazing. You just need to have a consistent finish as well inside Miramar, and you should be good to go.
Yeah, and they look quite comfortable for now, as well as you were talking about H4K. managing to control the Los Leones city for now, until now, in fact, without any collisions heading their way. The teams are going to try and play outside of Los Leones for a little while before they clear out the positions, before they clear out a building where they exactly want to slam and take control of that compound. And that actually might be a little tricky for H4K to deal with, but I think since they are present quite close to the center of the city right now, they won't even see the other teams coming, and they will just let them take the periphery of the city for themselves and then just try to play from the center. On the other side, as we were talking about Team Excellent 4, we saw them abandon the position of Prison a little while ago, and they were heading up north towards Valle del Mar. Expected a little bit of a rotation clash against the players of Medal Esports, but it seems like Medal for now have taken the northern side of the hill, while Team Excellent 4 is moving from the roads just on the southern side of the La Trella hill. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if these two teams actually do fight against each other mid-rotation. But Mr. Necro, we have Error Esports in front of us. What are your thoughts on them after their first game?
Error Esports, I feel like still a lot of errors that needs to be worked on. So let's see if those errors are actually going to be passed out or not. Want to see an update in their playstyle, but the shots are there, but the connections aren't. So I guess you can just say that they're mainly there to shook them away, shook their opponents away, but also doing so, they've given their position away too. So GradX official now should know exactly where the teams are positioned as well. Wepo, his vehicle might just flip, and there is another player from Error Esports in the close lines, and it's in the name of Rowdy Boy. You know, the player's peeking out of the window, and Error Esports, it seems like they're also going to get the backup on time. Nicely done. A player shut down. Also gets the confirmation flowing in as well. Not a good news for the opponent team, but Rowdy Boy is now starting to make things really tricky for his opponents. He's way too low, but still he's got a lot of fighting power.
Yeah, and GradX official, this might have been a mistake from their side as well. Is going to be the last player surviving. Shots through the window, does manage to find a knock, but that will be it as he gets run over by the players from Error Esports. Quite a nice way to handle this mid-rotation fights. They were the ones who initially engaged on the players of GradX official mid-rotation, and GradX official, I think the decision that was taken from them just turned out to be a massive blunder. They switched directions. They came slamming onto these compounds, and Error Esports, they were completely prepared for that assault. They dealt with it perfectly.
I feel like that call from GradX Esports to actually stop at that compound and go for the fight, I think so that was a complete panic moment. I don't think so that was well thought through. They made that call on the fly. They made that decision on the fly, and it actually did not work out, and that's what happens. When you're going to make decisions like that on the fly with a panic decision, then that's what's going to happen when you're not going to think through things that well. And we've got another team in front of us, and so far that's QRT against Global Esports. Not a team you want to go up against, and QRT, considering they might just be on the struggling lines, Global Esports can probably be their demise.
Look at this, the replay of the previous fight. We saw the first lad just push in completely isolated. He had no backup available to him, and because of that, Error Esports, they were able to find the opening that they needed to secure the rest of the fights. The other two players as well just running indoors, giving up their bodies, completely exposed, and nowhere left to go. Were quite easy for Error to take down. Last player, Webb, have tried his level best, but you know, in a 1v2 situation like that, you can't really do much. He took down one player, but his HP was extremely low, and he was finished off as well. But Global Esports against the players of QRT. We've been talking about Global Esports again and again. The run in the previous game not really matching up with the expectations that the people have from them. But now in this fight against QRT, can they redeem themselves? What do you think?
That's a tough call, Johnny. A really tough call. But so far, I would like to take a look at Rivalry Esports in front of us. And speaking about Rivalry, even they themselves, they haven't really had the best game possible, right? Still, the qualification for them is not confirmed, considering most of the experienced team actually end up qualifying in just the first games. So for Rivalry, that's not done yet. Rivalry and Global Esports, these two teams, the qualification isn't done just yet, so they need to have a decent performance even inside the game of Miramar. Especially Global Esports, they need to have an outstanding performance. And Global Esports, I think so they're probably going to make the decision to push up against the QRT. But QRT as well, they're just holding their ground. They're going to let Global Esports have the control, but they're not going to let them breach inside this warehouse. Let's see how this fight's going to pan out, because so far this fight seems quite unorthodox and unplanned.
Yeah, I mean, every single individual from either of these teams is holding a very uncomfortable spot for themselves, and that is why I think the engagement between the two sides has been delayed up until now. But Raga, he's expecting something, and Shadow, oh my goodness, he has just spotted Raga's position. He's gonna cook up a nade, lob it inside of the corner and try and flush Raga out, but the smoke's laid out by the players, I believe, of QRT are there to just make sure that Global Esports does not have any clear line of fire or line of sight available to inside of these warehouse to protect the players of QRT. They're trying to protect themselves. They're trying to deter the players of Global Esports from pushing any further. And Global Esports, look at them. They hear their call. They back off. They're going to wait on the outside.
Oh, not a huge fan of this fight that's brewing up in front of us, but the QRT, one of the players steps out in unknown territory in a complete unknown zone, and he actually gets picked out as well. QRT starting to lose out their patience while they're trying to run away from this fight. Global Esports, they catch him with a good flank angle. Shadow is going to be the prime person inside this fight who has managed to put a massive full stop on his opponents in the name of the QRT. Shadow still pushing up. He's not scared of anyone. Blizzard's going to be on the receiving end probably. He is behind this container. Shadow's position's known, and that's why Blizzard, you can see him repositioning himself, also pre-firing the angles, but he's got too many angles to check at the same time in QRT. Now they're starting to get picked off one after the other. Resurrection coming through from Superman to Goku, and let's see if this resurrection, even if it does actually happen, how much good it's gonna bring to them. But the DPS in the close might just be a destruction maker, but no, it's going to be the answer. Global Esports, at the end of the day, they managed to get things under control.
Yeah, and they do it in style as well. All four players, they realize what they exactly had to do to secure that fight. But we'll come back to that in a bit as one more squad fight has broken out right in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. And this time it is Bgis Esports who are going at it. I believe they have secured a knock already out in this open, I want to call it like a broken construction building collision. But Bgis Esports, they are being extremely careful with how they want to push on the outsides. So he's just making sure using the jumps on top of the boxes in the corner. The shot's not connecting, and Simple, he is panicking now since he is just isolated in this corner. There's nowhere left for him to go. If he runs outside, he's going to take the shots from the flank. Smokes are all he has left to use for himself, but even those are not going to work. He takes a lot of damage and is going to be knocked out, but it was Rivalry from the distance who end up finding that knock. So the third party is already headed towards this direction. Bgis, even they have to be careful about this now.
Yeah, this is a classic open warfare in Miramar. You gotta be careful off your backlines because it's just so exposed. You're never in a good cover possible because Miramar, this is what it offers you. A team don't even need to push up close and personal to get the third party done. All you can do is just stay on top of the hills or at least get a good high ground on the team that are fighting, and you will have a possible chance of accumulating some elimination points, and that's what got taken away. And ZENETIC Esports is in a really precarious spot so far.
Let's see though, I mean, so far so good, but on the other side, Celsius in front of us. SMILEY, all four players, two from the side of Celsius, and well, God right now is trying to deal with the pressure to the best of his abilities. Does dish out a lot of damage as well, but no knock secured.
That is true, Celsius kid. And so far, these guys are just playing around the edges. Once again, these are the terrains that you need to navigate yourself, that you need to put yourself in. And this is why I always say, Miramar is a map where it is easy to navigate, but it's tough to sustain the spot that you've got.
Yeah.
For rotation, you're not going to have troubles at all because you have ample amount of covers in these terrains. But for you to make a fight happen in these terrains, a nade is more than enough for you to shatter your entire team and your team's confidence. Global Esports in front of our screens, and even they're getting approached by another team. So far, considering they've got all the players up and alive, so that's going to be a sake that they can definitely rely on. Varun in the receiving end doesn't really have a lot of HP. This man's not healthy, and he's only got one shack for cover. And he's got 2 first aids, Shawnee. He's not in the best condition possible, but he needs to challenge this fight whatsoever. ZENETIC, they're starting to close up as well inside this entire situation. The backup is a little too late, but even Jukes, they want a piece of this fight.
Yeah, exactly. Jukes was waiting in the backlines, and now that they have the opportunity, are they going to seize this? No is the answer, as Amazing is going to be the first man to be taken care of. And Global Esports, still standing tall above the rest of the competition, have secured 6 eliminations whilst making sure that all 4 of their players are surviving till this point in the game. But on the other side, I think what Varun was trying to do was actually just waiting for his other teammate who was traveling from the blue zone. He was waiting for him to actually enter the line of fire, and that way maybe they could have dealt with the players of Global Esports. But Global Esports, look at this. Look at the experience coming in handy as the team quickly realizes that Jux was in the backlines and the team has not been completely wiped out. They reset themselves and start refocusing on clearing the backlines first before they move into the zone. But talking about the zone itself, we have Metal Esports again with the 1-3, where Kyoya has just moved up north and the other 3 of his teammates are playing from the southern half of the circle for now.
As I told you, Johnny, as I always say, you need to have a split to gain the maximum amount of intel. And this is what Global Esports is doing so far. And I also would like to say that we're finally going to be seeing an urban warfare. I'm a huge fan of these city circles. And considering Los Leones is one of the biggest cities in BGMI, I would love to see how these teams are now going to try to keep themselves in an advantageous spot, because it's going to be a tough one indeed. Find yourself the prime positioning. Look at Celsius. They have found themselves on the receiving end so far, and Metal Esports is not a team you want to mess around with. Look at Top Dog. He's using Knight as a bait. He knows he can go for the confirmation on Knight, but he's not doing that just yet. Smoke's tossed in. Celsius as well. They're using their brain inside the situation, and they will also have a safe routing towards their teammate.
I mean, Top Dog right now was just spraying on the stairways trying to catch RUD, but he wasn't able to do that. But instead, AKD exposed himself on the building towards the right-hand side of Top Dog, and he was able to secure yet another knock. So Celsius, the reset that they wanted, is not being allowed to them. And as you mentioned, Medal managing to maintain control of this high ground, of this hill, will cause a lot of trouble for Celsius in the future, because their entries towards the Los Leones city are going to get blocked as well. So they have to think about that. They have to think about at least the next 3 minutes of this game and how they're going to play out for them. In the meanwhile, though, Top Dog still making sure that his crosshair is always in every few seconds pointing towards that particular window. Does see 2 other teams, the excellent force sliding against the BB, and how are those 2 knocks secured with the AKM? Rogers just ran in face first, shot the 2 players, and now he's just waiting to finish them off.
There's a reason why their name is Puppet Master, Johnny. They are the masters of the lobby. And so far, they've proven it against the players of Team Excellent 4. 2 players on short, and now you've only got Zeref alive. A single man with a massive mission, a massive burden on his shoulders. Too much to live up to, man. It's going to be too much of a pressure to deal with. And look at the elimination feed, too. It's starting to pop up.
It's dancing. Dancing right now, having a lot of fun, and the teams as well, I believe, are going to be having a lot of fun, at least the ones that are securing those elimination points for themselves. In the meantime, Team Mayhem trying to make their rotation, finding the way inside the zone. It's not going to be easy, as you mentioned a few moments ago, because this is the city of Los Leones, and this is going to be turned into a graveyard extremely soon. But Mayhem starting things off as Sahil does manage to find a few knocks against the players of Celsius, as Knight has been taken down, and I believe Sahil is going to be looking to finish him off.
He wanted to, but unfortunately the vehicles aren't going to be in the way. And look at SPYDER. Oh, one of the players got the nade cooking up, and it's actually the nade from the side of Rivalry. Too many utilities just barraging in the compound of H4K, and it's tough to avoid all of them, so 2 players are lost out, and now it's all down to UV. But he is going to have a clear path to resurrection, and he will do so. Even Global Esports themselves are losing out on quite a lot of players, and it's actually Metal Esports who are firing on all the cylinders against Global Esports. H4K, hungry for kills. In a spot they should not be, but they need to get all the elimination points possible. Rivalry are going to keep on making things tough for H4K.
Yeah, Rivals is actually building up a lot of pressure on this team, not allowing them to even move an inch without getting knocked out, without one of the players getting knocked out. And it's not just Rivalry, there's another team right behind them that's constantly lobbing utilities in their direction, causing a lot more trouble. But now, Necro, the Titans colliding, Medal against Global Esport. And Global Esports, they need to be careful. They've lost one individual, they're down to 3 players, and they're quite exposed out in the open. Ninja Boy, Shadow, and Mavi, how do they get out of this?
A question that even I'm wondering, Johnny, before now. Global Esports, they've got to find some pathway somehow. The smokes are there, but they're not going to block the bullets, only the visual. But yeah, definitely the vehicles they're using for cover, they can block those bullets, and that's what Global Esports are doing so far. But Metal on top of this hill, they're getting so much visual confirmation. H4K2 falling down, falling prey against the players of Metal Esports. Koya on the top, he's just raining down death and destruction, and no one can stand against the players of Metal. How are they just firing so freely? No one is shooting Koya back. No one is retaliating against Metal Esports. And I guess this is what you call a fear, the terror inside the lobby that Metal Esports is possessing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they have an advantageous position being on top of that hill as well. They, as you mentioned, have a lot of visual confirmation of the opposing teams, and that is what they're using to their advantage. They're shooting on anyone that is busy with their own conflict, that is busy just trying to survive, trying to run away from the aggression that is headed in their direction, and they are picking off those individuals who are distracted completely from what Metal is up to. Look at this.
What?
Celsius to the next team in their crosshairs, and Onco does not waste a single second in securing that finish point for his team. Metal all the way up to 8 eliminations already.
Johnny, this is what happens when you're gonna see these urban circles, and especially one of those teams is actually in the prime spot as well. You need to make the desperate measures when the times are desperate as well, and this is where Metal Esports are taking all the advantage in the world, because they know teams are desperate to make it into a good spot, and Metal Esports, they've got the prime positioning on top, looking down on all the peasants, and also raining down death and destruction for Rivalry. They've got an entire storm to take care of in the name of Global Esports, and Rivalry, they've only got 1 player alive, but still, he's managing to fight back stronger than ever before. Phoenix, he found 1, and now Global Esports, they're also getting shot at from the top. It's the name of Paradox, and I guess even Mavi is gonna get taken away.
Yeah, that Jeep in front of him, how long is that going to protect him? That is the question right now. Mavi is hiding every single body part, every single hitbox from the players of Metal, who are just basically chilling on the top of that hill. For now, look at Paradox. He secures the knock on Mavi and in turn clears the path for Rivalry Esports to move forward. But that might have been a bait, because Rivalry have just stepped into the crosshairs of Metal Paradox. And after Global Esports, I think they're going to finish off Rivalry as well, as Phoenix is taken care of. Fraggy is there right behind him, but he's getting shot at from 2 different directions. Top Dog in the front lines, and Paradox up above, and Rivalry, well, there is not going to be any Rivalry anymore, as Metal Esports, they reign above everyone else from the top of this eastern hill. And 14 eliminations secured already. We're down to the top 7 teams, the top 13 players of this lobby, and I think Metal, they might have secured this game pretty much for them, but will the chicken dinner be theirs as well? Will those 15 points be theirs as well? I think that is what we will find out in a few short moments.
Johnny, look at Team Mayhem too, that last person alive from that squad. But yeah, as you mentioned, Metal Esports, they're reigning supreme right now inside this lobby. With the brilliance that Metal Esports showcased in positioning themselves in a better spot, and this is why I said there are 5 pillars, and you also gotta add positioning in that pillar. 1 more pillar added there. But, ladies and gentlemen, Metal Esports on the verge of victory. They've got so many elimination points that they can't back up to. Look at that, 14 elimination points already secured, and there's so many more to grab up to as well. Sahil, footsteps are heard. Paradox knows there's a player in the front lines, and now even Paradox is quite low. He gets third-partied himself. Metal Esports, the karma hits them harder than ever before, and I guess Metal Esports, they get eliminated from the game.
My goodness, what just happened? The team that was raining death on everyone else inside of the lobby has been wiped out completely in a matter of seconds. And it wasn't just one team that was able to pull it off. It was just individuals from opposing teams, multiple teams at the same time. Metal getting a little too overconfident in their abilities, just running towards that open building, and Celsius and Mayhem in tandem making them pay. But now, again, the question arises as to who will win the chicken dinner for this match, as only 5 teams and 7 players remain. We are down to the one last individuals remaining from Team Mayhem, Celsius, and the players of Global Reaper. 1 player from Global Esports, and there are 2 teams with 2 individuals each. But Ninja Boy, can he be an actual ninja and take care of the opposition on the other side, as Spy has been dropped down to a sliver of HP, but from the flank, Goku is the man who ends up finishing off Global Esports, and now to the top 4 we go.
Metal get too complacent, and they get eliminated, Johnny. The complacency leads to their demise, and look at Mayhem now. Sahil is on the top. Team Mayhem with so much information, but unfortunately not enough firepower to back him up. But at least they've got 4 finish points. Top 4 for Mayhem. All they need to do is get at least top 3, and that's enough points for you to make it inside the top 8, Johnny. Mayhem might just be the one to qualify if Sahil is able to stay alive for one more squad elimination. Molotov toss to perfection to clear out the smokes, and Sicko Gamer's gonna move outside the smoke as well. Now he's quite exposed, but Sahil is not exposing himself just yet. Still taking his sweet time. Team Mayhem not striking just yet. Sahil utilizing all of the utilities that he's got left over in his backpack, but also needs to make sure that he's gonna have some of those for the late game stage. And Sahil now needs to travel downhill. And Johnny, you know I always say this, whenever you need to travel downhill, the problems start to occur even more.
Well, Sahil is going to try and use the distraction between the teams in front of him as an opportunity to climb down from the hill. Has almost made it, but as soon as he goes around the corner, he's going to be taken care of, and it's going to be Sicko Gamer YT who finishes him off. Celsius RUD, he's still here, fighting for his team, fighting for the points for them, and he's made it into the top 2. And imagine this, Necro, the final fight of this map of Miramar. It's going to be a 1v1 between Sicko Gamer YT and RUD. Celsius versus Error Esports. 2 teams that I did not think they were going to be making it into the top 2, but have done a phenomenal job of pulling it off. Celsius, RUD, he has the wrong read of where Sicko is, but now realize that he's going to be playing.
Oh, what an aid!
Who ends it all with an aid out of all things? Wow!
Chicken dinner, a beautiful one from Celsius. And there's a reason why I said Celsius when the game's even started. This is one of the teams that I'm also gonna be looking forward to. Celsius, at the end of the day, they come out on top with a nice, well-cooked nade, and this might also solidify their spot in the top 8. Johnny, one thing is for sure, whichever team, if they get a chicken dinner, if they get a win, there's a chance, or pretty much 100% chance, they are gonna be in the top 8, and I think so. Celsius, with that chicken dinner, they secured themselves that spot. But I am still worried for Global Esports because, yeah, that is a little problematic of an ending for them.
I mean, based on what the trend has been for the last few days, I mean, we look at the highlights for this game as well, and I think you'll notice the same thing. I mean, yes, you spoke it correctly. Like, if you secure at least 1 chicken dinner during the day, you pretty much have the top 8 secured at the same time as well. But the qualification marker in the last few days, Necro, in the first 2 days itself, has been somewhere between those 24, 23 point, between 24 and 23 points. So you need to make sure that you are bare minimum, at least go for 25, 26 points, just so you can say, all right, we have a little bit of at least 2-3 point safety cushion as well. Global Esports, they are racking up those elimination numbers again and again in this game as well. They did pick up a decent number of elimination numbers, and I believe they have a decent placement point average as well. But again, need to cross that 26 point marker. The easiest way to do that is secure the 15 points for the win. And with Celsius doing that in this game, they have a comfortable position inside of the top 8 for now. But again, in the last game, I would say at least go for a top 5 finish, just so you are moving into the top 8 and with a decent momentum for the next round as well. A decent level of confidence within the players as well.
Exactly. I mean, this fight between Rivalry and Global Esports, I think so, it was the momentum breaker, 100%. Look at Mavi just running back for cover. He's so desperate. He knows they're getting shot from the top, but then Rivalry just taking an advantage of that. And then I like the capitalization from Metal Esports too. One of the players pushes all the way down. Look at this. Top Dog and Encore. These two guys push up and they completely wipe out the right side of the map completely. So they had so much map control, but in the end, Metal Esports, as I mentioned, complacency led to their demise. and they lost out on the game as well. In the end, even Team Mayhem could have had a really valid chance, but once again, the wall of death is something you cannot really afford to stay out of in that late of a game stage, and that's where, even for Team Mayhem, things started to slip away from their hand. But Johnny, as I said, all the teams that were in the bottom four, I think so they have a really solid chance of qualifying.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you completely. I mean, they do still have an opportunity to making it into the top 8, but it will all come down to the game of Sanhok that we are about to witness in a few short moments, because that will be an important game for them. Finish in the top 5 with at least 5 to 6 eliminations to your name, and you might just have enough points to push yourself inside of the top 8. Because, I mean, even in this game, as you mentioned, the veterans, I believe, with the way we saw Global Esports play, with the way we saw Rivalry and Medal play, it looks like they are getting a little too complacent as soon as they start building up the momentum inside of that particular match, and the other teams are utilizing that against them quite perfectly. I mean, you talk about Medal coming down from that hill a little bit sooner, and that was the reason that they got eliminated. They left Kyoya and Paradox on top of the hill just watching their backlines before, and the moment Kyoya came down, Paradox was alone. Mayhem came from the backlines, distracted Paradox, who was actually the man responsible for providing safety to the players down below, and his teammates just got destroyed in a matter of seconds. So that sort of over-eagerness to take control of the position will definitely backfire, and the young new players have realized that as well. So I think on Sanhok, where things get so chaotic that you don't really wait for information before you push forward to take a fight or to take control of a position, I think on Sanhok, that is something that will definitely be required to be controlled from all of these big names if they want to deliver on the expectations that the fans have from them.
That is true. On Sanhok, you need to be more assertive. You need to assert the dominance, as you clearly mentioned. But I would also like to touch up a little bit more on that point of the complacency that you brought up. And I personally think so. It's okay for Metal Esports to be complacent. It is completely understand they've won the first game already, and they've already secured so many finish points, Johnny. I think so they secured like 15 or 16 finish points. So it's okay for them to be complacent. Being on just those 15 or 16 finish points, they have secured enough amount of points to overall place themselves in the top 8 no matter whatever happens in the game. So Metal Esports is okay for them to be complacent. I would say the known names that should not be complacent at all, those are Global Esports, as you brought up as well, and even Rivalry. You mentioned those two teams. They should not be complacent at all. But for the dark horses, I would say now you can feel the players. They're starting to settle up even more, right? As I said, first game, usually it is really tough to make your brain think when it's all going on, when the hell's breaking loose around you and it's your first time ever performing on such a massive stage. But then in the second game, you're like, okay, I've went through this already in the previous map. It's okay. I've got this. I know I'm a better player. As soon as you tell this to yourself and you calm your mental down, you're going to be good to go inside the game. And that's what happened in the map of Miramar. But the MVP of the previous game, Johnny, it's Paradox from Metal with 5 finishes, of course.
I mean, Paradox basically turned into Heimdall in this game, just to making sure that every single person that he was able to protect, he wanted to safekeep, he was able to do that. And I think Medal, again, that hill control gave them a lot of points. Paradox, we have him in the list of top players as well, finishing with 5 eliminations, Kyoya with 4, Encore with 4. That is a total of 13 eliminations on these 3 players. And Medal, I think, as you mentioned a few moments ago, they can take things a little bit lightly in the map of Sanhok just because of the elimination numbers that they have racked up and the placement points from the previous game. But I think just to prove that, yeah, we are one of the best teams in the region, they should go all in again, even in the last game. But we have the rankings from this game, and I have to say, Celsius and Era Esports, I am very impressed with how these two teams placed, and especially the last surviving individuals from either side. Like, huge props to those players. Impressive.
Exactly. I mean, also I would say massive props to Puppet Master and even Anitta Gaming as well, right? We saw these two teams in the previous game as well, and especially Anitta, I'd like to focus on this team a little bit more. In the previous game, we saw a really good team play coming out. In this game, we did not really see them get a lot of screen time. It's because I think so that's clearly notable here as well. They only got 2 finish points and 4 placement points. Because of that, they secured 6 points in total. For Anitta Gaming, the upcoming game has to be a more of a consistent placement for them. They need to be good in the elimination department and on the placement department. They need to secure, I think, some more like till 10 points, I think. So even if they do end up securing 10 points, they should be good to go. They should be in the top 8. And the similar can be said for the team that was right underneath them. But if you do look at the opposite side of the board, though, on the other half of the board, this is where the problems really do start to knock your door. And you see Bgis Esports, Rivalry, Claw, and then even you see Hungry for Kills. I am really worried for all these teams over here, Johnny.
Yeah, especially Hungry for Kills. I mean, we saw them in Los Leones from the start of the game, but yet they failed to hold on to their positions. Their positioning, their raw positioning was actually extremely good, but they have failed to just hold on to their home ground and just protect their house, as a matter of fact. And I expected them to at least comfortably be inside of the top 5 had they just decided to just like avoid fighting and just like decide to disengage every single fight that headed in their direction. They could have actually just played for survival and walked away with a decent number of points, but that did not happen. Hopefully they're able to turn Sanhok their way and secure some points for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, now look, the upcoming map of Sanhok, as we mentioned, asserting dominance is the only way to go, and hopefully teams do understand this, and I want to see some more better repositioning from themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है। धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind, and this is Super Johnny, joined by Salty alongside with me. We were witnessing the action of teams from Group 5 of this Round 1, Week 1, and now we're just about to jump into map number 3, which is the last map for this particular group. Salty, you were witnessing the action that unfolded on Miramar from the backstage. I mean, what are your thoughts on the game that has just happened? And me and Necro were having the conversation about few of the big names. Global Esports was there, part of the quite like for a while they were part of the conversation, but then we just saw what Medal did to them. What is your thought on that entire fiasco?
You know, I feel like this is probably one of the groups where, since day one, I feel like this is one of those groups where there's been a stark difference in the performance between the top two teams, right? I mean, if you look at the name, judging just by name and the way their past game was considered to be, I feel like Global Esports, they really have to live up to that expectation. Now, they got 3 points in the first game and approximately somewhat about 14 points in the next, which makes them a total of 17 points. Now, we know 17 points isn't enough. There's still like 10 odd points which they need from the map of Sanhok to qualify. On the other hand, Medal Esports, they've been very, very consistent in getting those good positions, on getting those high ground advantages, and you saw what havoc they wreaked on the rest of the server. So I feel like global esports, if they get to that same level, if they match up Medal, I feel like this is a good opportunity for them to kind of balance things out and come back on the map of Sanhok. But of course, there are a lot of other teams that have really shown up promising performance. SPYDER Esports for that fact, Anitta Gaming for that fact. I feel like the way they were positioning, the way they were sort of playing the late game to try and get those placement points, try and be consistent to get that to get inside the top 8. I feel like a lot of honor teams do have that potential.
Yeah, and along with them, two more names that we did witness in the previous map of Miramar pull off amazing moves and survive till the very end were Celsius and Era Esports. Both these teams were part of the action from the get-go and still did manage to make it into the top 2, with Era actually securing the win. And it was quite Celsius actually securing the win, and it was quite incredible with the way they were able to pull it off. Era especially, I was a little bit more impressed with them, because if you remember the first fight in the game, Era Esports was a part of it, where they were the ones getting slammed upon, and usually the team that is initiating the aggression, we do expect them to end up winning the fight, because the way you start off a fight is by securing the first knock in a 4v4 situation. But that was the mistake that was made against Era.
Yes.
The complete team left standing, and Era was basically, they just made the opposing side pay for that one small blunder by wiping out the entire team. So they have sort of displayed that they also have what it takes to sort of convert those fights consistently, survive at the same time, and finish off in a high enough position to secure those points. But to do this consistently, I think since they missed out on the map of Erangel, at least 2 out of 3 games need to go their way. So might as well just put Sanhok in the back and call it a day, move on to week 3, and then showcase what you're made of. But I think, again, since this is the last game, we expect the other teams to step up as well, and that is why this map is going to be extremely intense.
It has always been intense. I mean, I've been casting a lot of Sanhok recently, and I feel like every single map of Sanhok, there's been those twists and tides. And ladies and gentlemen, Sanhok, the devil that we were talking about, is being dolled up, and the flight path is in front of our screens right now. Johnny, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok, as you mentioned, the map of terror, the map of screams has just begun, and the trajectory of the plane this time is starting from the southwestern side of Camp Alpha Island, going all the way towards Mongnai. So this flight path leans heavily towards the northern part of the map, and this is quite a rare sight on this map.
Certainly, right. I mean, even though Sanhok is such a very small map, you don't really have to work really hard to go to your desired locations. But when the map is like, when the flight path is so skewed, again, going to regions like Bantai or probably Camp Charlie, which are such a desired location, I feel like you've got to work a little bit harder. But again, it kind of depends on where the circle lands, right? It kind of depends on what your rotation path is like. If you do get to see a northern circle, I feel a lot of these teams who have landed in those northern islands and the mainland, I feel like they will be at comfort. But of course, a lot of those teams do tend to go towards cave so far. And so far, I love the circle. It's not as weird as we've seen it in day 2 or in day 1, because we've seen those circles where majority of it, even from the first edition of the circle itself, is on the water bodies.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is quite a decent circle central to the map, and I don't think a lot of teams are going to have any trouble traversing this zone in the early stages at least. But boy, I mean, you called it, man. You said Bantai and all of those positions towards the southern part of the map are a little bit desired, especially in lobbies like this. And I saw like 3 teams heading in that direction. So I wonder if an early fight is going to break out. I mean, we do have QRT Blizzard on our screen, but he was taking shots on a team that was the furthest away from their drop spot right now. And he's in a 3-1 split as well. So QRT was one of those teams. Then I believe SMILEY was another lineup that came in this direction. So QRT, SMILEY, and then H4K is there all the way towards Sami and Nakam. So 3 teams traveling up north is going to make for a lot of interesting rotating points for these teams. But we all know if we talk about Paradise Resort on the map of Sanhok, it's just let's go medal all the way.
100% right. Medal, the way they've been dominating, I feel like it kind of built up that confidence. Even if it wasn't their drop location, they would just love to drop in the prime location of the map where you've got to get the best of loots and the best of utility. And I don't think if an opposition team senses that, all right, Medal has dropped down with us, I feel like they are going to disengage. That is the amount of domination, that is the amount of fear that Medal has instilled in this lobby so far. But you talked of a very important point, that was the 3-1 split, and I feel like like Sanhok is one of those maps where split is probably the most important, because you never really know, and information is just so important, right? You can't really fight with blind eyes, you can't make rotations with blind eyes, and therefore the role of the scout becomes extremely important. Even though you want to provide cover, you don't really want to lose that man early. I feel like trying to be a little risky, trying to, have that trade-off of losing that man, but for the right amount of information, is the way to go for a lot of these teams, because you've got to be very wary of the snakes and the teams inside compound just hiding and waiting for the enemies to come by.
I mean, exactly. It's like a game of chess where you can't really see what the other side of the board looks like, what the moves of your opposition, if you will. And if you move one of your scouts too far up ahead, they might just get picked off, but you might not get enough information because they were picked off by the scout of the other team. So that is something that you have to be extremely careful about, and that is why it is quite difficult as well. Not difficult, but it's a little tricky to maintain that 3-1 split position, as you mentioned. It is important. Information is always important, but you have to make sure that the rest of your teammates are not too far away from yourself. If you are the scout and if you are the IGL of the team, you are going to make sure that the scout does not vary too far away from the rest of the team, so that you at least maintain a line of fire just in case someone engages upon that individual, upon that isolated player. You should be able to provide cover fire to help him sustain till the rest of the team gets there. But talk about getting there, it seems like Celsius, they are already on their way to pick up the first fight of the game, and it looks like it's going to be against Bgis Esports, a complete 4v4 where Celsius, at least for now, have all the information of what the other lads are up to. But it's on the other side of the river.
And they're well prepared. And they're well prepared for this fight, right? They're geared up with the good amount of weaponry and the good amount of loot. They've got the vests and the helmets required to pull this off. And if they do decide to engage in on Team Bgis, I feel like they've got to do so without giving away information, but so far their presence has been detected, and Vardhan was almost on the verge of securing knock for himself. The initial contact is going to be of prime importance, Johnny. I feel like this is a stage where you need not have the compulsion to go in for a fight. You do not have the compulsion to go in for those finish points. Of course, a lot of those teams do need that. It can set a good platform for yourselves and set you up for success on the later stages of the game. But for now, though, this is probably the most quietest starts to Sanhok that we have seen. We just got to see the map itself, and not a lot of teams were nearby. Every single team was stationed in a different location, and just so good to watch, right? Teams getting to their desired locations, getting themselves good loot, and prepared for fights. Because as far as I remember, there were maps of Sanhok where people did not get loot, where a lot of players were completely naked in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility, and they were getting shot down while they were swimming. That is not a very pleasant sight, is it?
Yeah, it's not a pleasant sight to watch, but you have to admit it's a little bit of fun as well.
It does.
You enjoy it.
I don't like swimmers that way. I can't swim myself, but when I see someone swimming and others firing down, I want to be on the other side of the shots. I want to be taking the shots myself.
But look at this now. We have the team of ZA under fire from SPYDER Esports, and Goku is going to be taken down from the flank. Simple finding the knock for his team, but SPYDER Esports, what are they going to do? They have secured 3 knocks and are on the verge of wiping out the team right in front of them. ZA, oh my god, why is spotted out in the distance? And Spy has a clear line of fire available as well. EXYZ, he does not have a lot of moving positions to work with. He has laid out the smokes to try and bait the opposition, sees him out in the open. Spray does not connect, and he loses half his HP as the last surviving player. I think he might have to bite the bullet and say bye-bye to this game, as 3 players are charging in his direction right now.
Certainly is, right? And they're charging in from all 3 different directions, and it just makes it so much more complicated. He does have that rock to play around with, but there is a player right behind him. It's going to be Rex and OP. 3 of the smokes and nades being lobbed him. He was spotted, but from the backline. This is so good to watch, right? The distraction and then the engagement from the front line. SPYDER Esports, an absolute giga banger of a move right there. This was such a Chad move, Johnny. I feel like, you know what? I'm just going to distract you from behind. I'm not going to do much. The smokes just come in. Alright, you might try and lob me your nade, but then someone from the backlines is going to shoot your head.
Yeah, he just came there, called him over, and he just be like, look at me. I'm the finisher. Now I'm going to finish you off. And there was a first squad wipe of the game, by the way. ZENETIC Esport getting taken care of in a matter of seconds. SPYDER, I think, just the superior positioning and the fact that they had the high ground, and it felt like for at least 20-25 seconds, ZENETIC Esports was just trying to figure out where the shots are coming from, actually. So that amount of chaos played out in the favor of SPYDER, but again towards bootcamp we go, where Team Mayhem are not giving a single pixel to the other lads on the other side that have actually pushed forward to take control of bootcamp away from them, and Mayhem are just like, have to enter the center court if you want to fight us, otherwise we're just gonna...
Yeah, so far Medal Esports once again just really strong in terms of their positioning, scouting out for locations, scouting out for enemies, and they have done their part in terms of getting to know their locations right. They've done their part in getting to know their map and their positioning right. On the side of bootcamp, we got to see that a periphery was captured by Anitta Gaming, as well as the center of it captured by Team Mayhem. Now bootcamp is such a prime location on the map itself, where you know you are going to be inside the circle for at least the first three renditions of it. So there's no compulsion once again to try and maybe go for fight, but if those two teams do decide to engage, then one of the teams will have to be completely wiped off, because otherwise there will be no exits. It's such an open area outside bootcamp. You've got the hill. Anitta Gaming do have an exit, but for Team Mayhem it's going to be really important to just either stick to your positions or probably clear the other team out. Global Esports, on the other hand, they've got to start really strong. I love the fact that they are playing a very patient game, because they probably need just those 8 to 10 odd points to work with. Might just work around with a good balance of 5 placement points and 5 finish points. But for that, they need to get inside the circle. And I feel like having their loot done and complete, done and dusted, this is time for them to go a little aggressive. Maybe get that confidence up and running, Johnny. Because at this point, I feel like Global Esports, they're just a little low on confidence.
Confidence form, but I think again realizing that this is the last need to give it all that you have in this one if you want to qualify and move to the next stage.
Yeah, Jux Esports, for the matter of fact, again Vardhan, he has entirety of the lines of sight onto bootcamp, and I love the fact that these teams are just staying hidden. You know, I love the fact that they are aware of each other's positioning, and it's just a proper stalemate. The way Necro puts it, I feel like stalemates are not really good as long as they're outside the circle, but stalemates so far has to be the name of the game, as long as you're in such a prime location like bootcamp, as long as there is no compulsion for you to take that fight and no initial contact has been established. I feel like this is going to be the case for at least the first 5 minutes of the game so far. Global Esports though, on the move. Shadow doing a little bit of stunts here and there. I love the fact these people are not afraid to travel on bikes anymore. I mean, bikes are crazy fast in this game, and of course you are vulnerable, and there is certainly a situation where you might be shot down, but Global Esports making that fast rotation, I feel like this is where the game might change. But Medal Esports, right in front of them is a rotation, and they might actually fancy their chances in getting a few finishes for themselves, as Kitaritsu just stops right by, and his buggy might just be tapped in with those bullets. Exit has been tagged quite a lot, and Medal Esports, they're not really stopping so far. Exit might just be confirmed as Top Dog is just charging with him. DBS is on the move. Exit has healed himself so far. It's just a merry-go-round across the rock, and Top Dog strikes and Exit. There's nothing this man can do. Kitaretsu just holding his ground so far. Medal Esports, all the reinforcements have come in, and all of those resources and the experience is coming into play. There is nothing that Kitaretsu could potentially do. So far, Vaibaba and Kitaretsu just holding their ground for themselves. A couple of rocks to play by Anshu in another location. Encore actually gets knocked down. Kitaretsu with the UMP just being really brilliant. There's a lot of artillery being shot upon him. This is going to be very interesting to watch upon, because Medal Esports, for them to close in the distance, they need to traverse, go from cover to cover, and the rocks are the only opportunity for them to pass by. Meanwhile, there's Team Mayhem also in the backdrop, and they might hear all these explosions, all so much noise happening. Smox, as well as Medal Esports, just holding their ground as well. Kitaretsu, great ex-official. I really fear for them, and really an opportunity for them to just flee from this situation. Meanwhile, Kitaritsu getting knocked out. I feel like this is the opportunity, and Top Dog just fancies his chances. Spots Web as a snake. It takes him down as well. There's just one guy who still survives, and that's going to be Anshu. And now it's going to be a hide and seek. Find where Anshu is and take him down. Spots him inside the grass, and Team Metal Esports once again, they start off by wiping a squad completely without really even sweating any much. This is absolutely insane, pitch perfect coordination, and I love the amount of communication, and I love the amount of utility usage that we got to see from Metal Esports. They did not even have to sweat in terms of firing the bullets, getting the positioning right. They just shot them down with artilleries, got the initial contact, and pushed when it really demanded. This is what I've always tried to pitch to the underdog teams. This is what I've always tried to make the underdog teams understand that there is a right time and the team moves like a well-synchronized unit. Elsewhere, SMILEY officials, they've got first contact as well as Rex and OP gets taken down for SPYDER Esports, for SPYDER officials. This is certainly a difficult task for them. Of course, they've got the Rich to play around with, and Rex and OP has moved in from that edge, so the nades won't really connect. They've got cover to play around with, but this fight is certainly going to be a very difficult job. A complete complex occupied by the other team, their opposition, not giving them any space, and wise decision, SPYDER Esports, they disengage. So far, Spy and his men just keep on moving in. The circle, in fact, has been very, very interesting, especially with the grind. We have seen a lot of those weird circles, a lot of those southern circles, complete hard shifts whatsoever. And speaking of hard shifts, look at this. More towards the side of Paradise Resort, a northern circle that we get to see. And once again, things just pan out for Metal Esports no matter what they do. They loot on Paradise Resort, and now they get the peripheral compounds for themselves to work with. And this is such a great location because they know with the water body right behind them, there is going to be not a lot of teams coming in from there. They might also sense the amount of presence there is towards boot camps, shots being fired, nades being lobbed in. They can hear a lot of those engagements, and that just makes them aware of their surroundings. The question is, where do they move from there? Because compounds are still empty towards the central part of the circle. Team Claw, Team Excellent 4, they have occupied the central part of the circle completely for themselves. They know they are going to attract a lot of attention, but I hope that they are ready to cope up with it, because at this point, I feel like they need those finish points. They need to attract attention, and they need to deter it as well with their skill and with their gun usage. So far, SMILEY officials, Iron, just holding his ground, and I can see on the mini-map that there is another team in the vicinity. Just need to find out which team it is. It is none other than SPYDER officials, who are very, very painstakingly close. And I love the fact that these players are already in snake mode, and SPYDER Esports, they have no clue. They absolutely have no clue, and Gloku gets knocked down. This is initial contact that they wanted, and SK finds it for his team. Just gives them that extra bit of comfort zone, and now it's a 4v3, Johnny.
Yeah, and it is going to get quite intense in a matter of minutes, since there's another team that we see closing in from the distance. But for now, SMILEY against SPYDER, and SPYDER, they have the momentum in their favor from the previous matchup. It's going to be quite interesting to see how this fight is going to come to a fruition. But for now, SMILEY, it seems like they do not want to overcommit to this 4v4 that's been presented to them, and they are looking for ways to back off already.
Yep, certainly. I think this would be the wise decision, of course. And the fact that SPYDER Esports once again had absolutely no clue that SMILEY was there once again led to the fact that one of their players had to demise. At this point, Celsius, G-Star, getting a knock for himself. Good work done, but that player is completely caught off guard. There is no way his teammates can go in and rescue, so that's a free finish point for Team Celsius AKD to work with. And they know that since they got one player, there might be the rest of the team just nearby, and they've just got to be very careful, Johnny. And this is the general theme of Sanhok, right? You get one knock, and then you start wondering, where are his teammates? Because at this point, teams are desperate for those finish points.
Yeah, definitely. And the desperation is being put on display by almost every single team that is running into those 4v4s, looking for individuals to pick up. As you mentioned, as you talked about Celsius right now, yes, the the cogs in their heads are definitely spinning at maximum speeds, maximum RPMs, just trying to figure out where the players from QRT are, since Raga is still out in the open and he got finished off out in the open, giving no information to the players of Celsius about his teammates. But that can result in QRT catching the players of Celsius off guard if they get distracted a little too much, since the blue zone, the wall of death, as you guys, Necro, have been calling it, since it's closing in from the right, it's going to make sure that the players of Celsius are going to be forced to expose themselves.
Johnny, this is completely crazy, alright? I just talked about a hardship. We just got a hardship towards Paradise Resort. And all of a sudden, the circle decides, alright, like, guys, let's flip the tables 180 degrees. And now we get to see a northwest and hardship towards Bootcamp and Metal Esports, for a matter of fact. As soon as the circle shifts, they fire up those engines and they get that place inside the circle. This is good job done, right? This is where you take those pointers. This is where you get those notes in. Underdog teams, if any of those budding esports players are watching, I feel this is what you should do. As soon as the circle shifts, this is your time to move. Even if you are engaged in a fight, if the situation pertains, just make your move and get yourselves those good compounds. Right now, they're just at the periphery of it. Nice little compounds to work with. Of course, their backlines are completely cleared because they're the ones making the rotations from Paradise Resort. They know it was completely free. So their fight is going to be only towards the southern end of the map, and they know it is in front of them.
Yeah, it might not be in front of them, but they will have to make sure that they find a way to get there eventually. For now, the players of Celsius in their Jeeps have in fact moved out from the high ground advantage that they have coming down the hill, and maybe in fact in the process stepping in front of the crosshairs of Rivalry Esports. But on the other side, Puppet Master, I mean, they are looking for the puppets to manipulate inside of this game, but haven't found a lot of them in the open. SMILEY, one player knocked out, and I believe it was Puppet Master who found that knock. But Manthan, with the way he is traversing this terrain out in the open, I feel is a little too exposed, so he might need to step back, take a step back, join his teammates inside the cover. But Celsius on the other side get cornered, or in fact get pinched by Global Esports and Rivalry at the same time, and they have lost one player already. This is brutal, Salty.
This certainly is so brutal, isn't it? I mean, getting sandwiched in between two teams, Johnny, that is not the kind of position you want to be in, especially when you're out in the open, especially when it's like a map of Sanhok and the only piece of cover that they have are those rocks, and they're trying to deny the sight lines with the smokes. But how long will the smokes last? They don't deny bullets, Johnny, and this is just so bad. Global Esports, of course, they need those finishes, and so far they haven't really acquired a lot of it. At the moment, Dark Lord, he knows exactly where to scout. He knows his oppositions are vulnerable right in front of him. And this is the time. This is the time, I feel like, where they should try and outpitch Rivalry Esports in acquiring those finishes. Because if Rivalry get those finishes for themselves, then it makes no sense, right? Once again, they'll have to battle them and move forward. Circle, of course, just playing such a topsy-turvy game for the rest of the teams, and everybody has been left clueless and out in the open. What do you do in situations like these, Johnny, when the circle just moves in randomly? And I love to see these vehicle rotations right now in Sanhok. At least you've got those little pieces of cover by destroying your vehicles, because otherwise there's nothing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what you do. You close your eyes, join your hands, and you start praying to the gods of BGMI that no one spots you. Because that is exactly what happened to the lads of H4K. They were so innocently just trying to get inside the zone, but again, stepping into the open means you step into someone's crosshair, and unfortunately for them, it was the players of Rivalry Esports who just wrapped them up extremely quickly. Rivalry is setting themselves are going to focus on Celsius in another part of the map, but what is happening on our screens is right now the players of SMILEY Official just trying to deal with the pressure of the fact that they are being chased and they have to move into the safe zone at the same time.
The minimap makes me so anxious, Johnny. So many teams outside the circle, and they're just getting gatekept. SMILEY Officials, they are approaching Team Excellent 4, and they are well wary of the situation that there are players, enemies inside these huts. What are they going to go to? Utilities, Molotovs or nades? Molotovs being cooked up, and this entire piece of shack has been burnt in. Devil almost being a well-cooked steak, just barely managing to survive just because of that energy bar right there. Puppet Masters elsewhere just getting shot down by Metal Esports once again being completely vulnerable, trying to make those foot rotations not really work, especially when you don't move from cover to cover, and Metal Esports are going to acquire those free finishes for themselves. Elsewhere, Excellent 4 and SMILEY official, this fight is still dragging on, Johnny. And at this point, I feel like SMILEY, all that they've got to do is go in with that last man and probably hope to survive and pull off that 1v3 miracle.
Yeah, I mean, they can try and go for the miracle, but it's not going to be easy for them in a situation like this. But on the other side, I think one team that has managed to protect their position for now and is actually causing a lot of trouble for everyone around them has to be the side of Metal. But SMILEY against Metal and the players of Puppet Master at the same time with Claw mixed in the middle, I think that is also another interesting situation. But Celsius AKD trying to hide himself from Global Esports over there. We'll find out if he manages to do that for a long while. But in the meantime, Top Dog from the side of Metal Esport just hunting down individuals left, right and center. Has picked off 2 from the side of Claw. But Metal, they're going to be looking to wipe out the entire team in one go.
This is what a good start does to you, isn't it? Metal Esports, they've acquired so much confidence that at this point they don't even need reconnaissance. They don't even need the information to work around. They know that if they spot enemies, they know how to click the heads and they know how to wipe the squad off. And they've already acquired 8 finishes. This is one of those rare amount of domination that we have seen probably from Gladiators or even from Reckoning, who had acquired 2 chicken dinners in their games itself. But there's one team that I'm really concerned about, and that's got to be Global Esports. They've acquired only 2 finish points and only 2 players are left. It's going to be very difficult, although they are already in the top 5, so things are easy for them. But elsewhere, Metal Esports just slamming into a building in Bgis Esports. They are going to feel the brunt of it, Johnny.
Yeah, Bgis Esports, they've held this position for so long, and this was the prime spot inside the zone right now, but now they're left to deal with the pressure that's being brought upon them by the players of Metal Esports. Top Dog going for the duel, even with the DPS, he's gonna lose, and it's gonna be down to Kyoya in the backlines and Encore as well to protect their team, to make sure they survive, and they pull off this miracle in a brilliant manner as well, keeping Paradox and Top Dog still in the game. Encore going for a revive is gonna bring his teammate back into this lobby, but look at the map. Almost every single individual in this final fight is towards that eastern zone. That means Mayhem has an opportunity to go for the push. And Sook, he's definitely making sure that neither Mayhem nor Metal stand a chance of winning this game with the help of Vardhan picking off those points for his team instead.
This is so clever from Vardhan. Spotted those players being knocked out and just quickly acquired those finishes. But what did my man Sook pull off? 2 players being knocked out with the DBS. Of course, we know how deadly this weapon is in Bgis Esports. Just spotting players right now. Mayhem, they thought this is the opportunity for them to capture the spot as well as get the winner chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok, because they're the only team with 4 players surviving and they know how to finish things out. 2 players surviving for Metal Esports. It's not going to be easy, especially when Mayhem still have their men up and alive. But Sahil and Shahib, both of them are knocked out. It's basically a 2v2 situation between Metal as well as Mayhem. But of course, with Bgis being in the backlines, this can be a problematic situation, a tricky situation as the wall of death approaches, and Encore has to be every single time clinical of his backlines because he knows the potential of being third-partied. And Metal, they've been wiped off. It's Vardhan versus the rest of the world. Mayhem will try and finish him off with the nade, but of course, Vardhan, he spots one player out, tries to go in for a spray. Yet to confirm the knock. It is a 1v3 which he needs to pull off. DBS and an M416 to work with, but eventually he is just gonna get eaten up alive as Team Mayhem. They get the winner chicken dinner from the brink of death, Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Mayhem was holding a good position inside this game from the start, landing towards boot camp and playing from there. The zone, the final zone of the game, not too far away from boot camp. So that entire rotation was quite easy for them, along with the players of Bgis Esports, in fact. But towards those final few moments, I definitely thought Bgis was actually going to seal this chicken dinner, because Mayhem was down 2 players, Metal was down 2 players. Vardhan, if only he had a few nades and a few Molotovs, he would have just finished both these teams off without even going for a peek up front. So that was an opportunity there. But again, we've talked about utility management. It was a little bit overcommitted in those final few moments, but I think overall this was a good game from almost every single team that made it to the top 5, even Global Esports.
Exactly, right? This was a very well organized game. I mean, every single team, we are going to have a look at it in the highlights. Of course, they dropped in the individual locations. Not a lot of initial fights were brewing up. Of course, there were a few initial clashes here and there, but after those were sorted, even the mid game was sort of okay-ish. Not a lot of teams got really cut off in their rotation paths. But of course, Smiley official, this was a team, even this, right? The fact that Goku had no knowledge that Smiley Esports were just feeding upon the grass over there, just trying to be very, very sneaky with their positioning, just really costed them that one player. And we know how costly or how dangerous it is to lose that one player, especially in the early game stage.
I mean, you're talking about Smiley. I am worried about Smiley and Celsius right now, because Celsius this time did not have a great game. I believe they took an exit on the 12th position in terms of exits. All right, no, one player survived till the very end. All right, that works out. They took an exit, so basically on the 7th position in the top 7. But I'm going to look forward to seeing how many finishes do they actually have inside of the game. Because the reason I say this is Celsius's Erangel was a little shaky. They converted Miramar in a beautiful manner, finishing with good number of finish numbers, elimination numbers, and also making into the top 2 in the previous match. But then Sanhok is again a shaky performance, so a little bit worried about their total tally. And Smiley again in a similar picture. But Jux Esports, this game of Sanhok was very impressive, and Jux even in Miramar actually looked quite decent. I'm happy watching these guys.
Exactly, right. Exactly. I am really happy with the way Jux showed up and the amount of awareness that these players had, especially on Vardhan, right? The way he saw that the players of Metal being knocked out, he immediately, switched up to his weapon and got those finishes for himself. Even so, for the fact, like the almost 1v2 that we got to see with the DBS kind of broke Team Mayhem's back, and that sort of evened things out. It was a 2v2v2 situation if you consider the knocked players as eliminated. So that situation could have been really, really good for Team Jux Esports, especially the fact that they were split out, right? Encore was constantly looking right behind him to check if Vardhan was peeking and taking him down. So the positioning was great, their play was great, and the way they got inside the final circle was also brilliant. But I'm a little sort of underwhelmed with one team's performance, Johnny. Of course, a team which a lot of fans, a lot of people were expecting a lot from. I'm not talking of Medal, I'm talking about Global Esports. What are your thoughts on their performance as their games finally end?
I mean, after Erangel, after Miramar, and again after Sanhok, we've been saying the same thing, and all three of us are on the same page about this, that Global Esports, their competition right now, it is with the other teams as well, but Global Esports, their main competition is just beating their own history, because it is one of those names, and it is because of actually the name Global Esport that there will be pressure on the players to outperform the previous lads that have come before them. And whenever you have stuff like that going through your head, all right, I got to do this, you end up becoming too focused on those previously built out game plans that you have going into this particular games. And we know BGMI is not a game that you will play with rigid set mindsets or rigid game plans, like rigid strategies. It has to be on the fly. The game is about surviving and adapting on the fly, and that is something that was missing from the side of Global Esports. I think one thing that can actually help them in situations like these is just the fact that yes, they have those experienced players, and even in the backlines, even backstage, they have a lot of experienced people to talk to who can help them and guide them. All right, this might be the easiest way for us to actually put up decent results on the leaderboard, and everything else, the details, we'll get into later. But I think now they actually have a lot of time to work upon what went wrong, because the matches are done for their group now. They just have to wait. I mean, we are waiting to see if they make it to the top 8 and qualify for the next stage. If they don't, they have a longer period of time to work on the mistakes. If they did, then we'll see them again in the third week and see what they're up to.
Exactly, right. And I'm probably a little very anxious, not little, very anxious in fact, because the last time I was this anxious was during day 1 when God's Reign were almost on the verge of being eliminated. You don't want the big names, right? Of course, I'm a big fan of underdogs. I love underdog gameplay, and I love the dark horse elements that they bring. But of course, when you miss out on a couple of big names, that also starts kind of itching you, you know? You don't really want, you want the final grand finals or like the top 32 teams to be fully star-studded as well, bring in with the underdog. That sort of gets us a great show. So I would love for Global Esports to qualify, but having their games ended, the point that I was trying to raise, that the games have kind of ended, and I kind of feel like they will probably make it. But yes, just like you mentioned, a lot of things to talk about, Johnny. Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the stats of the game, and we'll come back to the conversation that we were having about teams like Global Esports and the kind of shoes that they've been put in. But for now, we have the MVP of the game in front of us, and it is Vardhan OP, the man that you have been praising, his presence of mind, his game sense, being on point in those final few moments, making sure that Bgis Esports was on the second position and not the third, securing 2 extra points for his team in the process.
Yeah, but apart from that, once again, a top 5 finish for a medal player. Like every single game, this team is just racking up those finishes for themselves. Top Dog with 4 finishes, Electropills with 4 finishes, Claw Phoenix with 4 finishes, and Team Mayhem, whose performance was really, really good on this map, got those names up in the top 5 players as well. Having a look at the point standing, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the overall standing, this is just the map of Sanhok, where Team Mayhem acquired 24 points for themselves, 9 finishes, and a winner chicken dinner. Bgis Esports, a really good performance to work with, 12 points from placement and 6 finishes. Their total of 18. I feel like they've done enough for qualification medley, because of course, I mean, I don't really need to talk about it. Global Esports was also there in the 6th mark, and I was sort of a little slow there, Johnny. If you have seen how much points they take, then please clear it.
I mean, I hope they were just enough. I mean, can't just like
just enough.
Wait. Yeah, I mean, it's all about the overall rankings, right? I mean, and I am forgetting how many they had on Erangel and Miramar as well. So like, all right. So we are pretty bad at maths. We have been quite honest about it, but
I am terrible.
That is where the production comes in, because they are a lot more quicker than us. So we'll have the overall standings on our screens right about now, and here they are. Oh, they barely make it. 23 points.
Finally. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Medal Esports right at the tippity top once again with 38 finishes, 25 placement points, 63 points in total. Team Mayhem, Error Esports, SPYDER Esports, Celsius AKD, Bgis Esports, Claw Esports. This is insane stuff, but of course, nonetheless, Global Esports barely made it. But Johnny, have a look at this. The top 2 teams, they've almost engulfed the entire lobby. 58 points and 38 points, a difference of 20 points in between them. Of course, there's also a difference. There's another difference that we need to talk about between Team Global Esports and Rivalry Esports, 23 and 21.
I mean, in the excitement of Global Esports making it, we completely forgot about the fact that Rivalry is not going to be moving on to the next stage. That is just brutal. I mean, but hey, what has happened has happened. I mean, the team's going to have to deal with it one way or the other. But for now, I think, again, as you mentioned, that point difference between the second and the third position, I mean, that is a testament to how tough this competition is becoming day by day. Because yesterday, it was just Gladiator reigning supreme against the rest of the lobby, against the rest of the 7 teams that made it along with them to the next stage of the tournament. But now there's 2 of them in this group. And who knows, as we move to the next group, maybe there are going to be 3 teams that are going to be there with 50 plus points for themselves, and everyone else is just going to be struggling to secure whatever is going to be headed in their way. But for now, I think one question I do have, what was like Gladiators' total tally after their matches yesterday? I think, is their record beaten right now by medal?
No. I'm pretty sure it was beyond, it was 67 or at least more than that.
Yeah.
And Medal Esports, they only acquired 63. So I don't think their record has been beaten. But one interesting point which you kind of just took up was the fact that the top of the table starts getting heavier, right? The good teams start getting better, and the teams who were sort of like average, they get even more average, if that makes sense. I don't really want to say if they get bad. So the difference, the stark difference between the 2 pages of the point standings gets even bigger, and that is something which you don't really want to see. You want to see that even competition, you want to see that points being distributed amongst the table itself. But this is what it does, right? This is what the format is. You have the underdog teams who come in without experience, and then you've got some teams who have that tier 1 capabilities, who have that tier 1 players and the skill sets and the experience they bring in from the years of competition. And I also feel like this is one of the places where you sort of exchange the experience, right? You sort of get to know where the true level is. And even if there is a stark difference in this tournament, next tournament, the underdogs are going to come up with even heavier guns. And I feel like they will be the ones who can make a difference next time. So it's not a bad thing, of course. It's a good thing, and I feel like teams who do not really make it to the next groups into the next weeks, they should take it in a positive way.
Exactly, and I think since you were talking about improving in the next tournament, I think it's going to happen in the next stage itself. Week 3 onwards, we're going to see these teams that have qualified might not really have showcased those big performances, put up big numbers on the scoreboard or the leaderboard, but all of that is going to change once we start moving towards the third week of this tournament. Because one sort of variable into this equation will be the fact that they will have a few more extra matches to play in those future days. But for now, at least, they will have to just struggle with these 3 games. And talking about the struggle, well, the struggle of group number 5 has come to an end, but the struggle for group 6 is going to begin, as they will be the next ones jumping into the battleground to secure their spot into the third week of this event. And we have the teams in front of us. Well.
We've got the teams in front of us, and yeah, Group 6 is going to be in the game now. We've got Team INS Esports, Enigma Gaming, Lucknow Giant, All Stars, Imperial Esports, and Predator 6. Of course, there are a lot much more teams than that. Total 16 teams, Johnny. I'm not going to say every single one team's name, but once again, as usual, we're going to have those underdogs in here as well. And we're also going to have some known teams in here too. Johnny, I know you missed me, man. That's why I'm finally back, but how do you feel now that I'm back?
I mean, I love you, Necro. I mean, it's always fun working with you. But what are your thoughts? So Salty also mentioned, I mean, all 3 of us, we were talking about this before we moved on to the next group. I want to know your thoughts, because Salty mentioned, and what he was saying was the fact that the standings being a little bit closer. I mean, the competition is getting a little bit more intense between the groups as we keep moving ahead. In this group as well, we have a lot of heavy hitters. Celsius Esport, I mean, Team Celsius is there. Again, it is going to be a new set of players, but I have heard of them before. INS, again, a big name in the scene, is going to be coming into this lobby. So that mix and those equations, how do you see these storylines folding out in the next 3 matches?
Look, I don't exactly know what the future holds, Johnny, but yeah, definitely the points that he brought up is nicely put up there. I mean, I'm talking about Salty. He said that as the groups are progressing on forward, as the tournament's moving on forward, we're seeing teams with better stances, better performances. And I think so the main reason for that is, as I mentioned in the past as well, teams are watching the previous games. They're watching how these teams are adapting to each other, and then they themselves are trying to adapt inside the game when their turn comes into play. So yeah, I feel like that is perfect, and we're always going to be seeing those adaptations, those improvements over and over. But what is your reason behind it? What do you think or why do you think teams are actually getting stronger as the groups keep on progressing on?
I think it's just the fact that people in the later groups will definitely realize and will definitely have a lot of material to just view, observe, and note down. I keep saying this again and again, but this is like a very important aspect of the game. Just observing other people, realizing the opportunities or the openings that they missed out on that were there in front of them, and putting yourself into a similar position, and when that situation arises, doing what was supposed to be done. Talk about high ground advantages on the map of Miramar. We've been seeing teams take those hills again and again and again, but up until Medal showed up, no one is able to control that position so perfectly. So Medal Esports brought that in, and I think the teams coming in the upcoming Miramar might actually employ that strategy as well, of climbing on top of a hill super early on and just making sure you're racking up those points, not necessarily moving down before you're required to, before the blue zone actually is on top of you. Apart from that, I think it will just be the fact that the teams will have a lot more room to work with, a lot more time to work with as well. So imagine you're playing on the first day. You brought up this point during the start of the jitters that are there of playing, of being a part of an opportunity that's being given to you by one of the biggest developers in the world. Everyone has dreamed of being on a big stages, performing in front of crowds, and Crafton has finally given this opportunity to these young players. And when you are in the midst of all of this happening, you riding your own destiny, you are going to feel those jitters. And I think as you transition to the later days of any given tournament, those jitters start to fade away. And I think that is why Group 5, Group 6, the teams will definitely be a little bit more calmer, having just competed or watched the competition for the first 3 days. They will realize, all right, we don't need to panic. As long as we maintain our own pace, we are in the good. We will be able to secure enough points. But you have to make sure that you maintain that focus throughout the day in all three matches, because again, you guys were talking about a few of the names, Anitta Gaming being one of those teams that did in fact start the day off quite strong, but then they just completely fell off and were out of the top 8 after the third game was finished.
Yeah, Johnny, man, consistency is important. We keep on focusing on this as commentators, and we keep on saying this so many of the times to the teams that consistency is going to be important. Just having that one decent game is not going to cut it off. You need to have second decent games, at least when you know you've only got 3 games in your hands. And hopefully the inconsistency is not going to be seen from the upcoming Group 6, because once again, as we mentioned, as the groups keeps on progressing on, as the tournament keeps on progressing on, it seems like the pressure is definitely starting to subside.
And it's only
I think so for groups as well. Yeah, exactly. It's only day 3. You've got it in the back as well. So as I mentioned, man, it's only day 3 and we're already seeing the competition this rised up. I feel like, imagine when it's going to be in the future lines, dude. I feel like all these underdog teams, they are going to carry even more potential and even more deadly fire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and this is supposed to be one of those tournaments where it will put you to the test again and again. I mean, from the format to the point structures to the amount of prize pool money that's being handed out just to make sure everyone is just like constantly focused on their matches. I mean, this BGIS The Grind is putting all of these teams to the test, and I think that is for us to enjoy as to what these teams will be up to. But also, ladies and gentlemen, this same opportunity is available for you guys as well, or it will be available for you guys as well on the 24th of July when the registrations will be open. And we talked about this yesterday. Make sure you take your time and enter your details correctly, and also follow Crafton on their social handles so that all the information regarding the BGIS or any of the tournaments that happen in the future, you get that information and you're able to keep up with what is happening in the scene, what is happening in the competitive esports circuit.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen and gamers. You can register your team at esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com. That's where you guys need to go and register your team. And also, as mentioned yesterday as well, make sure you guys are filling your information with pinpoint precision. One single mistake can get you and your team disqualified, so you do not want to be the one to be blamed on when your team gets disqualified. So just make sure you're opening your eyes, you're being as cautious as possible when you're filling the forms, and just get your team registered over there, man. You never know. Maybe you can't be the underdog, the dark horses that we and Crafton are searching for. But Johnny, it seems like the game should be brewing up soon enough for Group 6, and I just can't wait. As you mentioned, even Team INS, it is one of the old teams out there. It is one of the OG teams out there. And now when we say the OG teams, the expectations are always high. Yeah, we know from Group 5 Global Esports, as the domination expectations from me personally were there from Global. We did not see those. Hopefully, that's not going to be the case. Now, we know we all like an underdog story, but we also like to see the known faces in the game, in the top tier tournaments all the time.
Exactly, and seeing those known faces, the reason we like seeing them is because we expect them to pull off big moves and big moments, display their skills out in the open. But the underdogs can do the same thing as well. Never count anyone out until the fight is over. And ladies and gentlemen, this fight of the teams of Group 6, it is just starting, as the flight path this time around is going to start off from the western edge, I believe, towards the western edge of Gatka, and it's going to go all the way between Lipovka and Milta Power.
Southern-sided plane fly path. Once again, as I said, the plane fly path is the biggest nightmare for any team that is currently playing in BGIS. So, as usual, man, hopefully these teams are going to be able to adapt on the fly, get a nice little temporary drop location for themselves, Johnny, get some vehicles secured, and then move on to their designated drop locations. But once again, you never know where the circle is going to pan out. You know what, Johnny? If my prediction for the circle has to be, it's going to be a southern circle. I really love my military-based circle, and I would like to see a military-based circle because I feel like that's where the teams are really tested to their potential. Yeah, of course, the teams that are all the way down there on the south, that they're not going to have a lot of problems, but the teams that are all the way up north and looking to make a late rotation inside the circle, are also in general looking to make a rotation, you always see them struggle so much because the bridge always gets camped out. But as we do have Celsius in front of us, moving all the way towards down south, towards the military base island, so even if the circle does pan out down south, they're not going to have a problem at all. Or even if the circle is going to pan up north, they're not going to have a problem at all. But the circle is actually going to create an anonymous era. Okay, the aura is quite anonymous. We don't know where the circle's going to pan out. It is sort of engulfing into itself even the southern side and even the northern side, but the northern side is actually conquered a little bit more by the circle. So I think so the chances of the circle being formed on the northern side is a little bit more, but All-Stars already kicking things off on a great note. They've got one elimination point for themselves, and that's a great way to start the game off. Zeus, he's gonna have a nice little smirk on his face, and now they've also got a vehicle in their hands. One thing is for sure, All-Star did not want it to drop over here. The designated drop spot is actually a little bit far away from the plane fly path, but as I said, whenever the plane fly path is on the complete opposite side of your drop location, you always need to find that temporary drop spot, and you need to find yourself something. So here we go. All-Stars, considering they've already got 1 finish points, and this is the only team that has actually got the first finish points, they're going to be happy. But as soon as I say that, even Team Sparkers decide to join the fray.
Yeah, and Sunny, what was he up to? Just stood out in the open, took out his weapon, shot down the opposition, and now he's going to join his teammates. Well, they will have to be extremely careful though, since they don't have any armor upon them. And I believe his teammate Sunny, he's gonna have to think about them as well as to what kind of weapons do they have upon them. Do they have that level 2 helmet, level 2 armor available already? Because 4 AM, Karan in the distance, I believe, was in a position from where he can spot out this moving vehicle and is going to try and take a few shots at least. But no, he just watches them make a getaway. And I think that might have been a wise choice.
Oh, PLE. They've got another challenger approaching them, E4, and look at him. He's got a shotgun in the hand. That can just shred his opponents down to crisp. Kuna, he knows there's an enemy in the front lines, but even Rishabh is actually trying to play with his enemy's minds, and he decides to take a leave. But the bullets are not going to be enough in the FAMAS, so that's going to be an easy way out for his opponent. Rishabh gets out of that spot, harms free. I don't even understand how is that possible. Rishabh, he's so lucky to dodge death.
Yeah, exactly. He was getting shot at by 2 different players and he still managed to find an escape option. He was stuck in a 1v3, I believe. And Rishabh, just the great escape being put on display. But look at this Inferno. The first finish of the game being secured by the team All-Star, ladies and gentlemen. This was the second where Sunny was able to pick off 2 players from the side of LG. Alright, he got 1 off. Austin was finished off while his teammate just ran away, gave up instantly.
Excellent 4 in front of us, Shawnee, and Rishabh, yeah, he's on a little bit of HP deficit, but considering the sidelines are quite clear, it's not going to affect him at all. We've got Sick as well in front of us, and he's looking quite good. But once again, since these are the early stage of the game, early phases of the game, Johnny, teams are of course going to go for that loot, but hopefully we're not going to see one of those stalemate situations, because I hate those, man. You're going to be wasting so much of your productive time that you can use doing so much better things.
I mean, for sure. I mean, no one likes to get delayed in a position where they don't really want to be. Everyone wants to just move forward with the game, try and look for a better spot, try and look for a position inside the zone. But focusing on the players of Celsius, I wonder what they are going to be up to in the next few minutes. Again, Erangel, it's always off to an interesting start where you will have 1 or 2 individuals getting picked off, but after that, the game just slows down completely. And it is one of those slow game phases that we are amidst, ladies and gentlemen. But look at the northern part of the map, where the players of 4 AM are, where the lads from Sunny's team are, along with the players of LG. LG is down 1 player as well. And there's 1 more team right behind them in Severny. So LG is going to be extremely tricky for them to actually move all the way towards Yasnaya. And also, what an interesting game of Erangel. No one went to Yasnaya.
Yeah, and now it seems like the game in general is sort of like the slot zones, like Ocean likes to call them, right? The slot zones. We're not really going to be seeing a lot of fights erupting soon enough, but maybe some rotation collisions. If that does happen, then we'll see that. But you know what? These are the times I personally like to call them the podcast hours. And I'd like to talk about the previous group as well, what happened with them. Now, we've already got a massive heart attack. All right, Johnny? Rivalry Esports not making it inside the top 8. I feel like that is definitely a massive deal breaker for a lot of their fans. And considering Rivalry Esports was not able to qualify, that also makes you doubt on a lot of things. Were Rivalry Esports not clearly prepared for this competition? Because when you're going to be losing out against underdogs, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to raise or point their fingers at you.
And it's going to be quite interesting to see what the team's reaction is going to be like later on, but because they will be playing in the future tournaments as well. And I think we quite really see them just like completely change up their game plans and just like come up with some new strategy to make sure that what happened right now does not really happen again in the future. Because yeah, it is understandable that in such short format runs wherein just three matches will decide your qualification or on, you will make blunders. But that is why big names like Rivalry Esports, the fan bases are there, the expectations are there, the results, the history has been there of the team pulling off such things in the past, and now it is them just not doing living up to the same expectations. But again, it was just 3 matches, mistakes happened, done and dusted. I think now they can just look forward to the future, focus on the future events. But for now, we have the players from INS, and again, a big name in this lobby in particular. A lot of teams are looking forward to taking them down. A lot of teams are looking forward to seeing how they play. So INS is one of those teams that I do expect to finish in the top 8, but let's see. I mean, Rivalry was the first big blow to everyone who was thinking like, all right, all the big names will make it through. But as we talked about on day 1, some of them are getting left behind. You like it or not, they will get left behind.
That is true, man. Some of them will definitely. And this is why there's a reason why we call these new teams underdogs, right? Is because they potentially might have the talent to take down some of the top teams, and that's why they're named underdogs. But Johnny, speaking of these type of situations, the stalemates, we've got 2 teams locked outside the wall of death. And that's going to be 4 AM and even LG. Not a big fan of the position these 2 guys have found themselves in, but look at Skullful. This man is not scared. He's brave enough to push enemy in their own territory. And LG, they're going to drop down another player. Not a good news. Nate's going to be tossed in as well. And that might just be the confirmation 4 AM are looking for. 4 aggressive men wiped out 2 of the players from LG. And now third one might just be on the verge of collapsing.
Yeah, 4 aggressive men living up to the name they have set for themselves, being extremely aggressive in this fight. Just 1 knock secured and they push forward. Skillful was all alone, but now he's been joined by his teammate, Password and Karan. And they're going to look forward to wiping out the players from LG. Let's not forget, LG lost their first player as soon as the game began, and now they are about to become the first team to be eliminated from the lobby. Dawn, he's just hiding in a corner, does not have any utility available on him, does not have a lot of heals available for himself as well, and I think all he can do right now is just wait in that compound and just wait for his inevitable demise. But talking about other things in the game, Necro, look at the Nova Repnoy bridge. How did BR make it through to the other side? How are they not stopped by anyone?
I guess when you've got the gods on your side, anything is possible, huh, Johnny? And INS... Yeah, BR, they've literally crossed on over from an open road without even caring about anything in the world. And I think so they've also managed to secure a really solid spot for themselves.
Yes.
But now they also need to make sure that they're not going to be backstabbed into that one, because whenever you are one of those teams that is in the prime spot, you've always got to watch all the different angles for yourself. Because when you get tunnel vision, that's when enemies start knocking on the doors. That's the exact opportunity that the snakes are looking for to take you down. And look at Celsius too, Johnny. All the way down south. Still 2 of the players are out all the way in the blue. And I always get anxious whenever I see any of these teams out in the blue. And I just hope that they have enough amount of meds. And look at LG too. Look at Lucknow Giants. They've got no meds. At least the last players have got no meds.
Oh, he's looking for a few. I hope he finds them. He's opening the doors, checking every single corner, looking for at least a first aid.
He's done.
And well, Dawn, you're going to be done in this game now. Lucknow Giants, the first team to take an exit from this game of Erangel. But as you were talking about Celsius Esports, I agree with you. I hope they have enough first aids and not necessarily make the same mistakes that we saw Dawn just make. But along with that, one more interesting thing that can, interesting scenario that can build up for Celsius in a few moments is that Nova Repnoy bridge situation. The bridge is still inside of the safe zone. I don't know how long it's going to be there, but that might lure Celsius to try to cross from the military island to the main island using the Nova Repnoy bridge. And if they end up doing that, then they will have to deal with the teams that were holding positions towards Farm and the Milta City, because that crossfire is always brutal on the roads in the middle. And that is one of the pathways that is going to be available to the players of Celsius. But that is a whole different story. That I don't know if it will happen or when it will happen, but it will take a few moments. In the meanwhile, we refocus on the players of Enigma Gaming, and this again is one of the most experienced lineups in this entire lobby.
Yeah.
And talk about Max Cash, OH, Daljit, and Infinity. These lads have been there for ages. They've dominated the scene for ages, but I believe Enigma Forever with the way they are moving right now inside the game, they're looking for fights, because Daljit seems just to be driving the buggy on top of this hill, just taking information from his surroundings. And I think he's looking for someone to engage upon.
Exactly, Johnny. He's scouting around. He's just looking around for anyone if he is able to spot. But what this does is also gives a lot of confirmation on the most amount of land piece that Enigma Gaming so far is controlling, right? Now look at the amount of visual confirmation Enigma Gaming has, because they know one of the players already scouted out all the surrounding lines. So Enigma Gaming can now start to sort of spread themselves out, get a little bit more map control. But look at the circle, Johnny. It's quite a hard shift all the way up north, tilted a little bit on the left side, but Enigma Gaming now maybe will need to make a little bit of repositioning if they want to. And yeah, that's what they're going to do. You can see them instantly sitting inside their vehicles and trying to book it. You also see Death Challenger doing the same thing.
Yeah, but this might be a death race actually, as Death Challengers, they're trying to hunt down one of the players from the side of PLE who's rotating alongside them. But now they have changed direction, completely avoiding the collision that was there. It was a 1v4 situation. They could have actually secured 1 point for free, but they prioritized their own position, their own safety, looking for a safe haven right now inside of the zone. And in their pathway, I don't see anything. I think there's a small little compound, those 3 compounds that are just a little bit north of them, but they're not really heading in that direction. They're moving close to the center, which actually is quite exposed right now. And I think the fight for the high ground, it is going to break out between the players of Enigma Gaming and the players of the TG, as they are quite close to each other as well.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming, I mean, yeah, they're definitely, or at least they've got the sights on that compound. I don't exactly know if they're going to try to breach in that compound or not. If they do try to breach in, I'd say that would be a desperate call for Enigma. So I don't think so breaching in is going to be the way to go. They need to have a little bit of patience, and that's what life teaches us, to have patience on every single part of the life. But so far, speaking of that, it seems like Enigma Gaming definitely ran out of patience over there, Johnny. Daljit's going to be knocked out and also confirmed. Oh, that's not a good news, Johnny. I think so. Caster cursed him.
I mean, I'm not going to take the hit for it, man. They were quite exposed out in the open. In Predator 6, they definitely had the better cover available to them. Daljit's just overextended in that. But now, Enigma, can they recover? That is the question. They still have 3 players remaining, and Predator, they have all the information that they would need to try and take another finish, another point in their favor. Oasis, he's going to have to back off. He's a little farther away from his teammates, I think around 50 meters away from his teammates. So he's going to have to back off just a little bit, and he's trying to do that as well, climbing up upon that hill. But it is an open, exposed slope, right? He has joined Max Cash now, so he's completely safe.
Enigma Gaming once again on a move, as they have realized now the firepower shortened up a little bit, huh, Johnny? You need to back out of that from that spot.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, as you can see near the school area, we've got a couple of teams as well just eyeing each other out. One of those is Team Celsius looking out in the front lines, and look at TTE. Now they're getting pounced on top by INS, and Prime is the only one in this position. I guess for INS to take this position in their hand, it's not going to be a tough one. Team Tribal Esports, they're going to start to back out. You can see Prime instantly positioning himself behind this ridge because he knows there might be some nades flying onto his direction.
He's trying to deter the push coming in his direction from the players of INS to the best of his abilities, but he has just 1 nade left, 4 smokes available, and Prime finally decides to step from beyond the ridge, take a few shots, step into his buggy, and try and make an escape for us. Team Tribal Esports, they realize that the zone has again hard shifted away from them, and they need to prioritize their rotation rather than fight INS and get delayed and stuck behind along with them. So Team Tribal Esports, they have moved out. INS is looking to move out as well. But this southwestern edge of the circle, Necro, there's going to be such a big cluster over here, and it's not going to be easy to survive. Look at BR. They barely found some cover out in the open right outside the zone, and they have gone for it. They had no other option but to take this dip and try and fight their way out of it.
3 players from BR are actually sitting inside the vehicle, just taking that TPP visual around them. You've got Time 2 in front of us, and Team PR, you can say for now they're gonna try to be the sneaky assassins and make sure they're not getting spotted at all. You've got THDC as well in front of us, and even they themselves have found themselves a little bit of battle that they can't hide. Enigma Gaming, we saw one of the players lost out in the name of Daljit, and now the firepower being reduced to just a 3-man squad. You can see instantly Enigma Gaming, they're not being overconfident anymore. Instead, they're gonna hold their ground, and if anyone else wants to breach into their compound or their ground, Enigma Gaming, that's when they will be forced to fight. But what just happened? MTGG, they stepped inside a territory that BR was holding, and it seems like it's not even gonna be a tough situation for them. They easily conquer this spot.
Well, let's see, they have conquered it for one fight at least, but the next team is right behind them, and Alex is going to be taken out.
What?
Lucky, how lucky is he going to be? Takes the shots, the hip fire spray is not going to connect, and he's going to be finished off. The moment MTGs thought that this dip was going to be there, Imperial Esports, they chime in and snatch it away from them. But Imperial, 2 of their lads have been knocked out as well. I wonder if they will be able to recover. But on the other side, 4 angry men, well, their anger might just backfire upon them, as they had 2 players knocked out, but Skillful has been brought back into this game. And Karan, oh, they lose out on Karan. No revive for him.
No revive. It's going to be a tough one, Johnny, because he's already done and donezo from the game. And now you've got 4 AM in front of us, tossing some utilities against the opponents, and it's going to be perfect. Skillful. Definitely, this man's got a lot of skills, and now TS Dhruvi wants to back out to his teammates. It's going to be a tough call for him, man.
Yeah.
Next to impossible to back out, and 4 aggressive men. As their name stands, they're always going to be aggressive. Now pulling up in their Lambo as well. They're looking to make sure that the elimination feed's going to start to pop up. And look at Password. He checks out of the vehicle, goes for a direct challenge in this fight, and he will actually come out on top as well. The last man from TS is way too low, and 4 AM, they conquer this battle.
Well, they conquer it for now, but they have lost yet another player in that previous fight, and that might cause trouble for them as they move forward, because they have one team right in front of them, and that is the squad of AI All-Stars. And All-Stars, we saw them a few moments ago just setting up situations perfectly. For now, Skillful. How skillful is he going to be to help come up with an escape plan for him and his teammate Password right behind him? Password has 6 smokes on him, so that might actually work out in his favor. But oh my goodness, what is PS up to? Raider 6 is destroying the competition left, right, and center. And Celsius, look at them as well. Oh no, Prime is still up. Prime is still left.
A little wooden shack, and there's 6 players trying to get into it. Next to impossible. That shack is too small enough to contain 6 players into itself. And look at Deepu, way too low. One single bullet's gonna seal the deal onto him, but still Team Celsius is actually trying to force this fight, and Prime comes out on top.
What?
Nicely done, Team Tribal Esports. They somehow managed to survive to see another day, and Joker as well will be getting a resurrection. This team just dodged a bullet. So lucky enough to be alive inside the game so far.
Yeah, Prime just helped his team survive a 2v4 situation where the entirety of the other side, Team Celsius, was trying to push on that small wooden shack, but Prime, he made sure that they were going to pay for it. But in the meanwhile, the other two players of Team Tribal Esports, they are getting destroyed by the nades being dropped upon them by the players of Team Enigma Gaming. And Max Cash makes sure that Tribal Esports, they're not going to be there in the end game with all 4 players present. But again, if you are busy fighting, that means you are not taking control of the zone. And in this game in particular, the zone has just been moving all around.
And you can see Enigma Gaming instantly just all together pushing up with the vehicles. THDC not being pushed on just yet, but TTE in the front lines is now starting to cause a lot of problems as Canopy's being knocked out, and OV looking to push inside the shack. He pulls out a DBS and might come out on top, but no, AKM this time reigns supreme because the DBS shots misses. Johnny, the Tribal Esports are actually on the verge of knocking out the entire team of TC, and yes, Team Tribal Esports, this man single-handedly, Joker, he's dancing around the death and he wipes out the entire team of TC. How is this man alive?
My goodness, and that's not the first team. Team Tribal Esports have done this too. First it was Celsius, and now Death Challengers. But on the other side, INS Zeno, look at him just spraying down the competition of Predator 6 in the distance, and he's trying to finish them off, but it's not going to be easy. They have cover available. Zeno is going to have to focus and save his ammo. Look at how many bullets he has left in the bag. Just a mere 48. It's down to 13 as he goes for a reload on the M4, and if he does not find a way to replenish this ammo soon, then he's gonna have to just play around with the AKM, the secondary weapon on his back. In the meanwhile, Enigma Gaming take the high ground, and I think they will be looking forward to taking care of the players of Predator 6 as the Rogue is already knocked out and Psycho is just hiding in that wooden shack.
Exactly, Johnny, but P6, look at them. They've only got a smoke and one single vehicle. That's saving them so far. That smoke's gonna block the visual, and that's the only reason why P6 is alive inside this tournament for so long. And look at PLE. PLE, they're eyeing him out. Yeah, clear line of sight spotted. The toes are getting shot at, and Psycho, he barely managed to squeeze himself behind that broken buggy, but Jerain is still looking to tap him out of the game, and he successfully does so. It's actually INS who are gonna steal it away. Psycho out of the game. INS, this team is now starting to just mow the lawns because the front lines are quite out in the open, and INS, they've got everything in their favor. This is the replay.
Yeah.
Joker, this man was dancing. He was playing with death itself, and still he was able to funnel every single enemy team from that doorway. And I feel like over here, DC, they just got a little too overeager. Over-aggression led to their demise.
Well, let's see though. INS, they're holding on to a very wonderful position inside of this game right now, and they have the opportunity of basically gatekeeping anyone who's either coming from the northern part of the map or from the eastern side. But Enigma Gaming always just driving over Tirlok, making sure he's going to be finished off, is looking forward to finding a spot for his teammates inside of the circle. They might have lost on Daljit, but the three players are still standing, and Zeno is not looking to stop. He's the only man from the side of INS who has any finishes secure. 3 finishes in total for INS, and all 3 of them were brought there by Zeno. He's looking to get a few more as he now plans to take down the players of Enigma Gaming all by himself, just having that M4, armed with just this M4. I haven't seen him do anything with that AKM though.
Johnny, INS is now starting to be a massive pain in the back for a lot of these teams, and I'm especially talking about Enigma Gaming because they're getting pinned down. Enigma Gaming does not really have a lot of breathing room anymore because even from the back is E4 closing up. So Enigma Gaming, they need to make something out of nothing over here. The only reason why I say nothing because at this point in time, Enigma Gaming, there's a high chance they've probably burned through all their utilities. And I mean the smoke grenades. They still have a couple of them left, and you can see them just barraging those smokes, just utilizing all of those leftover smokes onto the ground. And excellent 4 now from the back, looking to make an excellent move against their opponents, and that's what they're going to do. Rishabh getting a little aggressive against TEF, but they're not a team you want to underestimate. Some shots connected through the smoke, and Rishabh actually does find a positive trade.
Well, but let's see how far will Rishabh be able to take this. One more nade being lobbed in the similar spot, and this one catches Infinity completely off guard. Max Cash, the last player surviving for the team, is gonna have to deal with the heavy fire being showered in his direction from the players of E4 as Rishabh has a clear line of fire available. But as he runs out of utility, he is gonna have to step in front of Max Cash to secure that final finish, and that might be a gamble because that will draw the attention of INS towards him and his teammates at the same time. But Infinity, there's no escape available for him. It's going to be down to Max Cash from the side of Enigma Gaming to secure the points for his team, as he is now the last player surviving from their side.
Max Cash. Right now, this man's put on a little suppressor on his AKM. Wants to keep his position anonymous, but look at Team INS. Even they're trying to breach inside the circle. Yeah, not the best of the cover, but at least they've got something to hide behind, and Wanted gets caught off guard. Team Excellent 4, a chance to convert this entire game into a victory, but even Team INS, they've got a really good retaliation. The trade's going to be evenly there from the side of Team INS, but they've almost lost out on Wanted, and now it's a 3-on-4 scenario. E4, it's not going to be a tough task for them to get the fallen player back up, but even if one player gets caught out in the open, it's going to be a positive one for INS, and that's what almost could have happened. And yes, that's what happens. Toxic gets taken down, and now Fragger is the only one in the front lines.
Zeno was aiming for Fragger, just saw Sick in the backlines and decided to finish him off. Now, Fragger and Rishabh, it's going to be upon them. Rishabh has been brought back into the game as well by his teammate Abhi George, who went for the revive.
Oh my God, what?
And INS on the verge of securing this win for themselves. All they have to do is just finish off Fragger, but they get distracted. Zeno looking in the other direction. It's a 1v3 situation, and Fragger is out in the open, and he's not even trying to hide. He's spraying inside the smoke, just praying to catch someone off guard, but that's not going to happen as he takes a few shots on Lucky. But Lucky was extremely lucky enough to just turn around and finish him off. And with that, INS walking away with a winner chicken dinner off this map of Erangel.
INS Esports, solid stuff from their side to secure this chicken dinner. They had a really nice warehouse control, and I'm always a huge fan of that warehouse, man. Johnny, there's a reason why whenever I see these type of circle, I always prefer to take that warehouse control. I always want teams to take that warehouse control, because when you have that control, you know all the surroundings are out in the open. So if any other team, if they do want to collide and take control of that warehouse from you, it's going to be way too tough. You will need to travel through an open ground where you're going to get shot at from 1,000 different angles.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that is one of those challenges of just staying out in the open. But that is why keeping an eye on the amount of utility that you have is always going to be critical as well. Because I think the top 6 teams, we were noticing this, like the majority of the individuals who were playing on these isolated spots, playing that 3-1 split, that one isolated individual, I don't know why, was always there with utility running out, especially smokes, which are so important for creating cover for your teammates so that they can actually take a flanking position and provide you with some cover. So I think that is something that, again, we saw a lot of teams employ, but towards those final moments, things got so chaotic that I think that one thought just like escaped everyone's heads, and they were just like completely focused on the fights right in front. And we, again, INS, brilliant positioning towards the end game situation. I actually thought that E4 might actually take this win away from INS, but INS readjusted quite nicely.
They indeed did, Johnny, and I mean, if you do take a look at the replay, I mean, the highlights over here, Johnny, for now, and you see how the action really started to unfold. We saw All-Stars actually getting the first ever elimination, and then somewhere down the line, it felt like the action was settling down. The podcast hour started to begin, but then out of nowhere, so many actions started to unfold in front of us that it was next to impossible to take control of all of that, to know what exactly is going on the map, because these little edges, these little bowels that are on the map of Erangel, everyone wanted to take control because we knew that the circle is going to be forming out in the open, and even the players knew that. So they were really aggressive in doing so, and somehow Team Tribal Esports, Joker, this man was the MVP for that team, without a doubt, hands down.
Not just Joker, Prime as well. Prime is the reason Joker was surviving to finish this moment off. I mean, a few moments ago, in fact 2 minutes ago, before Joker pulled off this brilliant 1v2 clutch, he was down on his knees, almost bleeding out, and then Prime actually came in, pulled off a 1v3 for himself, set up Joker, and then Joker did the exact same thing. So these two individuals from the side of Tribal Esport were just incredible. And I think we are going to be focused on these two players and their team in the future matches as well, the next 2 games that they play as well. Along with that, one more team that I'm going to be looking forward to, in fact 2 more teams, because Predator 6 also had good positioning, but E4 in particular, E4 looked so clean in this game up until, well, the top 2.
INS Esports, I mean, this team, Johnny, you speak about the top 2. We saw Excellent 4 as well, right? And Excellent 4, at the end of the day, the only reason I personally feel like why they lost was because straight up the positioning disadvantage. In the end, Johnny, when you're going to be out in the open, when you know you're going to be forced to move out of your cover and also take the zone control, it's next to impossible to survive, especially when a team actually has a compound. And yeah, it's just going to be next to impossible because the team will have all amount of cover in the world. Yeah, even the opponent team was moving out in the open, but still you're in a little bit more disadvantage because you've been out in the open since the start and you started to lose out on the players early off. So that's where Excellent 4 sort of really did not shine through. But I would still say INS, that was really good capitalization from them. The way they were holding on to that warehouse, that was even quite phenomenal. We also saw Enigma Gaming too. When they lost out on Daljit, Johnny, it seemed like that 3-man squad, it's going to be tough to survive, but even they made it quite to the late game situations.
Yeah, They finished in the top 3. And as you were talking about Excellent 4 a few moments ago, I completely agree with that. I mean, they were just brilliant throughout the game. Just that last point is where, because they were exposed for so long, INS had complete information of where the individuals from Excellent 4 were going to be. It could have turned the other way, though. It could have gone either way after Wanted from the side of INS actually moved out and gave Excellent 4 the cover of the US right behind that tree where we saw one of the lads from the side of Excellent 4 actually charge and take control of that position. But from there on out, again, I think it was Fragger who pushed forward and Sick was just left behind to provide some cover. Unfortunately for them, the man who was watching the mark was Zeno. And Zeno was so good from the side of INS throughout the game. I think the moves that he had pulled off might be enough to make him the MVP of the game as well.
Might be, but there's a huge might, right, Johnny? So we don't exactly know, because Circle being out in the open, there was so many opportunities for so many of these teams to actually rack up these elimination points. But as you rightfully mentioned, INS has to be, at least one of the players from INS has to be that player to at least get that MVP spot for themselves, because considering you being in the prime position, you also having the prime overall compound, you said Xenox, let's see, man, because I'm also waiting for that MVP graphic to be popped up. But I also would like to say Enigma Gaming, the only reason why they did not really go heavily or favoring completely on that elimination point bracket was because they lost out on Diljit early enough. Because before Diljit was alive, you can see how aggressive Enigma Gaming was playing for that map control. We saw them scouting out some of the most dangerous areas, some of the most dangerous mountains. They were only sending that one player in the front lines. They were like, okay, go ahead and scout it out. So you can clearly know by that play style how aggressive Enigma Gaming wanted to be. But you know what, John? I feel like soon enough the MVP bracket is going to be opening up and we'll be able to find that out. Who's going to be that MVP? I'm quite curious.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, because we know it will be between INS and Excellent 4, but let's have a look at who the MVP is, and it is Zeno25 from the side of INS. Yeah, because, I mean, while we were watching the team of INS in the final top 6 teams remaining of the previous match, Zeno was just racking up those finishes one after the other, and he was majorly responsible for any of the points that INS had up until they made it to the top 2. So this man was just incredible and on point, very precise with everything, and kudos to his team for putting him in a position to be able to do that as well. But looking at the list of top players, Zeno is going to be joined by Max Cash from Enigma Gaming. We have Joker from the side of Team Tribal Esports. We have Jiren from Plex, and there was one more man on the 5th position. But we quickly move to the point rankings of this first game, and INS 24 points already secured in the first match itself. Brilliant.
Wow, 20. I think so they've already qualified. As I said, even if you're only able to get that one single chicken dinner, you've already qualified. There's no way you're not going to be able to qualify. 24 points in total. I feel like the maximum benchmark that you really need to cross on over is 16 points to make it in top 8. So, yeah.
I have a question for you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is there a game for the top teams still for qualification after what Gladiators pulled off yesterday and what we saw from the top 2 teams, Team Mayhem, and along with them on the first group itself? I mean, now it's about the domination, man.
I think so, yeah.
Like
I think so. It's about making a stark statement, right? That's what you're trying to say. It's about making a stark statement in the lobby. And I would say none of the other teams have been able to make such a stark statement as Gladiator Esports did, but definitely Metal Esports do come close to that. But if you do talk about this group, though, once again, inside this group, I don't think so anyone has ever come closer to Metal Esports and even Gladiator Esports so far. But maybe in the future games of Miramar, we might see that happening. Because again, Miramar, as I said, it's easy to navigate, but tough to sustain because the angles are going to be quite open around you too. And you guys saw the point standing too. The second half of the board, things are not looking that bad considering it was just the first game. You've always got a chance to recover yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the opportunity to recover is going to be there in form of the next 2 maps, but both of those maps bring with them, like, interesting challenges. Miramar, as you mentioned, easy to traverse, but it's extremely difficult to sort of confidently say, like, our rotation is not going to be charged upon by anyone. Players are going to be there on top of those hills, just watching your vehicles, and the moment you step too much out in the open, your tires are going to be taken out, and you are going to be taken out.
Exactly. Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to talk about. But for now, we need to catch a little breather, so we'll be right back.
प्लेयर्स। इंडिया में BGMI के ग्रास रूट को सुपरचार्ज करने के लिए BGIS आ चुका है 2 करोड़ रुपीस के प्राइस पूल के साथ। तो वेट किस बात का? गेट रेडी टू बी द रेबल। आप जानते हैं ये प्राइज अपने नाम कैसे कर सकते हैं? फर्स्ट लेग है रजिस्ट्रेशन का और आप रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com पर। यहाँ से स्टार्ट होती है आपकी 6 राउंड्स की जर्नी जो एंड होगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में। रजिस्ट्रेशन 24 जुलाई से स्टार्ट होगा और 2 अगस्त है लास्ट डेट रजिस्ट्रेशन का। इसके लिए आपके स्क्वाड के हर मेंबर का लेवल 25 और रैंक मिनिमम प्लैटिनम 5 होना जरूरी है। अपने डिटेल्स को 2-3 बार चेक करें बिकॉज एक सिंगल मिस्टेक भी आपको डिस्क्वालीफाई कर सकती है। लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट द होल जर्नी। द ग्राइंड 256 टीम्स के साथ द ग्राइंड स्टार्ट होगा। कुछ वीक्स के ग्राइंड के बाद हमारे पास बचेगी ओनली 64 टीम्स जो सीधे एंट्री लेगी BGIS में। टॉप 32 टीम्स आगे जाएगी राउंड 3 के लिए और बॉटम 32 टीम्स को BGIS के राउंड 2 से होकर जाना होगा। इन गेम क्वालिफायर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन के बाद नेक्स्ट लेग होगा इन गेम क्वालिफायर्स का, जिसमें आपको खेलने होंगे 15 मैचेस और ओनली 10 बेस्ट मैचेस ही कंसिडर होंगे। इन गेम क्वालिफायर्स से टोटल 2048 टीम्स BGIS राउंड 1 में एंटर करेंगे। ऑनलाइन क्वालिफायर्स राउंड 1 में 2048 टीम्स को 128 ग्रुप्स में एंटर किया जाएगा और एवरी ग्रुप से टॉप 3 टीम्स और 96 हाई रैंक टीम्स राउंड 2 के लिए क्वालिफाई होंगी। राउंड 2 से रियल चैलेंज स्टार्ट होगा। राउंड 1 से 480 टीम्स और ग्राइंड के बॉटम 32 टीम्स एक दूसरे से फाइट करेंगी। राउंड 2 के 512 टीम्स एक दूसरे से महा मुकाबला करने के बाद ओनली 224 टीम्स एंटर करेंगी राउंड 3 के लिए। राउंड 3 से BGIS में हीट बढ़ने वाली है। राउंड 2 से आए 224 टीम्स और ग्राइंड के टॉप 32 टीम्स राउंड 3 में खुद को प्रूव करेगी। हर ग्रुप से टॉप 4 टीम्स राउंड 4 के लिए आगे बढ़ेगी। 65th से 80th पोजीशन वाली टीम्स लूजर्स ब्रैकेट की तरफ बढ़ेंगी, जहां BGIS में सर्वाइव करने का एक और चांस दिया जाएगा। क्वार्टर फाइनल्स एंड लूजर्स ब्रैकेट राउंड 4 में टोटल 64 टीम्स रहेंगी और टॉप 16 टीम्स डायरेक्टली सेमीफाइनल्स में एंटर करेंगी। 48 टीम्स को लूजर्स ब्रैकेट में जाना होगा। लूजर्स ब्रैकेट में राउंड 3 से आई 16 टीम्स और राउंड 4 से आई 48 टीम्स सेमीफाइनल्स में रहने के लिए एक दूसरे को चैलेंज करेंगी। लूजर्स ब्रैकेट से भी 16 टीम्स सेमीफाइनल के लिए आगे बढ़ेंगी। सेमीफाइनल्स राउंड 4 से 16 टीम्स और लूजर्स ब्रैकेट से 16 टीम्स अब रेडी होंगी एक आखिरी बिग फाइट के लिए। ग्रैंड शो से पहले इन 32 टीम्स को खुद को रखना होगा सबसे आगे। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स अब आता है लास्ट लेग ऑफ द जर्नी जो हर एक ई-स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट का ड्रीम है, द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। राउंड 1 से लेके सेमीफाइनल्स तक की जर्नी कंप्लीट करने वाली टीम से लास्ट 16 टीम्स एक दूसरे को चैलेंज देंगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में और फाइट करेंगी 2 करोड़ के प्राइस पूल के लिए। तो वेट किस बात का? गेट रेडी टू फाइट फॉर द ग्लोरी। इट्स टाइम टू राइज अप।
Last 2 games left over for Group 6, Salty. And as we all know, these matchups are going to be one of the most crucial matchups in these guys' lives. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Battlegrounds Mobile India Series by Crafton. But you guys know, we were also talking about registering your teams, you know, and all that stuff. But now I think so it's time for us to let you guys know in detail how the registration exactly is going to work out. So when you guys are done with the registration, the rounds are going to start. So for the first 4 rounds, the top brackets will be played. But then on the 5th round, the lower brackets will be played. After the 5th round, semifinals will be played, and then after semifinals, as usual, the grand finals will be played, Salty.
Yes, exactly right. It's going to be a very, very long journey, especially after registration. 2048 teams are selected from the in-game qualifiers. That's a huge player pool, right? And from there on, you make your journey to get inside the top 32 so that you can play the semi-finals, you can play the grand finals and all those big games. So, I mean, of course, gear up. practice really hard with your teammates, because this is the chance to make a name for yourself. If you've been looking forward to this opportunity, BGIS and Crafton, they've come, and this is the platform for you. I feel like if one of the underdog teams can really shine and could make their way to the semifinals and grand finals, I think the nation will have a new star.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find. That's what Crafton is here to find. We want to find those diamonds in the coals. But you know what? You said, Salty, the journey is massive. But you know what? To compensate for that, we've also got a massive prize pool. 2 crores on the line, dude.
Yes.
So I would say, if the journey is long, it is worth it. You're going to have so much money on the line. There's a lot of money, and especially, how can we forget? We've also got money for the special stances, for example, the MVP and much more. So a lot of money on the line, and this entire big journey is going to be worth it. So make sure you guys are registering your teams on the given website that was shown in the previous video. But Salty, getting back to what we were saying, correct? We know now the final 2 games are left over for Group 6. Their heartbeats are definitely going to be pumping. Their adrenaline is going to be through the roof. What do you think? Which team might come through victorious on the map of Miramar? Make a blind guess.
I think Team Excellent 4. The way they played on the map of Erangel, I felt like, retaining all the 4 players, the way they used their utility to kind of create that space inside the final circle, they could not really get the winner chicken dinner for themselves. I mean, kudos to the experience that Team INS and Enigma have, because of which they made their podium finishes. But I feel like Excellent 4 is like a surprise package, and they do really have that capability to pull it off on the map of Miramar because of the utility usage. I'm talking about specifically about the way they use their smokes to create the space, or their artillery that comes in all at once and destroys the opposition. I really think this is one of the teams that have their fundamentals set, and Miramar is going to be a test. I'm really looking forward to this team, honestly. Which one is yours, by the way?
Exactly. That's what I was about to answer, right? Because I feel like you went with the team that has done quite good. I'm gonna go with the team that has been looking so aggressive and so dominant, and I feel like they're really good at asserting dominance in general. That has to be 4 aggressive men. In that previous game, they got a lot of finish points. I think it's a total 6 points. So I definitely feel like when it comes to the mechanics of the game, when it comes to the fragging potential, this team has got it down to the brim. They're really good into that aspect of the game. All they need to do is a little bit more team play, and they can be perfect. But you know what? As we do take a look at the matchup once again, guys, these are going to be the top 16 teams that are going to be playing inside the Group 6. And as your prediction was, once again, you said Excellent 4. I said 4 aggressive men. This is going to be an interesting game, considering we are now going to be stepping inside one of the biggest maps inside the game, where the terrains are going to be quite out in the open, and as I always like to mention, it's easy to navigate but tough to sustain.
And I hope, that since it's a larger map, your podcast hours last a little longer, because on the map of Erangel, they were cut short because of some inconvenience, let's just say that. So on the map of Miramar, I'm just hoping that your podcast hours, and we're going to have some conversation about some current affairs. But, one thing which I really want to talk about was Team Tribal Esports, right? The way Joker and Prey, I mean, that whole combination and that play inside that shack was just so brilliant, right? And I sound like a broken record at this point, but these underdog teams are just so good, and I feel like Miramar is going to be a real test for them. A lot of the teams who could not perform on the map of Erangel, they really need to show up as a flight goes to the skies and takes off. Necro, take it all away.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, Miramar begins right in front of us, where the plane flight path starts all the way from Minas del Sur towards Torre Emuda and Campo Militar. Look, I highly doubt any of the teams would actually like to drop over there, but one thing I would like to mention about this plane flight path, I usually hate the plane flight paths inside the map of Miramar, but you know what? This is a pretty nicely well-balanced plane flight path. It's dividing the map into a perfect equal 2 halves, so teams, I don't think so they're going to have that much of a tough time to extend towards their drop location. They should be comfortable enough to traverse to their designated drop spots.
This flight path is extremely satisfying, to be very honest. The way it kind of dissects the map into 2 equal halves. Initially we got to see that flight path which was towards the northern skewed region, and then the circle completely shifted towards Los Lunas, where we got to see that urban warfare. I feel like this time around the things are going to be a little different. I kind of expect the circle towards the open fields, where the teams are going to be tested. Even though the teams were tested in open circle on the map of Erangel, I feel like urban warfare does have a lot of factors involved. marvelous, especially when you get those compounds in the final edge of the circle, but then suddenly it shifts and you have to come out of the compound and you're completely vulnerable. So urban warfare, even though it's very exciting, not for me, but look at this, the circle once again. Lost Leonis being the center of it, and a lot of it being underwater.
Los Leones is right in the smack center, ladies and gentlemen. And now, once again, I feel like this game is going to be set up perfectly. So here we already have things starting off on an aggressive note. We have got Lucknow Giants on our screens, and they've already managed to get a finish point on the board for themselves. And you can't say this is a date with destiny for LG.
Certainly is, right? I mean, Varun just dropped and he just popped. That is it. He had no weapon whatsoever. The only piece of loot probably that was in front of him was the crossbow. Not the kind of weapon you probably want to use, especially in competitive when you need that early finish or that early knock. And Austin, of course, will get that initial pick, but Lucknow Giants, let's talk about this team in particular, right? Their performance in Erangel wasn't really very contrasting to the other teams. What are your thoughts about Erangel? You saw it first person.
I mean, Lucknow Giants, yeah, inside Erangel, definitely the struggle was there. But you know what, as I like to say, when new teams appear on the first time inside such a massive stage, they always do have some jitters. So, yeah, even though we are forced to judge considering there's only 3 games left over in your hands and now they're being narrowed down to 2, I feel like Lucknow Giants should have a little bit of more better showing on the map of Miramar, because once again, even if the first game goes completely south for you, you still got 2 more games to recover. And I feel like those 2 games can be really more than enough if you manage to get yourself at least 12 points per game. That's good enough for you. And for that, you will need to focus a lot on your positioning, survival, and also your utility utilization.
You know what, I honestly feel like a lot of folks sitting back at home and watching this phase of the tournament might also feel like, you know what, the round format is just way too harsh because you only get 3 games to kind of show your skills and show your opportunity, and for underdogs it kind of takes some time to, you know, settle the nerves and get inside the tournament. But then you'll also have to understand that we've got such a massive passive pool of teams, right, that we've got to be aggressively cutting them down, and 3 games is all that we can provide. And it's also not like the bar of qualification is really high. You just need 1 good game or 2 decent games. That's all that I would like to say. So I don't really think that the stakes are that high for the teams. I feel like they can easily accomplish that, given the fact that they are in good form or have warmed up really properly. They know that they've done their homework in terms of thinking about the teams and what they're going to do, having their mental aspect of the game straight. So I feel like a lot of the teams who could not really perform, Miramar and Sanhok, once again will be an opportunity. I've said this time and time again, 1 good game and you qualify.
As you mentioned, man, 1 good game is all you need. I would say 1 chicken dinner is all you need to qualify. Once you get that chicken dinner, you're pretty much done. As I said, the normal benchmark for qualifying to at least be inside the top 8 is 16 points. That's what we've seen. That's like the average point number you need to qualify in the top 8. If you've got 16 points or above, more than 16 points, there's a chance you will qualify. And the chances are almost above 90%. So I would still say, try to get at least 20 points in 3 games. I don't think so that's tough at all. You can always try to be the passive ones. And the most favorable map in doing so is Sanhok. Just deploy yourself all the way down south, spread yourself out, gather as many meds as possible, and go for the heal battle. If you manage to position yourself top 3 or even top 2, that's like what, 10 points? That's really good.
Yeah. Exactly, and since you mentioned 20 points, right, it kind of also depends on how do you decide to divide your approach in terms of like how many placement points do you want to occur or how many finish points do you want to acquire. And the fact that you have the option of, if you think your finish game isn't really that strong, if you think that your fight game isn't really that strong, you might just try and survive, you know, try and get yourself the good positions, get your rotations really right, not get cut off by any other team, any other opposition, and you can easily manage at least like 5 placement points per game, and that would take your total up to 15. Elsewhere, if you want to go for finishes like Octane wants to go for right now, Black Boy is probably flying at this moment with his buggy. There's no way these open terrains are going to stop him from, you know what, taking any more bullets.
That is true. PLE Esports on our screens, and Black Boy is making a move. His entire team's making a move, actually, Akash. And once again, as we all know, it's easy to navigate, tough to sustain, and considering it is such a massive map, you're still going to be having so many spots that are uncontested, still early game phase. Electros, though, nasty, was taking shots in the front, and PLE, they do not care about the world. They're still going to be on their pathway. This is what I like. Dedication to what the game plan is. Stick to that. No need to change, and no need to make some last moment decision unless the situation doesn't require for it.
Exactly, and a lot of teams in the northern part of the circle itself, just have a look at this, right? 3-4 teams outside the circle need to make their way in. Now, there's a lot of region, specifically Picardo, Graveyard, Minas Generalis, all of these regions are completely open. So there is still real estate for all of these teams to come in and station themselves in. But I'm still waiting for that second rendition of the circle and want to look at where does it proceed. Because if it proceeds even more south, then problems start to arise, because then you proceed the rough terrains, a real topography game of the map of Miramar. And I feel like rotations are going to be so difficult in those situations. Look at the position of Team LG, right? Lucknow Giants, they have positioned themselves on the southern edge of the mainland, and I feel like that is probably the ideal location where you want to be in. It's going to be really hard for any other team to flank them from either side, and they know that they're not going to be hit from behind because it's a water body. So the only direction which they need to focus on is going to be in front of them, and the circle most probably is not going to shift northward, go towards Los Leones, or even above, for the matter of fact.
I mean, we never know what the future holds, man. There's always two ways to look at it. Now, when you're going to be positioning all the way down south, yeah, there are some advantages and also some disadvantages. What if the circle takes a drastic shift up north? Then you're absolutely screwed, because already teams that have positioned themselves inside of Los Leones City, or at least somewhere around that, they're going to be guarding the edge lines. They're going to be the guardian angels of the edge lines, and they're not going to let you pass through. That means you will be forced to take some engagements, and usually when you're forced to take engagements, there's also a chance you're going to be losing out on players. So again, there are always two ways to look at it, and even if you do need to take care of your backlines, once again, when you're going to have all the 4 players alive, I feel like it's not that tough unless there are 2 or 3 teams pressing at you at the same time. Then it'll be tough. And yeah, Lucknow Giants making the right decision and pushing up north. I like that decision from them.
Yeah. So far, Team ALS as well, taking the highway bridge and crossing onto the mainland. And look at the circle once again. Seems like predictions are somewhat right. Let's just say Los Leones is still inside the circle, Lucknow Giants are still inside the circle, a large part of it is still underwater. But look at the teams on north, they're taking blue zone damage. They can afford to take these rotations late, but I've always talked about rotations rotating early on the map of Miramar is of significant importance, especially because of the terrain. You know, sometimes you don't really want to be caught in the middle of a fire and then the terrain just topples your vehicle, tumbles you down, and there's just no way you can hide elsewhere. You've got 3 teams in very close vicinity, Necro.
This is what's going to happen when the circle is going to keep on shrinking down, and Celsius, eyes locked on the target. 4 a.m. though, still able to just cruise past. And look at Obito, so low. Celsius, they cannot afford to lose out on the player, and Obito realizes now the threat's approached way too close. He needs to run away for his life, and that's what he's doing. There was a level 3 vest that he just passed through.
Exactly. Obito, of course, would want to use his Mangekyo Sharingan, but this is very early on in the game and needs to get as much information as he potentially can. 3 teams proximity means there's always a chance for a third party, and you have to be extra cautious. But all 3 of them have been spotted. He spotted 2 players going in a vehicle, and he's received fires and shots from behind, so he knows exactly where the teams are stationed. So far, Team Celsius, they're quite far apart. I can look at the split in the minimap, and you can see the 3 players. It's not really ideal, especially when you have your enemies right next to you.
Celsius, Obito. Oh, that's a really big fall from his side. Also got a little bit of damage, but it's
Man, I'm scared of height.
Considering still, yeah, me too. I'm scared of height in real life, though. Not in the game, so I'm completely fine. But yeah, considering if you do drop a little bit too from tall away, then yeah, you're definitely going to be receiving so much fall damage that there's a chance you might be knocked out as well. So be careful with heights, even in the game and outside the game as well. Imperial Esports, though. Imperial Esports so far lost out on 1 player. The first overall game that they had of Erangel, not a good way.
you spoke of heights and falling from way above. It reminded me of Scamdino, you know, the Miramar circle that we saw last day. The way he jumped down and clutched for his teammates in a 1v1 situation. That was interesting. And that was the point that I wanted to make, right? I mean, that fall was probably like a leap of faith. He knew that he's going to receive damage. He knew that he's going to get damage from the zone. Anyway, he had to go in and save his teammates. And the way he did that, it was probably from a Hollywood movie, you know, one of those Tom Cruise films where he just jumped down from the helicopter and completely abominated opposition. That was some significant moment and probably a highlight reel for that guy.
Exactly. I mean, man's El Diablo in flesh. But Team Excellent 4 in front of us. And your prediction is this team. You think that they are probably going to be able to come out on top, right, Salty? And 100%. With the way they played the previous game, I feel like the positioning game is definitely really good. With the way they were able to sustain that position, even though when they were out in the open, they used their smoke grenades to perfection. The utility were used nicely enough, and that's why Excellent were actually able to make it to top 2 in the previous game. So you can almost say that they're almost really close to securing or solidifying that spot in the top 8. But still, you need one more decent game and you're good to go. And look at the circle. It shifts down south once again. These hard shifts are really catching a lot of teams off guard, and now SNS teams, they're going to start to leave that Los Leones area. Things are going to get even more tricky, but for INS, not an ideal start they wanted.
Team INS cut to 50% strength. Only Pavkilu as well as Wanted are the only ones who survive. Is Lucky to Noob and Zeno. They get taken down. The MVP from last game has been taken down, and this means INS, they need to react strong, and the 2 remaining players, they need to pull some heavy triggers. They're still using the highway to make inside the circle, and this is such a great rotation because not a lot of rotation gets cut off from the highway, and you get that straight entry into the southern hemisphere of the map itself. But look at the dead center of the circle. These southern circles I always talk about, the terrain is just so difficult. So many teams can hide in those ridges, and Abhijod is a player that we are looking at. Nice little spray here and there, but of course not really enough to confirm that knock for himself. Too many teams in the vicinity. I feel like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams. 6 teams in close proximity, Necro.
That is true. But for now on our screens is All-Star Salty. And All-Stars, they've got a decent position for themselves. I'm really a huge fan of this split that All-Stars has. A 2-2 split where 2 players are taking a look at the right side and the 2 players are taking a look at the left side. Nicely done. They have a decent amount of map control so far, which they can rely on. And a decent amount of map control means a lot of breathing space for yourself and the team. Enigma Gaming, Daljeet in the front lines so far. They know that there's another team in the front, so they cannot just be overeager just yet. LG is the team. Lucknow Giants, a known team. You cannot just challenge a fight against them like that. And now even the elimination feed's starting to pop up.
Yeah, Team Enigma Gaming sort of in a sandwich situation. They know there's teams in front, they know there's teams in back, and they are sort of stationed in this little valley that they've found for themselves. It's a good place to kind of cover yourself. It's a good place to hide from bullets, but then the utility flooding in, this can be a death trap. The floor can be lava right here, and Daljit just looking for the opportunity to pounce upon. Of course, Lucknow Giants having that high turf for themselves means that they are somewhat safe. And once again, like you mentioned, the more the split, the more the map control, and Lucknow Giants, they've sort of put themselves in a way where each of their players are in close proximity, but they cover an entire ridge by themselves. So far, no initial contact as of yet.
Exactly. BR Titans in front of us, and Killflex still seeing the teams that are passing on in front of them, and MTGG is right behind another team. 4 AM, lost out in 2 players. Not a good news for them. It's actually BR Titans who are taking a lot of shots, and even Imperial Esports is looking to press against them. And now the Wall of Death is going to start to chunk out so much HP, so you need to make it inside the circle as quick as possible before Imperial Esports, that single player, is still out in the open. Look at another hard shift from the circle, shifting up north, tilted a little bit on the left side. It's going to favor a lot of those teams, but the teams that are going to be outside the circle, they will need to join the cleanup crew and start cleaning things up to make a little bit of position for themselves in the circle.
There is no breathing room whatsoever. Also, MTGG Esports, they are completely smoked off so far, and I love the fact that they are using the smokes to block the lines of sight inside the compound to try and deny space to the opposition. The blue zone, of course, is going to make things a little worse because they need to escape from this compound and get inside the zone. They need to wrap things up real quick because 20 more seconds before they need to move in. And there's too many teams, there's too many angles which they need to check. Alex, of course, in the backdrop will try and prevent team ELCT from rotating. And I love this approach, and I love this split approach, right? They're just waiting for team Electricity to kind of move in and pounce upon that opportunity when the players are out in the open. Elsewhere, PLE, they are out in the open.
Out in the open, gonna be tough, but when you've got no other chance, no other good spot to be around with, that's what you gotta do. PLE, Jawless, is actually taking a lot of shots in the teams in the front who are trying to rotate for a better spot in the circle, and now we've got All-Stars on our screens. There's so much commotion going on this late inside the game, ladies and gentlemen, and All-Stars, as we see them, Savon, they're gonna be moving around. All-Stars, PLE quite close to him, and All-Stars know they're starting to get surrounded by the Apex Predators, and PLE looking to eat All-Stars alive.
The nade, Black Boy gets blown apart, and this is such a great move. And now I can see God Eye just trying to make and go for the run, right? This huge, this flank might just destroy Team PLE from the right hand side. Of course, there's Zeus coming in from the front lines and try to go aggressive right from the get-go itself. Another knock confirmed. All-Stars are just ripping apart Team PLE. Just one man surviving barely by the sliver of HP. Through the smoke. Won't really cover any sort of bullets, and just one man with barely any HP left. I don't really see PLE surviving this, Necro.
It's tough, it's an uphill battle for PLE, so definitely it's going to be a tough one for them to survive, but still at least they've got the resurrection on the fallen comrade. Black Boy's back up on his feet, and now they're also going for the resurrection onto Kuna. Not just yet though, still waiting patiently, and Black Boy pushes up. Now he's managed to get a first aid off, and it seems like All-Star, now it's their time to crumble down. Zeus falls down, Savon still in the back line, and even he is on the verge of getting taken down. Jawless somehow managing to hold things together. It's still an uphill battle for PLE, even the All-Stars. Now it's down to a 2-on-2 scenario. God Eye will go for a resurrection onto Zeus, but no, instead, God Eye is looking to push up and get the confirmations.
Yeah, so far it's like both the teams have gotten 2 players knocked out, and that sort of gave them the breathing space to go in for the revives and get back strong and once again re-engage into the battle. But these 2 teams, they've got to realize this is the edge of the circuit, and both of them, they've got to move. Excellent 4 in the backdrop, which means that they are looking to pounce on any opportunity, any free finishes that they are going to get. Once again, a circuit shift, which makes things even more difficult. A central shift, which means 200, 300 odd meters, which both of these 2 teams need to travel. All-Stars, if they have to survive and if they have to win this game so far, they need to finish this quick. This has been dragging on for a pretty long time, Necro, and I don't see these battles stretching out even more.
That is true, Salty, but you know what? The circle now has been shrunk down to way too small. It does not have enough space to contain all the team. That means a lot of teams will need to die. They will need to get eliminated right here, right now. If all the teams manage to stay alive, then in the final moments, it's going to be an absolute ruckus. You do not want that to happen. Right now, every single team needs to take the lead in the hand, needs to take the charge in the hand, and PLE so far, once again, the fallen player, they're trying their best to get him back up on his feet. Kuna is barely alive on a sliver of health, and now as the wall of death starts to move in, Kuna needs to move himself inside the circle as well. PLE on the move, on the run, and that's what they're gonna do, but Jawless is left outside the winkle. So many players, they're in such a massive trouble. Even All-Stars, they're on a run. The wall of death is making things even more spicier.
This certainly is, right? Jawless just could not really embark on the vehicle, and the team Lucknow Giants, or rather, sorry, PLE, they are on the move elsewhere. It's Rage God, in fact, who has been knocked out in team Lucknow Giants in a very, very precarious position. But I still want to go back to that fight where PLE, and want to have a look at how they escaped that situation and where they are stationed currently for Team All-Stars as well. That fight was incomplete, and they were certainly not ready to rotate out from that location. Elsewhere, Team 4AM, 4 aggressive men, SPYDER is skillful. They know they've got the utility right, but Team P6 also decided to disengage, and every single team so far is just playing to survive, playing to live, and then fight another day. But it's not really going to work, because just like you mentioned, the circle just does not have any space as bears from the backline just shoot down. Shower hell upon Team P6.
Max being unloaded in that direction. 4 aggressive men still alive somehow with only that 2-man squad somehow. These 2 players, they've got so much burden to carry on forward, but they've only got 1 elimination so far. This is the team that I was supporting. And hopefully I don't cast a curse them in the upcoming time, but TTE, they themselves, Tribal Esports, they're in a massive world of trouble. Once again, playing around such a small shack, but as I said, teams need to die right here, not right now. The circle is too small to contain all the teams, and now look at the minimap, look at the radar. There's so many colors just out there.
Exactly right, and the drone view gives us a better picture. Team PR right now on the offense. The artillery, of course, we saw them coming in, and Team Celsius, they don't really know how to survive, right? With so many players climbing on Obetu, even his Monkey Sharingan is gonna help. Dragon gets taken down, and Team Celsius have been completely... They have been tumbled upon with a monster truck. This is one of the deadliest way you can probably finish a team like that.
Killflex, look at this guy, BR Titans, them managing to take out Celsius and now barely also surviving Killflex. He's back up onto full HP, so BR Titans, that was a positive trade for them. 5 elimination points racked up, and look at LG, right in the smack center. I'm not a huge fan of this position, especially when this late circle is there. I personally feel like when you are going to be this late in the game, you try to get yourself the edge of the circles. Being in the smack center also makes you the center of attraction. You do not want to be that. Team Tribal Esports right now in front of our screens. This team's got 3 players left alive, and definitely a good manpower.
Certainly a good manpower, but they need to move forward, which is completely out in the open once again with a plethora of teams in front of us. It just makes it even more difficult. And Team Excellent for Rishabh was the player I was looking for, but he was caught out in the open. Richie did fire a lot of shots on him, but he did not manage to secure a knock. Elsewhere, look at this. Team DC, they are almost being ripped apart. Of course, a nade being flown in, and the Bucky just flies. Rage God being the only person who survives. Dawn as well as Austin Bot, they are lying on their knees, and then they need to be picked up, because otherwise for Team Lucknow Giants the story is as good as over. Necro, it's just too many teams fighting each other at once, and it's a bombardment. It's an absolute warfare.
But still, luckily for Team Lucknow Giant, the team behind them is not starting to press in just yet. Simpo 7 alive, he knows. TEF, Team Enigma Gaming, is right next to him. Team Enigma Gaming has got all the players alive. That is so good for them. There's a high chance they can also secure this game. They've also got a 3-1 split for themselves. That means Team Enigma forever, or Team Enigma Gaming is actually playing on the information game. Daljit in the clotheslines, oh, he was peeking out that little head, and Lucknow Giants now they've finally revealed their position, so Enigma Gaming now know exactly what they're dealing with. But Enigma Gaming, they've got so much breathing space for themselves. They're controlling a decent amount of this circle.
Certainly are. Molotovs being thrown in, smokes being thrown in. Enigma Gaming trying to create space, and they've got the little valley to work with. And look at this, Frostopy has actually been spotted, and the spray down comes in, and a brilliant knock being confirmed. That creates a lot of space for maneuver for Enigma Gaming, and I feel like the rest of the team can capitalize. The entirety of the southeastern part of the circle has now been cleared out, and Enigma Gaming has a lot of room for movement. Elsewhere, of course, we have a lot of shots coming in right in front of them. It was Team LG and Team ELCT who were trying to dumb it down, and Team LG once again have a ridge to play across. Necro. Once again, it's a game of space. Who acquires which ridge decides who's going to win this chicken dinner for themselves.
Exactly, now teams are going to be forced to fight against each other because the circle has shrunk down even more. Salty, and the circle once again will not have enough spots or enough tile advantages for teams to take over, so they need to take each other down in order to get a better spot inside the upcoming moment, and that's what Enigma Gaming is doing. Zeus taken down from All Stars. All Stars, that's gonna be it for them. Their fairy tale's not gonna come true inside the game. Before Enigma Gaming, a big threat approaching, that's definitely going to be Team Tribal Esports. For Enigma Gaming, as soon as they're going to start to make it inside the circle, Team Tribal Esports is going to make things even more difficult for them. But look at Paukilo, Team Minus Esports. This game was not the way they wanted the game to be panned out, but he's still managing to survive.
Exactly right. This is what Less Men does to you. You can just stay style in and inside the circle, probably look for those podium finishes, but Lucknow Giants is still trying to battle it out against Team Tribal Esports. Richie, of course, did take a big brunt of that explosive, and I feel like it's an act of desperation, but look at that buggy explode, and Richie has been shredded into pieces. Rage God is looking to confirm that finish for himself, and from elsewhere, I feel it was Daljit. Was it Daljit? Yes, who actually confirmed Austin Bot to Lucknow Giants. It's a positive trade-off, but they're also taking in damage as Enigma Gaming. They're looking to push forward and get inside the circle. Just mentioned 3-1 split is still happening, as always is looking to create space on the right hand side.
Enigma Gaming nicely done with the way they're playing. At least Oasis is able to secure so much information. Even Daljit is now able to challenge a fight onto somewhere completely different part of the map. So he's sort of pinning down the players of LG. Lucknow Giants, they do not really have a lot of space to move around freely. Team Tribal Esports, for them, they're barely on the edge of the circle. The circle does not have enough space to contain every single player in it, so that's why you see a lot of these teams playing on the edge, and most of the map are controlled so far. Enigma Gaming has acquired it. But look at Oasis too. He's gonna spot out the players of Tribal Esports, but he's not gonna fire shots just yet. That trigger discipline comes into play from Oasis, but the Wall of Death is now gonna start to force Oasis inside the circle, and that's what he will do. Team Tribal Esports still managing to shroud themselves around the edge lines of the circle. A really good name from Paukilo will give him a little bit of HP advantage, and now considering Tribal Esports in a massive man deficit, but even still, Paukilo is in a huge HP deficit.
It's a 1v1 battle between INS and Team Tribal Esports. Pavkilo will look to heal himself up, but of course Joker and his presence just makes it so much more difficult. An act of desperation from Bgis, who tries to dive across with a buggy, tries to get as much map control as they possibly can, and now Enigma Gaming, they are spread across the entirety of the circle and they can start to dominate. They know there's only 4 teams, but 6 players remaining, and they're the ones who have the upper hand. But Joker finds that knock on Daljit, needs to find Oasis as well, and that would mean Team Enigma Gaming would have just 1 player left. These players surviving, Pavkilo and Joker, they're doing such a mammoth job for their team, not just getting those placement points, but also racking up the finish points as well, Necro.
Team INS, Pavkilo barely just surviving still. How is this man alive when there's hell breaking loose around him? And now the last man of Tribal Esports 2 being forced so close to the Wall of Death. It's right on the back, and Enigma Gaming is wall wiping another team out of the existence. Joker, the Wall of Death might just finish you, but that last bullet from Bgis will seal the deal. INS last player alive, and Team Enigma Gaming is the one to secure the chicken dinner in the second last game of the day. Nicely done by them.
It is such a crazy affair. Once again, we've got the same teams coming in for the top 3 positions. Not excellent for a matter of fact. This was, I feel, INS and Enigma once again show their mettle, show what they are built of. And this time, Enigma Gaming, the way they were calm and composed in the final circles, and the way Bgis just drove right across the center of the circle, got another edge, and started to dominate from the other side of the circle, just created so much space for the rest of the team, for Daljit and Oasis to move forward. And that was the secret to this winner-winner chicken dinner. The secret recipe for the winner-winner chicken dinner.
Exactly, that split. This is why I always say splits, especially in the late game stage. Yeah, it is really risky to do so, because the man who's split out, if he gets taken out, then it's next to impossible to get the resurrection through. But still, if that split actually works out and the man who's split out, he plays that split perfectly, keeps himself alive, keeps himself stable, then that split's gonna give you so much vital information. At the same time, while Daljit was split out, he was pinning down the players of Lucknow Giants, and that's something that provided so much value for Enigma Gaming in general.
Exactly. But of course, this whole map, to be honest, Necro, was such a slow affair up until the fag end of the game, and this fight just dragged on forever. All Stars versus Team PLE. I felt like this was not going to end. They were exchanging knocks between knocks, and every one of those players were getting revived. Players were getting the time to breathe in, and once again, they were re-engaging. That just destroyed so much time and space for them.
That is true, man. And then we also saw All-Stars as well, right, Salty? Just trying to fight for their life. And honestly, I'm quite impressed by All-Stars as well. With the way they were playing, somehow they were able to keep themselves alive. Somehow they were able to preserve themselves for such a late game stage. And one thing also that we need to talk about is that inside this Miramar game, we saw so many teams survive till the late game scenario. I think so. This rarely happens. So many teams we see surviving into such small circles, but today we saw that happening.
Exactly, and the drone view sort of gives us a much better perspective. The drone view, if you look at the drone view, you would find like 4 or 5 teams on your screen at every single time. And look at this drive-by from Bgis, and this man just went berserk with the buggy, and he knew that that was the way to kind of create a chaos inside the final circle, to try and desettle most of the teams who have that ridge for themselves. And this explosion, Team Tribal Esports, in spite of the fact that they were really lifting heavy most of the time, they just couldn't really live up to the expectation and, you know, fight back against Bgis and Team Enigma forever, the way they kind of pressed up against him.
Hey, at least after this game, we can confirm that INS have made it. INS have probably qualified in the top 8 because the first game they won and now the second game, Salty, they managed to secure a second spot with a decent amount of elimination points, and all hats off to Paukulo. This man, I don't know, somehow he had the gods on his side, and he was doing, he was just snaking around, prone in the grass, and whichever team decided to challenge him, somehow he was actually able to win those duels as well. So INS, especially Paukulo, hats off to you, man, because you guys started getting picked off so early off inside the game, but then Paukulo himself, you can call this man the Superman for saving the day for your team and also solidifying that spot inside the top 8. Now, speaking about the teams that are sort of, you can say that solidified their spots, I would like to also say maybe Lucknow Giants have a really solid chance of doing so, and if they're also able to get a decent performance in the upcoming map of Sanhok, then you can pretty much say that they have confirmed it.
Yeah, I feel even Team Enigma, for a matter of fact, I feel like they've got podium finish in the first map. They've got a chicken dinner in this map as well. So both the big names like Enigma as well as INS, they're confirming their position. Once again, solidifying the theory that we were having, right? The tier 1 teams, they're really, really good at the game right now. I mean, which is obvious, of course, but we've seen surprises, at least in the first 2 days. We've seen a lot of those T1 teams struggle, but at least now teams have done their research. They know what to expect, and they are playing like a well-niche unit. Team Enigma forever. Of course, communications spot on, especially to have that composure in that final circle, to have that communication, in spite of the hundreds of call outs, being given by every single player. I feel like to navigate through the circle that well, it kind of shows how much strength of character you have. Speaking of strength of character, even Paukulo, just like you mentioned, they lost the MVP of last game, Zeno, in middle of rotation. 2 players were the only ones who were surviving, and they took that southern highway to enter into the circle, but once they did, Paukulo did not move an inch. That man was a snake, not in the land of snakes.
He was a deserty snake, you can say that. But you know what? I feel like another thing that really just stood out to me was you mentioned that teams, that at least tier 1 teams, you said that they're good enough to qualify easily. But then you look at the previous group, you see that game, and then you see Rivalry Esports too. They were not able to qualify, dude. They barely missed out on the qualification, and that is one of the T1 teams too. So I feel like that is definitely a huge shocker for the fans and especially for the viewers as well, because when you sit back and see these games, when you see that T1 teams going up against the underdogs, you at least expect for them to qualify or be in the top 8, but no, Rivalry Esports was actually kicked out of the top 8. And as you guys see, the top 5 players as well, Max Koch, of course, being the MVP. Then you've got Team Enigma, once again, another player on the board with 5 finishes.
Exactly, Daljit and Joker, of course, once again performing. Team Tribal Esports, they've been really great. They've been great, in fact. But Joker has been constantly standing out for his team. I feel this is like a back-to-back second placement on the top 5 players. So Tribal Esports, they've really got some good individuality in their team. They've got those players who are mechanically poised to be stars in the upcoming future, and with 17 points, I feel like this team is well set up to sort of qualify and play the successive weeks that are to follow. Lucknow Giants, of course, with 14 points, INS with 13 points, BR Titans as well. I mean, I'm not really sure, I don't remember exactly where they were positioned in the map of Erangel, but with 6 points, I feel like one more decent game, probably like a double-digit number, and just like you put it, 16 points being the benchmark, I feel like this team also has a potential chance of qualifying.
Dude, Team Tribal Esports, definitely one of those teams that has shocked me, and I am really looking forward to see this team in the future stages as well, man, because this team has shown so much caliber. I was rooting with 4 aggressive men, Salty, and it seems like they were not really able to do that great for themselves. They definitely do have the firepower, but when it comes to the team play, we have seen a lot of those players actually lacking into that factor. So I guess if you guys are listening to me, you guys definitely need to work on your communication skills a little bit better and work on the communication and positioning in general to take those team fights.
Yeah, speaking of positioning, right, this circle, the whole map of Miramar was just so dicey. I mean, right from the get-go, we get a southern circle, and we were expecting somewhere like a Lost Leonis circle, because you don't really expect the circle to cover water till such a late rendition. I think even till the 4th circle, we had like almost 50% of the zone being underwater, which just means that there's just less landmass for these teams to be in, and there's that extra bit of motivation for teams to go the water route to try and survive in the water bodies to try and secure those placement points. But we did not see that. At least I'm thankful we did not see that, because watching those players die helpless is probably the worst experiences ever.
That is true. And Salty, especially when you see these type of circles on the map of Miramar as well, this is always going to be one of those unique situations that players need to deal with and especially adapt on the fly. So you saw so many of those decisions made desperately by inexperienced teams, right? So many of those decisions were just made on the fly. They were trying their best to adapt to the circumstance, but only some of the best and the most experienced teams are actually able to adapt nicely enough. And this is where Team Enigma Gaming and Tribal Esports come into play. You saw these teams, even INS, PavKilo, even though they lost out on the players, they knew exactly how to play around. They knew exactly which terrain can be good, which terrain can be advantageous. And you saw the split from Team Enigma Gaming too. As I said, it is really risky to execute, but once you manage to do so, you're left up with a lot of intel and you're left up with overall a lot of pressure on the map on all sides of the maps as well.
Exactly. And even talking about Team Predator 6 or Team PLE Esports, right? We saw how long the fight between PLE Esports and Team All-Stars drew out. And you talked about having the right amount of communication, taking the right decisions in the final circuits. I feel like I'll continue the discussion with Johnny as well. We saw a certain amount of players trying to escape fights and their teammates being left back. They could not embark upon the vehicle and then they had no choice. These decision makings in the final third of the game, when you don't really have that much time to react, Johnny, really cost you, right? Because leaving a teammate back in the middle of a fight when the rest of your teammates are like escaping the situation is the worst thing you can do. It's probably like giving up a sacrificial lamb to escape that situation.
I mean, it is, you mentioned it perfectly, it is like giving a sacrifice to either the team that is trying to take you down or to the gods of BGMI, but it is a sacrifice nonetheless, and there are certain situations in the game where you will have to leave a man behind because he got knocked out in a position from where recovery is quite close to impossible, if I'm being frank. And we do see quite a lot of players being put into that situation. On Erangel, it was wanted quite clearly from INS, I remember, who ran out of the open and was knocked out in a certain angle from where he was completely exposed to the other side, so his teammates can't really go for a push like that. Same thing happened to one of the players from the side of Tribal Esport, and this time I believe it was Prime, the last player surviving, so the player that went out before him, the lad who was taken out by PavKilo from the side of INS, again getting knocked out in a position from where he can't really be brought back into the game. And that will happen time and time again in this game of BGMI, but you have to make sure that you realize what moments are moments where revive is not really possible and what situations are situations where you might have to invest a little bit of extra utility, but you can bring that man back. Because what you said is actually pretty right. Having those 4 players in the end game will make closing out the match very easy for you.
Exactly, and even positioning, for a matter of fact, like if you take a stark example of Team Enigma Gaming, they did not really engage, right? They were just holding their ground up until the final battle, and that is exactly when they started pressing their foot on the gas pedal. Maxcast, Daljit, they were all holding their ground. They knew exactly what's going on. They could hear all the firings. They could hear all the explosions happening right in front of them, but they chose not to react because that is the right thing to do. Since you're coming in from the backlines, you want to stay hidden as long as possible. I feel that is one mistake which probably Team PLE made. Could have just held their ground, against All-Stars, waited for them to maybe rotate, and when they're out in the open, could have just shot them down. But however, that is in the past. And now we have one more game to go, Johnny, and that is going to be the map of Sanhok. I mean, since the map of Miramar was this chaotic, I don't even know what to expect from the map of Sanhok, but I'm expecting a sort of a rather peaceful early half of the game, and then I'm just expecting all hell to break loose, man.
No. This is Sanhok, man. Your expectations are never going to be met by this game. Yeah, by this map specifically. And that is why, I mean, while most people prefer playing Miramar or Erangel, in fact, watching Miramar or Erangel in the competitive scene, I enjoy Sanhok the most because this map will push you to the limits. As I like to say it, every single map has been designed to test certain aspects of the game, while Erangel will test your fundamentals. Miramar will test your long distance engagement abilities, your ability to enter the zone in unfavorable position while being quite exposed. Sanhok will test your game sense to the limit. You will have to constantly keep in check where the gunshots are coming from, where the sound cues are coming from, and based off of those sound cues, sometimes build an entire picture how the opposing side is planning to hold on to their position. But I guess with the game all set to begin, we might have to end our conversation and jump right into the action, because the plane is here and we know what's going to follow next. It's going to be the trajectory of this very plane.
It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok is ready. And now, the flight path, speaking of it, it is starting from the right-hand side of Kampong and ending towards Hathin. A sort of a northern-skewed flight path, but the players, they aren't really going to experience any sort of trouble. Nobody surprisingly dropped down at Lakavi, to be very frank, because that being right at the dead center where the flight path is starting from, I felt like a lot of players might feel, all right, there might be a lot of enemies there, so let's not go there.
Yeah. Sometimes you do end up overcomplicating simple decisions, and I think this time everyone has done that, since, as you mentioned, Lakavi is a pretty decent drop spot, considering you can 2-2 split between Lakavi and Kampong and loot those two areas at the same time. But who cares about Lakavi when we have two of the biggest names in the lobby right now going at it in boot camp, and it is Team Enigma going up against Team Tribal Esports, where Enigma Gaming have found the opening and have found the second pick in the fight as well. Hey, wait, they find the third.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, action right from the get-go is there's only one player who survives from the side of Team TTE, and now I need to find out where that player is exactly. Richie Whitey does have Honey Badger to work with. Just waiting for the players to come by, because there's no way this man can escape in this situation. There's no way this man can escape from bootcamp and go for placements. He is being completely manhandled by Enigma Gaming, and this is such a thumping start. A sign of statement right there is this team is looking to dominate.
Yeah, Enigma Gaming, they have to dominate, considering earlier on in the morning, I believe it was Max Cash who went out on social media and basically told everyone in the entire world as to where his team was going to drop and how they were planning to play their matches on all three maps. They just disclosed their drop spots and just challenged everyone like, yeah, this is where we will be. You guys have two options. Either come and face us head on in the early game, or in the late game, we will find you and we will finish you off. So Enigma Gaming, they're trying to make a statement, and with the way they've played the first two matches, they have pretty much done that already. But now, refocusing on the team in front of us, BR Titans. I mean, we have expectations. They have found themselves in decent positions in the previous matches, but not really being able to convert from those. And well, INS wanted yet again the first player to go down from his team as All-Stars. They move all the way from docks out in the open hill, find the pick and fall back.
I mean, it's been a recurring occurrence, right? For Wanted every single time being, caught out in the open and getting taken down. It's such an unfortunate situation. But this initial fight that we got to see for almost like half of it, they dropped down that bootcamp, just like you mentioned. Maxcast challenged everyone. I feel like Team TTE, they kind of fancied their chances. They thought that it would be pretty easy for them to sort of take down Enigma at the early game stage, because they're sort of really deadly in the end game. So might as well take them down early on, but then things just turn 180 degrees and you're the ones get hunted down upon. Enigma Gaming, they retain every single player in spite of that battle. And look at this circle, Johnny. What do you have to say about it?
I mean, I love this zone. I mean, leaning heavily towards the northwestern part of the map. Camp Alpha Island is one of my favorite endgame situations to deal with. I mean, not just to deal with, but to watch these players and see what their strategy is going to be in that final Camp Alpha endgame. Because one of the critical decisions in Camp Alpha position is the fact whether you take the hill or you charge forward towards Camp Alpha. Hill will give you a massive high ground advantage, whereas in Camp Alpha, there is a lot of concrete cover available, but you necessarily will not be able to get any vision or information about the teams that are closing in on your position. So two different locations, both of them have their own pros and cons, and I think right now, the team of MTG, very early on in the game, have decided to take that hilltop for themselves and play from there. I want to see how this game is going to go for them. But for now, we do have another team in our vision as we are spectating the POVs. All right, we switch over to the players from Celsius.
Yeah, we certainly do, right? I mean, Team Celsius, let's talk a little bit about the team, right? With great potential and with great intensity. Of course, they've been trying to fight every single time, and we've been seeing that somewhat in the mid-game stage is where this team sort of lacks, right?
Yeah.
Erangel was somewhat decent. Miramar, they got eliminated fairly early, and then Sanhok is like the only chance of where they can capitalize. So for these players, I feel like, just like you mentioned, getting those early rotations and getting those spots inside Camp Alpha would just be the right way to approach the game, And since, specifically speaking of the circle itself, it does cover the Delta region, and we've seen a couple of hard shifts happen on the map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar, and even in Sanhok as well. So,
Yeah.
I don't know, there's a little bit of a heart in me which says that there might be a little bit of water involved in the final circle, and that just complicates things even further. So for these players, I feel like it's really important to figure out which island they want to choose and where they want to station themselves.
I mean, I think watching the earlier two Miramars, as you mentioned, and the zones that those maps presented to us, expect the unexpected. It's simple as that. But talking about simple things, I think Lucknow Giants will do anything to make the game as complicated as possible, because this time they went on to take on the players of 4 Angry Men, and I believe the Giants might not really be in as big of an advantageous position as they thought. But alright, the trades back and forth and 4 Angry Men just current on our screens. Have they lost 1 or 2 players, 4 AM? Or they've lost just 1?
Yeah, I mean, 4 Angry Men, this was Necro's pick, right? And he was rooting heavily for them. And to be honest, he's fairly right to do so as well. But once again, getting caught out in the open, their vehicle was exploded. And we saw Lucknow Giants. This is one of the teams who kind of never really shies from taking a fight. If they spot out an enemy in the open, they will take your shots. Of course, they're wise enough to take their pick and then fall back and disengage. They don't overextend the fights to where they can't really control, to a space where they might take the damage themselves. So it's a very wise decision for Lucknow Giants to actually do so. And considering that their game in Miramar was fairly good, I feel like this team, if they sort of keep up that momentum, keep up with that bit of form, they are going to qualify fairly easily.
Yeah, but this game is going to be a challenge one way or the other. I mean, having lost 2 players so early in the game, late game survival is going to be questionable. But Celsius Esports now stepping in front of PLE. Shots being fired and the Duke and Neck. The car goes in the air. Lad still makes a getaway. Obito using every single jutsu he has in the book to try and find the escape from this position. Jeren, he needs to be careful. Went over the ridge a little too overexposed and was put back in his position by the other players from the side of Celsius. And Celsius, I think they did make a mistake, but good recovery, boys. Good recovery. Kudos to them.
I love the fact that Obito could return back to his teammates and he's like, boys, I'm wounded. My vehicle has been shred apart. It's like, you go to a rival gang's territory and you get beaten up and you come back home and then you cry. It's something of that similar sort. Obito just really got manhandled over there. The vehicle was flying off the rooftop and he was just, getting so many bullets for himself. But elsewhere, ALS taking the water route. We have some swimmers in the lobby, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about swimmers and seeing people take that water rotation on Miramar. Well, you might not have gotten to witness that in the previous map, but this time around on Sanhok, we might see a lot more bodies in this river soon. All-Star, again, not a lot of options available to them, and I think they wanted to cross that river as quickly as possible. That is why they went through the water areas, but it is still the early game. You need to have those boosters, the painkillers, the energy drink, and a few first aids are going to be enough to sustain the chip damage of this first few blue zone. But look at that, Celsius, as they try to avoid PLE, they get stuck against the players of MTG, and MTG have found 2 knocks. They won't make the mistake that PLE made. They won't let Celsius get away with this.
Exactly, Obito and Deepu get knocked out and Team Celsius have been cut by half. Obito's finish has actually been confirmed by that explosive, and now the rest of the teammates, they've got to make a choice. Do they flee the situation or do we fight? It's a do or die situation practically, because for Celsius, they really need those points. They really need both those placement points as well as finish points to maybe qualify for the next group. Of course, Deepu has been completely sacrificed. There is no way he's getting rezzed, and even if he's one of the players, Hydra from Team Celsius took a lot of fall damage as well. And I mean, in spite of the fact there was a lot of height, I feel like thankfully these players survived the fall, and MTGG are like, where did they go? I need to smell blood.
Also, who put the airdrop up there, man? How are you supposed to get there? It's right on the cliff. You miss a pixel, you fall down, take a ton of fall damage, and then basically one man can just come towards you, slap you, and put you on your knees. So you need to be careful about that. It might just be like a little bit of a bait by the
pilot
BGMI
was
gods
sleeping.
yeah.
The pilot was practically sleeping, but he probably put it on autopilot mode and like, all right, I'm just gonna drop it anyway because the players want it, or maybe they don't. They already have loot. Speaking of
The
drops,
pilot
like
is
we
circling
haven't
the
really seen a
airdrop
lot
and
of
watching
these.
the chaos.
Yeah, a lot of these teams now, they really need to figure out where do they want to, especially for Team Celsius, right? They need to take care of their surroundings, especially when MTGG will be hot on their tails, Johnny.
Yeah, and also look, already a massive cluster of teams have already made their way towards the Camp Alpha Island. So the next few minutes of the game just are going to keep on building the intensity till the game comes to an end. In the meanwhile, Enigma Gaming, the team that did win the previous Miramar, now find themselves in a very awkward position where Oves is trying to deter the players right in front of him. They have aggression being forced upon them from the right, and then there's one more team in the back lines. I believe the lineup of NZ is going to be there to cause some trouble for Enigma Gaming. So Enigma Gaming, they're cornered, they're pinned down completely with no cover, but that the slope of the hill protecting them from two different sides. Enigma, an important decision to be made. They will have to either push for the compounds of BR or completely back off, and right now I feel like they've decided to back off completely, not necessarily take the risk of going for a 50-50 fight against BR, but just focus on their own safety and prioritize playing for the late game.
Yeah. Certainly, once again, Enigma Gaming trying to also play for the late game, because we've seen them prioritizing those locations. We've seen them being very, very cautious and being very right in terms of the fights that they want to take and in terms of the fights that they want to avoid. So far, we still have a lot of teams who survive, and one of the teams actually take a water route rotation. I wonder if they are going to the extreme northern end of the circle, because we haven't really seen the circle for a long time yet. This is stage 2 so far, so even the blue zone damage isn't really going to be considerable. If they have stocked up on gas cans, I feel like this can be a good rotation.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, gas cans, yes, but along with them, they will need the utility in terms of the heals, because as soon as they make it to the shorelines, there's going to be a lot of bullets being showered upon them, and they will have to just sustain through that. There's no way they can avoid it. But on the other side, Elect has lost 2 of their players to death challenges, who spotted out 2 individuals out in the open on the slope of the hill and were able to pick them off quite easily for that matter. But let's see, moving forward, the game is going to take on a turn as 4 angry men are in a fight of their own, and I believe they've lost 1 more player in this mid-game stages. But their challenges right now on the northern edge, northwestern edge of the circle, have quite a decent position for at least 2 more minutes.
I see the bags of a lot of these players, and so far I haven't seen any of those high number of medkits, right?
Yeah,
and none of these players
true.
are actually really preparing for those heal battles so far. Most of them have actually used up whatever first aid kits they have or whatever medkits they have, and are mostly at 0 at this point. So there has to be a decision, right? Especially in circles like these where you might not even know where your final position is going to be in. You might have to go in for those heal battles, and stocking up on those kits is going to be really important. Meanwhile, look at this. I love this, right? Team Sparkers, they've already spotted Team P6, and P6 had to abandon their boat, and now they're on the swimming route. But it's not going to be easy because the distance is way too much, Johnny.
Yeah, this never really works out for any of these teams going for these late game water rotations. And Predator 6, they're going to be joined by the players from All Stars, who have just abandoned the southern edge of the map, by the way, as we saw the radar in front of us a few moments ago. So I wonder where All Stars will be looking to go forward to, because they will also find it a challenge to find a good area to dock their boat and basically enter the zone. All right, they are going towards just a little bit north of Nakam towards Tambang. So that is where All Stars have basically shored their boat, and that is where they are going to be playing from. But while all of this was happening, while the teams were trying to figure out how to hold their positions, how to find an entry towards the shoreline from the water, the zone takes a central shift, and because of that, MTG, they have a pretty nice advantage built up for themselves, all because of that early hill control that they were able to gain in the game.
Yep. Exactly. You mentioned how important it would be, right? The hills outside of Camp Alpha. That is exactly where I feel like the end game is going to come by. But so far, Team Death Challengers, They are still on the run. They are still on the move. And it mostly feels like most of the teams, they stuck to the shorelines of the map itself, considering that they did not know how to get those rotations right. They can't really cut through right at the center with their vehicles. That is not a possibility. So at this point, I feel like there will be a lot of teams who would be on their feet and would try and acquire the edge of the circle. But it's, again, just like I mentioned, not a lot of first aids to work with. For these teams to rely on the heal battle also, it's going to be a difficult choice, Johnny.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a difficult choice, because you have to time that heal battle very precisely. If you go in too early, if you leave the last player behind to go for that heal battle situation a little too early, then that man, there are two possibilities. Either he gets picked off early, in the mid game, in the late game, but if he survives, then he might not have enough first aid to secure the top 3 or the top 2 necessarily. So you have to be careful about that as well. But Death Challengers, just a mere 62 meter away from the zone right now. Khan OP is trying to just jump around behind those barn houses and trying to see if he can spot out the players holding the hilltops, which right now is basically no one, because MTG, they have switched up their position and they've taken the hills towards the southern side, the southern hills of Camp Alpha of the temple. And I think because of that, the teams on the northern side of the island are just going to panic by expecting someone to be there, but no one is going to be on that position. The ground level fights at that, in a situation like this, become extremely chaotic, and Death Challengers, they are going to have to focus or readjust themselves as soon as they realize that the threat is right in front of them instead of above them.
Exactly. You know what? This is also pretty interesting, right? All-Stars, they really have the balls to actually just walk across the bridge and run across the bridge.
Yeah.
Completely out in the open, no vehicles whatsoever, no cover whatsoever. But they still actually make it work. Some of their players also take the swimming route. So in case if they were spotted by enemies, they would even eventually survive. And Lucknow Giants did exactly that. And Rage God would not miss a shot like it. Inferno gets knocked out and he is sinking. Zeus did manage to survive. I hope he can, come back with his teammates and survive, but it still feels like a very far-fetched dream as Godeye return fires onto Rage God. Still did not manage to find the knock, but so far I feel like Team LG, Lucknow Giants, by revealing their position, just made their case even worse.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that they were the first ones to take the shots, and as you mentioned, All-Star, they prioritized the fact that they wanted to avoid the blue zone. They were able to get to the safe haven first, and Lucknow Giants, since now they're exposed, there is no way they make it across this bridge. They're going to have to bid adieu to this game entirely in a few moments as soon as this bridge fight is done. But look at the shift of the zone. It takes a southeastern shift, and now Team Enigma Gaming find themselves smack in the center of the zone with the only good cover available, and it's going to be in their control. All the teams outside of the circle right now will struggle in the next few moments, and we are going to see them take very awkward fights. So, I mean, it is going to get bloody extremely soon in the next few minutes, but now Enigma Gaming, can they survive all this attention that is brought upon them by the game?
Johnny, if you remember, we were having this conversation that the Delta region was also inside the circle, and I spoke of that the teams have to be very cautious of which island do they choose. And even now, if you see, even if it's for a very small pixel, every single island is still inside the circle, and a lot of waterways inside it as well. So when the circle finally shifts in the late game, it's going to be equally difficult. Team INS, just at the periphery of the circle, they've spotted Team Excellent 4, and Rishabh, the guy I was expecting a lot from, has been taken down. His buggy was exploded. He was trying to rotate, and these vehicular rotations on the map of Sanhok, it's only going to make things worse for you, Johnny. I mean, there was a time when a lot of these players, in fact, they abandoned the vehicle rotation strategy on the map of Sanhok. They used to rotate on foot, but this came back. It did come back to sort of help a lot of the teams, but once again, as I can see in this tournament itself, it's causing a lot of problems equally as well for those teams.
I mean, during the late game, you can't really use vehicles since they make a lot of noise, and on Sanhok, you know you're going to have to be wary about the snakes at any given point of the game. So using vehicles in late game definitely does give you a little bit of a disadvantage, but again, the pros and cons are both going to be there. Your rotation speed is going to be a little bit quicker. You can use that buggy as a bait strategy as well, just trying to flush out information if you don't have any. But as we switch perspectives from INS to Excellent 4 now, we did see what INS were able to do. Sick on the other side from Excellent 4 is completely focused on the players of PLE, securing a knock, but as he does that, he's going to be taken down as well. Pukar, his teammate, luckily was right next to him, so he can give a revive to his teammate in just a matter of seconds, and Sick is going to be back to be a part of the action in a few short moments. But on the other side, that delay has made sure that Excellent 4, they're going to have to deal with the damage of the blue zone as well, and that is not a good thing.
I love this, Johnny. I love the way BR Titans have positioned themselves. Look at the circle right in between Predator 6 and BR Titans, as Pahadi as well as Skeleton just try and gatekeep this entry so far. And Pablo and Shelby, they knew they had to take a different route. As a Sexy Gate, I like that name. The way he's proceeding is by a different route. He is going for a flank. He wants to get in from the right-hand side of this, and Skeleton might not just be prepared. Takes in a lot of damage from that SMG, switches onto the AR and catches a knock for himself. There's just one guy left from BR Titans, and that's going to be Pahari. Will he be able to survive? That is a question, especially with so much hell being rained upon from every single direction, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the end game. Shelby gets knocked out. Psycho once again healing himself, taking him those meds at the bare edge of the circle. The wall of death approaching them from behind just makes things even worse, as the grenade does so much damage onto Pablo. And now it's time for damage control. Smokes and revives as he tries to figure things out. But BR Titans, Pahari has his opportunity to pounce upon and probably get this squad by for himself. It's a 1v1, but little does he know there is so many teams in the backlines looking to third party this entire situation. Once again, another revive attempted. Will he be able to do so? Just confirm the finish for yourself. But from elsewhere, Maxcus from so far apart, this man is a pioneer of third parting from Erangel to Miramar to Sanhok. No matter what is the situation, Maxcus will find the finish from miles out.
Yeah, and now, I mean, as you were talking about the zone a few minutes ago, it is still in the water, Salty. Enigma Gaming, the compound that we were talking about, it is now on the edge, in fact, instead of being towards the center of the zone. So this game has completely taken a turn that no one expected. Predator 6, we saw incredible moments from them, but Enigma Gaming in the end with the final lane in the coffin for them, and now they shift attention to the players of PLE, as Black Boy has been taken down. He has been knocked out. MTG on the other side, coming down from the Temple Hill, now try to take on the players of Enigma as they are distracted. Infinity OP will easily manage to avoid the damage of the nade, but he does drop down to around 50 HP. Ruler OG from the side of MTG has been knocked out, and Alex, he's trying to go for a push, but he needs to be extremely careful because Enigma will have all this information to work with. Daljit trying to go for a peek, does not necessarily succeed in doing anything with that, but MTG, they are down to 2 players, so Enigma, they do have the number advantage going into this fight.
They certainly have the numbers advantage, Johnny, but Alex still trying to find an opening. A player peeks out. Infinite OP takes in some sort of damage and immediately falls back. But from elsewhere, it's INS 0 who confirms the knock as well as the finish. Team INS once again a third party. This is the ruckus. This is the chaos of the final circle. Maxcus once again trying to deliver some sort of counterfire, trying to deliver some sort of damage. MTGG, I really want to know if they survive, but I don't think so. INS are at the smack center of the circle, and the circle, look at this monstrosity, completely underwater. There's Dawn as well from Lucknow Giants, and elsewhere it's just Enigma Gaming on the other end of the spectrum. 3 teams survive, again. Enigma, INS, as well as Lucknow Giants, Johnny. Who do you think is going to get the winner chicken dinner?
I think it has to be INS. They have the numbers advantage. Their last player, that they have 3 players. Enigma has 2, and the third player from the side of INS has just managed to hit the shoreline and will try to take on the players from Enigma Gaming in a few short moments. So after INS wrap up this fight, I think they will just wait for Dawn to go down to the play zone and they will be done. But let's see, even in a 2v3, things can be turned around, and Dawn, he's managed to just get his feet on the land area so that he can put on that first aid, get a little bit of HP back, and try and at least cause some trouble for one of these teams. Lucky to Noob right now, moving towards the shore. Has to be extremely careful because I believe he has been given the responsibility of going for the flank and gathering the information about the players of Enigma.
Exactly, and I love what this guy is doing, Don. Just trying to stay alive. He knows that it's very difficult to find him out, and probably going for the second position is all that he wants. He doesn't really have a lot of first aids to work with as well, so might not go for the first position. Has only one first aid to work with, but elsewhere it's Enigma Gaming versus INS yet again. The bulldozers of this group, Johnny, time and time again, they've just fought for the throne. And this time, once again, Daljit, though, with the artillery, with everything that he has, he's just trundling them across. Did manage to find and knock a lot of exposure, some sort of return fire, some sort of retaliation from INS, but Maxkas decides to, this is it, this is all that I want. He is just going in, the DPS, of course, in action, and we might just be able to find Team INS fall across. There's no way this team is going to survive against such aggression.
Yeah.
It's just Lucky to Noob who survives due to the flank itself. But for how long, Johnny, is the question?
I mean, he does. I don't think for long enough because his team has just been wiped out. It's a 1v2 against the players of Enigma Gaming, and Dawn will definitely be of no help to anyone. Just being outside of this cliff area, he will put on his final first aid and wait for sweet demise of the game. And there it is before we even say anything. But now a 1v2 for Lucky to Noob against Daljit and Max Cash. Will he be able to do this, or will Enigma be the first team to secure a back-to-back chicken dinner? By the way, in BGIS the grind, Lucky to Noob is prone out in the open. Enigma for Team Enigma Gaming, they're looking to hunt down this player. Daljit and Max Cash moving in the opposite direction. There's a small slope in this terrain that has managed to save Lucky all this time. He has throws 3 smokes to work with, 3 first aids, but Daljit is going to be the first player to present himself from the side of Enigma Gaming. And since Lucky got up, he has given away his position, and that only means one thing. The other lads will shoot you down and take the chicken dinner away from INS. Enigma Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back win throughout the day.
You know what? The only win condition over there for Lucky to Noob was to connect the shot at first target. Like, Lucky to Noob had to confirm the knock the first time he opened his bullets. I mean, when you pull your trigger, you give out your position completely. And the fact that Team Enigma Gaming, they were just waiting for Lucky to Noob to do that. That is the reason why they were just running around the circle. They were confident that they would be able to take him down because they were 2v1. But for Lucky to Noob, he had to confirm the first knock, first shot, and then probably hope for the best, pray to the gods that the 1v1 goes in his favor. Too much of a miraculous ask. I think INS will be very happy with the second position. I mean, Enigma Gaming and INS, podium finishes in every single game. I think this is the amount of consistency we have seen from the tier 1 teams. It's amazing in this group, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll see all of this action once again in the highlights. And action was plenty starting from bootcamp, Johnny.
Exactly, from bootcamp and from the players of Enigma Gaming as well. They started it all, they ended this game in style. I mean, kudos to the team for being able to pull this off, and it was absolutely brilliant the way they did that in Sanhok as well.
Exactly. Predator 6, of course. We saw this brilliant fight between BR Titans versus Predator 6, right? The way Pahadi sort of maneuvered, used this slight little ridge, in spite of the fact that there were so many different teams lurking in the background. There was a high chance, there was a high potential of him being third party, but still his movement was precise, and he still managed to bring Predator 6 down to their knees. Hardy, of course, did succumb to the brilliance of Maxkas from miles out, Johnny, and I have no clue how Maxkas does that every single time.
I mean, Max Cash has to thank Sexy from the other team for that, because Sexy basically pushed Pahadi from behind the cover into Max Cash's line of fire. And as you were saying, Pahadi definitely should have actually secured those finishes. Otherwise, I mean, players, even when they're on their knees, they will not let you play comfortably, man. They will make sure they will do whatever they can to make sure you're having a bad time in that situation.
It's very annoying, right? When you try to position yourself behind a tree, right? You've got a very slim chance of surviving. That's very short of a cover, right? And then there's just one knocked up guy who just keeps on tingling around your feet and tries to disturb you, move you from position. Exactly, grab you by your feet and try to move you. That is exactly what Sexy Kid did out there. So Maxkas again, kudos to them, and Team Enigma forever. Team Enigma Gaming, the way they got the chicken dinner, it was brilliant. I mean, we by far know that these two teams, they are obviously going to make it. I feel like Lucknow, LG is going to be another team who is also going to make it, considering they've been very, very consistent in terms of their position. Even if they lose their players early on, there's just one little bugger like Dawn or somebody else who just keeps surviving and getting those top 5 positions.
I mean, the survival instincts of Lucknow Giants are actually pretty good. And I think that needs to happen because they have a big name in their lineup in terms of Austin right there. So I think that aspect for the team has been cleared up. They have proved even in the first game. I don't remember how many points they got into as the total for Erangel, but I believe they were in a decent position in terms of the exits of the matchup. On Miramar, they had a decent run. On Sanhok, they had a decent run. So there is a high probability that Lucknow Giants will finish in the top 8 and make it to the next stages. But I think from here on out, what the thing where we found them lacking was those 4v4s, was that gunfight element of the game, and that is what the team will need to refocus on before they come back in week 3.
Exactly. Like, week 1 was sort of you testing out either of your skill sets, right? Either you go heavily aggressive, you focus on your finish points. I was discussing this with Necro as well, right? You don't really need a lot of points to qualify. It's just top 8. So you can rely on either of your strengths. If your strength is surviving, then you can do so. You can qualify just purely on the basis of surviving. If your strength is going aggressive, then you can just acquire finish points and survive. It's about setting your priorities setting your priorities right. But as the tournament progresses, I feel like there will be a lot of teams who need to work on synchronizing both of these aspects together of their game and putting up a strong performance in both those departments. They need to survive as well as acquire at least 4 or 5 finishes every single time, because we saw the format, right? And I think after a few weeks onwards in BGIS as well, there is going to be a time when only top 4 from every single group is going to qualify, and top 4 is difficult. Top 8 is still, you can consider easy. Top 4 becomes very, very difficult.
Exactly, and especially, I mean, right now the format is working like a double-edged sword. I mean, while the big teams might not necessarily have the number of games they need to showcase what they're actually built of, the younger teams, they just need one good game, and the other one needs to be decent enough to get you inside of the top 8 and keep you there. And that way you make it to the next stages. You get an opportunity to be a part of this BGI as the grind for a longer bit of time. But we do have the MVP of this game, and it was Daljit this time from the side of Enigma Gaming, who got 8 finishes for his team, 5 on Infinity OP. That was a total tally of 13, and after this I believe they got one more finish, so I believe it's like 14-15 finishes total tally for Enigma Gaming. They will be finishing with 29 or 30 points, one game and they qualify. Miramar was just a bonus, I guess.
It probably is, right? But I'm just really surprised the fact that Daljit, this man has been performing for years now. And how do you maintain that consistency at the tier 1 level of BGMI? I have no clue. But Enigma Gaming as a unit, they were fantastic. 14 finishes, 15 placement points, 29 points in total. INS as well, 15 points to work with. 4 aggressive man. Could have been 4 aggressive men, whatever. 14 points to work with. Lucknow Giants, 12 points. MTGG is one of those teams that has also sort of managed to get those consistent placement points. So I'm really looking forward to this team. Team Excellent 4, I really thought that this team had potential to kind of prove their mettle, and now I sort of doubt whether they are going to make it or no. Hopefully they have enough points. Team Celsius as well as Team Tribal Esports, Johnny. These are the 2 teams we were talking about quite some time, especially after that mammoth performance. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the overall standings, and look at the difference. Record has been broken, Johnny.
Yeah, records have been broken, dreams have been shattered over here already, because if you thought that you were the best team in BGI as the grind, Enigma Gaming, they have something else to say about it. 74 points secured in 3 matches. This is unreal in any given stage of this tournament. So kudos to Enigma Gaming for being able to pull this off. INS, I mean, kudos to them as well, finishing with 52 points. Tribal Esports, I was about to say I'm a bit let down by the run on Sanhok, but hey, does that even matter now since the team is on the 3rd in the overall rankings?
It certainly does not, but look at the bottom. Team number 8, Team All-Stars with just 18 points and Imperial Esports with 18 points as well. This is probably the most unfortunate situations where you can be in. Imperial Esports must just be kicking themselves for not having enough placement points. And we always talk of which aspect of your game is more important. And in terms of the point standings, it's just that placement points do get more importance and Team All-Stars had more of it. This is so heartbreaking, even for Death Challengers, missing out by just 17 points in total. But Johnny, the stark difference between Enigma Gaming at 74 and All-Stars at 18 just solidified that theory that I was talking about, that the top of the table is just going to get heavier and the bottom of the table is just going to get more and more average as the tournament progresses.
That and the fact that, as we were talking about this before this, during this game as well, Enigma today, their entire objective was not to qualify, but to set a statement for everyone else. Like, alright, you thought you were the best, we are the ones to beat, and we are one of the top teams over here. With 70 plus points in 3 matches, they have definitely proven that. But now I think moving forward, this sort of functions as another thing that now Enigma in their future matches will have a massive target on their backs.
Yes, it certainly is, right? But I hope that they will come out strong, especially with players like Daljit, Max Crush, who have been performing. They've been firing on all cylinders. I feel like this team is well set. So is Team INS, and so is all the underdog teams that have actually qualified for Week 3 this day. But ladies and gentlemen, today was an absolute blast. I mean, I enjoyed every piece of the rotations, the fights, as well as the circus which we got to see, Johnny. Any concluding words from you?
I mean, see, it was only day 3 today. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of week 1, and it's going to be intense for sure, because, I mean, the teams that you were hopefully waiting for are going to hopefully be in front of us tomorrow. So I can't wait for tomorrow, but today was definitely a good day.
It certainly was, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be coming back tomorrow as well. And hopefully you are excited as well. We'll see you very soon. Goodbye.